twibuka umunsi wanze kwira, twibuka ijoro ryanze gutana, ijosi ryibasiwe bitavugwa, igihugu cyuzuye imiborogo, ubwoko bwahindutse icyaha, twibuke byari bitavugika, umuntu arengwa n'icyo areba, nta murengezi abona n'umwe, hirya hicanwa n'uwabahishe, uhendahenda ngo mwitwe vuba. Twarabakundaga turababura, ikibi cyanyu tuzacyusa, bana b'u Rwanda tuzahora iteka tubibuka. Mwarahizwe bimwe by'intware, mwazize ubwoko mutahanze, akarere ishyaka cyangwa isura, hari n'abaziraga umutungo, u Rwanda rwacu rwaragowe, abanyamahanga urobuhuye, bari baje bakangata, n'intwaro nyinshi ntizitabaye, nyamara bwaho towe bareba, habura abaje bimwe bigayitse. Twarabakundaga turababura, ikibi cyanyu tuzacyusa, bana b'u Rwanda tuzahora iteka tubibuka. Intango y'ishyano yabaye urupfu, bene Rwanda bapfa bahagaze, gucura inkumbi biba nk'umurimo, abashakanye baratemana, abana bicwa n'abababyara, barapfushije abanyabwenge, imanzi zitariraga abandi, abasaza buje inama, n'ababakecuru b'impanuro, barapfuye n'abari mu nda. Twarabakundaga turababura, ikibi cyanyu tuzacyusa, bana b'u Rwanda tuzahora iteka tubibuka. Twarabuze abantu tubura ibintu, u Rwanda rwacu rusubira inyuma, y'amajyambere yarasenye, y'amashuri y'amavuriro, nta n'uwabivuga ngo abiheze, icyarushe nticyarutse, u Rwanda rwacu ruteze amaboko, ngo turugarure birashoboka. twarabakundaga turababura ikibi cyanyu tuzacyusa bana b'u Rwanda tuzahora iteka turibuka niba tuyobowe n'urukundo imfubyi zareka kwigunga imugana bakazi baseke abasizwe iheruheru bamenwe amaganya yimuke twizeye niba tuyobowe n'ubutwari umunyabyaha azareke guhaba atanga ikintu kuzabohora imitima u Rwanda rwongere guhebera twarabakundaga turababura ikibi cyanyu tuzacyusa bana b'u Rwanda tuzahora iteka turibuka bana b'u Rwanda tuzahora iteka turibuka bana b'u Rwanda tuzahora iteka turibuka bana b'u Rwanda tuzahora twibuka umunsi wanze kwira twibuka ijoro ryanze gutana ijosi ryibasiwe ritavugwa igihugu cyuzuye imiborogo ubwoko bwahindutse icyaha cye byari bitavugika umuntu arengwa n'ibyo areba nta murengeza abona n'umwe hirya bicanwa n'uwabahishe muhendahenda ngo mwicwe vuba twarabakundaga turababura ikibi cyanyu tuzacyusa bana b'u Rwanda tuzahora iteka turibuka mwarahizwe bimwe by'intware mwazize ubwoko mutanze akarere ishyaka cyangwa isura hari n'abaziraga umutungo u Rwanda rwacu rwaraguye abanyamahanga ubaruye bari baje bakangata n'intwaro nyinshi zitabaye nyamara mwaho tuwe bareba bahura baje rimwe bigayitse twarabakundaga turababura ikibi cyanyu tuzacyusa bana b'u Rwanda tuzahora iteka
Eka Rwanda wahozeho uri igihugu gitunganye, abana bawe bari batuje bakundanye bagabirana.
Ingoma zirahanguka, imizindi nazo zirahanguka, ariko ikinyejana cya 20 z'umwijima n'icuraburindi mu Rwanda, kuko cyabayemo jenoside yakorewe abatutsi benshi bakavutswa ubuzima, bari bafite imbaraga n'ubwenge bakagenda. Iyo turibuka tuba twongera kuzirikana ko igihugu cyacu tukirimo umwenda,
kizatezwa imbere n'amaboko y'abana bacu, twebwe dusigaye
dufite igihugu umwe dukomeye Banyarwanda, niyo mpamvu twibuka ariko hatirengagijwe kwiyubaka mu buryo bwose, imihanda yarasenywe, amashuri, amavuriro, insengero bicirwa b'inzirakarengane. Fashe Mana twibuke wari wowe watuzahuye, ukomeze kuduteza intambwe ifite intego, ikiruta byose womore imitima yakomeretse. Dore ko ari wowe muhumuriza w'ukuri, tubakwisunze.
bifitemo icyizere
Nyuma ya jenoside yakorewe abatutsi,
bateye intambwe igaragarira bose, amahanga aza kutwigiraho,
twongera kugirirwa icyizere, imiryango mpuzamahanga turayiyobora, ariko ibyo byose ntabwo bikuraho kwibuka amateka yacu hagamijwe kwiyubaka. Biruseho kuko ibyo byakabaye umukoro umwenegihugu wese ufite ku mutima, iterambere n'ubusugire bw'uwamubyaye. Iyo turibuka tuba twongera kusa ikivi cy'abacu twabuze, bagiye bagifite imbaraga.
nitwe bireba Abanyarwanda, nahanjye nawe ngo twibuke twiyubaka.
Kwibuka bikwiye kutubera inzira nyayo yo kwiyubaka, kuko intambwe ifite intego yatewe, tukaba tubona witugejeje, twifuza byinshi imbere ariko ibanga ryo kubigeraho ni ugutera intambwe ifite intego, twubaka igihugu buri munyarwanda yifuza, binyuze mu ntambwe zidasobana, uko abishyize hamwe Imana ibasanga, Imana yiteguye kuzamura ibendera
kumenya hari abaturage bitunze nta muturanyi w'inuba ubwiza nyaburanga busurwa kuki uburanga bwawe Gisenyi wa mutuzo wa murava kuki nka buriya byatokojwe amazina yahoze avuga ubufatanye akitwa bambariye gutsemba twibuke bya bihe byasaga ukwabyo umunsi nijoro nta kinyuranyo hirya no hino amaraso atemba imitima ikuka bakiri bazima kuba umututsi aragahinda Gisenyi wari usendereye umutuzo abawe wabuze turabunamiye twari tubakunze tuzaharanira ibuka abavandimwe n'ababyeyi inshuti n'abatumaraga irungu padiri ntagara na setako mukande adiriya we na niyonzima wishwe ubwoko ari nk'igicumuro kwibuka pasitori munyakarama wishwe arimbutse n'umuryango roza ugacukiro n'abana n'abaguye mu gikarane imana zabahoze umubabaro Bugemani Musa na Sebahungu abyera n'umugore we barishwe Kamanzi Mariko ajyana nabe Bwana Feza n'uwe muryango bose bamurwa bakunda Rwemarika n'abana be Jean Baptiste na Ernest n'abana babo Kwabaganahe n'abana be Nzamwita Inyansi bitaga Inshongore nawe yahotoranywe n'umuryango kwibuka Rora mwene Kayuku na Laurencia Wayitegeka kwibuka Gasasira n'umugore we Bucyana n'umwana we bajyanye na Solange wa Kamanzi twaramubuze twibuka Kankuyo n'abana Semucyo Gaudiyoza n'umuryango wa Gashego wapikijwe kimwe na Rwakazina wagiye na Yohani Nyemazi n'umugore we Itegera Inyasi n'umufasha we Karimunda Faustin we n'umuryango wazize ko yashatse mu Batutsi twibuka n'abaguye ku maduka no hafi y'umuhanda w'umuganda twibuka Nselme Fideli na Kambanda baguye kwa Banzi Werarisi Utikanga ntiyabashije kurama Sengimana apfana n'umuryango Tabaro Modeste yaragiye Regina wa Hamisi ntakiriho Abatutsi bahizwe bukware amanywa y'ihangu ntakivurira bicwa rubi barashungerwa basa n'abatanzwe na Rurema abishi bizihiwe n'ubugome twibuka babeshywe kurokoka ngo nibagane komine Ruje ari ukuberekeza irimbi ngo bishakira aho bahambwa habaho indimbire n'imitima nta kibabaza umutima cyane nko kudacirwa karurutega aho uganye hose usanga inabi abo mwasangiye baguhana abo wakwizeye bakagutema Gisenyi wari usendereye umutuzo
ukiriho sinigeze nigunga ukiriho sinigeze niheba ukiriho nararwaraga nkarwazwa ukiriho narabyaraga ngahembwa ukiriho naragendaga ngaherekezwa ukiriho iyo nariraga narahozwa ukiriho barakunyubahiraga ukiriho zimurinda mugabo wanjye
namwe inshuti z'u Rwanda nimumfashe twibuke jenoside yakorewe abatutsi muri 1994 twibuke twiyubaka
turafite intimba agahinda n'umubabaro kuko abacu bagiye twari tukibakeneye hari ibikorwa byinshi mwari mwatangiye twe turajwe ishinga no kusa ikivi cyanyu tuzahora tubibuka ababyeyi bacu tuzahora tubibuka bashiki bacu tuzahora tubibuka barumuna bacu tuzahora tubibuka tuzahora tubibuka mwari ku rugamba mwari wiziramba uruhuka amahoro ukwitanga kwanyu ubutwari bwanyu ntituzabyibagirwa
Rwanda abawe Rwanda ntibarangiranye gufata igihumbi kimwe magana cyenda mirongo icyenda Rwanda basigaye Abahutu n'Abatutsi n'Abatwa ngo twese turabona bageze kure bose igihe cy'abakuye mu Rwanda Rwanda baramuzongera
Hi, we're not just trying to be pretty here. We're having a little bit of technical difficulties. As soon as that's taken care of, we'll get the event going. But it's nice to see all of you and thank you for your patience. And we're not just trying to be on African time. We really are having some difficulties, so.
Genocide of the Tutsis in 1960.
Murakoze nagira ngo noneho dutangire igikorwa cyatuzanye uyu munsi nagira ngo ntangire mu izina ry'abateguye uno muhango uyu munsi bashimire kuba mwabishoboye mukagera hano. Ndagira ngo nakire abanyacyubahiro baje kwifatanya natwe baturutse mu mpande zitandukanye, abaje bavuye bahagarariye ambasaderi w'u Rwanda hano muri Amerika, tujya tubakire. Kugira ngo twakire nanone uhagarariye state ya Utah, Mike Mover, hamwe n'uhagarariye House Representative Angela Romero. Ndagira twakire abashyitsi bacu baje bavuye mu gihugu cy'u Rwanda, dufite abantu benshi baje baturutse ahantu hatandukanye. Ndagira kandi nanone twakira abavuye muri state zitandukanye n'abarimo baradukurikira bakurikije ikoranabuhanga. Turishimye.
We want to welcome each and every single one of you to the 28th commemoration of the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda. We are honored to have our distinguished guests. I will not repeat the names because my colleague just mentioned them here. Welcome. I want to start by expressing a sentiment. I don't know if you've ever been in a space where you find yourself overwhelmed with conflicting emotion, because we're here to remember the gruesome, rainy 1994 long days and nights where we lost our loved ones in the most gruesome of ways. But at the same time, I cannot help but be filled with joy and hope and appreciation when I look around and I remember that we're here. You know, it is true that when they buried us, they did not realize, I've heard this said before, that we were seeds that were going to pierce through that soil, that muddy, wet soil, and grow into beautiful flowers that would flourish into the most amazing fruits that would take this world by the storm and teach lessons of love and grace. So we thank you, we welcome you. And my colleague here, Andrea, and I will be your MCs throughout this day. And we would like to start this event by
Monica arakoze cyane, kugira ngo yavuze byinshi, ariko birashimishije, biranejeje kuba mu byo twaciyemo, kuba twararokotse. Uno munsi ni umunsi w'amateka, kubona abaresikape cyangwa se abantu barokotse jenoside kugira amahirwe yo guhurira hano, ni umunsi ukomeye cyane. Reka buri wese awishimire, tuganire, abatahirukanaga basuzanye, abataziranye bamenyane. Hanyuma rero uno munsi turaza kugira ibikorwa byinshi bibera hano, ariko kugira dutangire ibi byacu neza, abantu bamenyanye, tugiye gutangiza indirimbo y'igihugu cy'u Rwanda, hanyuma tuze kandi no kuririmba indirimbo y'igihugu y'Amerika, igihugu cyatwakiriye. Reka tuze gutangira rero duhere ku ndirimbo y'u Rwanda. Mu gihe ibyo ngibyo bikorwa, ndaza kubasaba kugira muhagarare tubikore duhagaze.
We're inviting you to join us in singing the national anthems for both, first for Rwanda and followed by the US, the country that's become home to us as well.
Baracyamo kudushakira abantu bafite amajwi meza, mwe mwihanganye mu kanya turatangira kwiririmba. Umwanya wo kuhaguruke, tumaze umwanya twicaye.
The anthems are going to be streaming on YouTube. Those who trust your voices, feel free to sing along as soon as it starts.
N'umugisha kuba dufite abahanzi bafite amajwi meza, baraza badufashe muri kino gikorwa. Ariko n'undi wese uyizi turaza kuririmbira hamwe.
Rwanda nziza gihugu cyacu, wuje imisozi ibiyaga n'ibirunga, ngo byiduhetse gahorane ishya. Reka tukurate tukuvuge ibigwi, tubumbiye hamwe twese abanyarwanda uko watubyaye. Berwa sugira singizwa iteka, horana Imana murage mwiza, ibyo tugukesha ntibishyikirwa. Umuco dusangiye uraturanga, ururimi rwacu rukaduhuza, ubwenge umutima amaboko yacu ntibibukungahaze bikwiye. Nukutera imbere ubutitsa, abakurambere b'intwari bitanze batizigama, baraguhanga uva mu bukombe, utsinda ubukoroni n'amatsi ibihugu byayogoje Afurika yose, none uraganje mu bwigenge. Tukomeye uko turi twese, komeza imihigo Rwanda dukunda, duhagurukiye kukwitangira, ngo amahoro asabe mu bagutuye. Wishyire wizane muri byose, urangwe n'ishyaka utere imbere, uhamye umubano n'amahanga yose, maze ijabo ryawe riguhe ijambo.
Murakoze cyane. Dusabe noneho n'abandi badufashe turirimba indirimbo y'igihugu y'Amerika.
See by the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming. His light strikes stars who prepare respite for the ramparts we work so gallantly stream. Through the night that our flag sailors that star-spangled
Murakoze cyane. Noneho ubu ngubu mwakwicara ni iby'agaciro kugira ibihugu kugira aho dukomoka no kuba nubwo twaba turi kure yaho ariko tuvuga ko dufite iwacu ariko tukunubaha n'igihugu cyatwakiriye.
Thank you. We are now going to take a moment to light a candle in oh, I'm sorry. Actually, before we do that, I would like to introduce a dear friend of Rwanda who will be joining us via video today to lead us in a prayer. And that is going to be Pastor Rick Warren, who is not only a pastor, an author, a global influencer, whose ministry encourages sanctuary of hope and healing worldwide. He, along with his wife, are the founders of the renowned Saddleback Church in Lake Forest, California. Pastor Warren, as a Rwandan, we are most grateful for your friendship to Rwanda and the Peace Plan Initiative, which inspired Rwanda to become the purpose-driven nation that it is today and continues to become. Pastor Warren, we welcome you and thank you for joining us.
Hello, everybody. I'm Pastor Rick Warren, the founding pastor of Saddleback Church here in California, and I'm the author of The Purpose-Driven Life. But most important of all, as we commemorate Ibuka 28, I'm a friend of Rwanda and all Rwandans. I've traveled and I've served in Rwanda maybe 50 times since President Kagame invited me about 20 years ago. I consider myself a Rwandan, and my Rwanda passport proves it. So it is an honor to be asked to speak to you at this global commemoration of Ibuka 28 as we remember the genocide of the Tutsis in 1994. Now, I want to thank you personally for being a part of this commemoration, no matter where you are in the world. I honor you for honoring those who lost their lives in the genocide against the Tutsi in 1994. Now, since we are intentionally remembering a very tragic and very horrific event with Ibuka 28, I want to share with you 12 things that I've learned about grief. Okay? 12 things I've learned about grief. As a Christian minister for 53 years, and as a pastor of Saddleback Church for 43 years, I've had to comfort tens of thousands of grieving people all around the world who have experienced every kind of imaginable loss that you could think of. And in all of those experiences where I've had to comfort people who were grieving, I have written down the lessons that I learned about grief. the author of evil. God cannot do evil, and God is not a masochist, and yet there is evil in the world. Let me give you two verses from the Bible that talk about this. Lamentations 3:33 says this: God does not enjoy hurting people or causing them sorrow. So that's what God says. God does not enjoy hurting people or causing them sorrow. So when you see people being hurt and in sorrow, it's not God doing that. Proverbs 19 verse 3 says this: people ruin themselves by their own stupid actions, and then they blame the Lord. So don't blame other people for the evil of, don't blame God for the evil of other people. This is why Jesus told us to pray the Lord's Prayer. And in the Lord's Prayer, he says we are to pray, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Why does God ask us to pray the will of God be done on earth as it is in heaven? Because it's never done. It's rarely done. In heaven, God's will is done completely. God's will is done consistently in heaven. God's will is done joyfully. God's will is done all the time. And God's will is done perfectly in heaven. None of that is true on earth. On earth, when God's will is done, it's done partially, it's done inconsistently, it's done often with mixed motives and bad attitudes, and it's done rarely. Most of the time, God's will is not being done in people's lives. God has a will for your life, the devil has a will for your life, and you have your own will, and you're choosing God's will or not every moment. So don't blame God for the evil of other people. Well, what was God doing? Somebody asked me one time, what was God doing when my son died? And I said, the same place and same thing he was doing when his son died. He was grieving. God was weeping when Jesus Christ hung on the cross. Now, God could control everything in the world and make there be no evil and no sin in the world. He could get rid of it, just turn us all into puppets and take away our freedom to choose. Your freedom to choose and my freedom to choose is our greatest gift. It's also our greatest condemnation, because I often choose the wrong thing, and so do you. And I hurt myself and I hurt others, sometimes intentionally, sometimes unintentionally. So God could easily get rid of all evil, get rid of freedom of choice, but then we wouldn't be human. God wanted us to choose to love him. And if we choose to love him, it's not love if you're forced to love. So a lot of people choose to not love God, to not obey God, to not do God's will. So let's don't blame other people. Number 12, when you grieve, you're going to be surprised by who shows up in your life and who doesn't. You'll find that some people you thought were really close friends weren't really friends at all. Some people that you didn't expect to comfort you will show up, and other people that you did expect to stand with you didn't show up. You're going to have to forgive them too. You're going to have to forgive the people in your life who you thought were friends who ignore your pain or treat it lightly and dismiss your grief. But you have to forgive them. Why? Because bitterness will poison your soul. Grief will not poison your soul. Grief's a good thing. It's how we get through the transitions of life. But bitterness will poison your soul. So there will be people you're going to have to forgive because they don't remember, they don't commemorate, they don't care about what happened in 1994. But as we commemorate the genocide of the Tutsi in Ibuka 28, I just want you to know that Rick and Kay Warren and all of Saddleback Church members, including over 3,000 Saddleback members who have traveled and served in Rwanda, over 3,000 from this one church, along with all the other purpose-driven churches in the purpose-driven network, we stand with you to honor the sacrifices and remember the lives that were lost in the genocide of 1994. We love you, and we are with you, and we pray for you. And anytime you're here in Southern California, please come and visit your brothers and sisters at Saddleback Church. God bless you.
Pastor Rick arakoze cyane ku butumwa bwiza tugejejeho. badusobanurira agaciro ko kwibuka amarangamutima azanwa nabyo, ko atari ikibazo kuba wabara ukerekana amarangamutima ufite, guseka se cyangwa se uko wabyitwaramo byose. Arongera twibutsa yuko aricyo kidutandukanya no kuba inyamaswa. Amafi ntabwo ashobora kugira amarangamutima ngo yerekane, nicyo kitugira abantu. Avuga uburyo ibyo twaciyemo rero tudashobora kubyirengagiza, ariko nanone tugomba kumenya kubana nabyo, tukamenya ko ubuzima bugomba gukomeza. Atanga urugero ku buzima bwe bwite, uburyo yapfushije umwana we, ariko uko byamukozeho, uburyo azi ko kubura abawe bishobora kubabaza umuntu. Anatanga ko dukwiye gufashanya, tukaba hafi y'abababaye, tukaba hafi, tukavuga makeya, tukagerageza kubumva, kuko nicyo kintu ushobora gukorera umuntu wabuze uwe. Hari igihe bura amagambo wakoresha umwihanganisha, ariko kuba uhari gusa avuga ko hari ikintu cyiza kiba gikenewe mu gihe umuntu arimo kwibuka abiwe babuze. Reka rero turebe ukuntu twasenga, tongera tubasabe muhagurukeho gakeya, dukore isengesho, ibintu byacu n'umuco wacu tubiragize Imana, hanyuma dukomeze umuhango uyu munsi.
It may not have been the traditional way of praying, so we're gonna find a way to say a prayer, but I do think that Pastor Rick Warren did an amazing job setting the tone for today's event by reminding us why we remember the importance of prayer and forgiveness.
Let's bow our heads and pray. Heavenly Father, thank you so much for being with us, and thank you for your presence, and thank you for protecting every single individual who made it here today. We push you and inviting you in this presence. We want you to be with us as we're going to be mourning and remembering our beloved one who died during the genocide in 1994. May you bless every soul who is here today. May you be among us, and may you comfort those who are mourning right now. In the name of Jesus we pray, amen. Noneho twakwicara, ngira ngo ni umuco mwiza kuko dukunda Imana no kuragiza ibintu byacu Imana birafasha. Reka noneho no mwanya duhamagare Padiri Rome aza dufashe mu muhango w'urumuri, anatubwire uburyo tubikoramo. Urumuri ni ikintu gikomeye cyane, byerekana ko dufite aho tuva naho twerekeza, byerekana yuko icuraburindi ryarangiye, ariko ntavuze byinshi nagira ngo twakire Padiri Rome aza dufashe mu muhango ukurikiyeho. Murakoze.
Pastor Romain is going to be helping us with the lighting of the candle and explaining why we do light a candle.
And before we do that, after the beautiful message of Pastor Warren, the beautiful prayer by Landry, I would love to invite you to please stand for a minute of silence. Please stand for a minute of silence. Please be seated. Please be seated. Thank you. When I was young, there was a song that many Rwandans, especially those of certain age like me, we recognize. I don't have the voice of Bonhomme or Munyanshoza, but I will try to sing how it went, how it goes. Ijoro ni ryiza nyabusa, ukwezi kurabengerana, inyenyeri zirashashagira, ayo n'amaso y'abamarayika. I remember us kids going to our grandmother Rose one time after in the evening, we were singing that song. And we were trying to challenge her. For those who do not understand Kinyarwanda, the song goes like, the night is beautiful when the moon and the stars are shining, and those are eyes of angels. The moon and the stars are the eyes of angels. So as kids, we went to our grandmother and asked, what do they mean that those are eyes of angels? Grandmother cleared her throat and said, so you are telling me that you do not know those stars are eyes of angels? Do you think they're just stars for you? Those are not just the stars. They are the eyes of angels. And each one of you has two of your own up there, watching over you, protecting you. When evening comes, they come out to cheer you up when you behaved, she said. Do you see those big ones, those up close? They are those proud of some of you who did well today listening. And the very small ones, she said, are for those who were not so good. She added, but most of all, they are there to watch over you, to protect you, and to let you know that you are never alone. We left that evening feeling protected and safe, and the shining stars protecting us and challenging us to be good to grandma and to each other. After that evening, we spent many nights with grandmother, decorating us with stars for each of our little accomplishments, or shaming us for the tiny and shy stars because our angels were not proud of whatever grandma didn't approve. A few years later, grandmother died. When her death was announced, neighbors started coming to pay her tribute and offer condolences. That evening, us children were not joining the grown-ups. We went on the side, but we looked up and we saw those stars shining brightly. On the side, there was that big fire that was lit, and it kept burning every evening, even after her burial. People gathered together around that fire and reflected on her life and their lives in general, and the meaning of her legacy, and the way they are going to grieve her. But most importantly, what will they learn from her life? In the midst of sorrow, gathering around that fire was bringing comfort and consolation to our family. That type of fire was and is still a rich symbol and aspects of our culture around loss and death. It is meant to enable the ritual of remembrance to be perpetuated, and the warmth of that fire lit each evening with neighbors and friends around, it is meant to ease the pain of loss and fill one with comfort. Keeping that fire, igicaniro, igishito, hearth, name it, is a big, that big fire burning remembrance of lost loved ones signified that the memory still lives on and burns brightly. It is a ritual that promotes reflection on the life and legacy of the ones we lost. And it is our way of remembering those we love with the fire that melts, warmth, brightening, strength, and also the hearth itself that brings people together. We are gathered here to light a candle in the place of a big fire, and for the sake of convenience, we will light a candle and candles. But the meaning is quite the same. Candles have long been used with many cultures as a symbolic way to remember those past. I read somewhere that in Judaism, during the observing of Yahrzeit on the evening of death anniversary, there is a lighting of symbolic candles. The family members get together and reflect on the memory of the deceased and share stories about them. And this takes place yearly for the rest of the surviving family's life. During that evening, it is appropriate to give tzedakah, a charitable giving in memory of the deceased to support the surviving members of the family. Tzedakah is more than a ritual token. It is a way of saying that in addition to remembering, in addition to praying, we actively pursue acts of goodness and justice in memory of our loved ones by making the world a better place with them in mind. And the way of doing our tzedakah, of remembering the loved ones with holding that candle, is us making the trips to come here to light a candle of candles. The candles we lit today are for us a great way to celebrate the lives of our loved ones we lost during the genocide against the Tutsi 20 years ago. With these candles, we are celebrating the lives of loved ones, but we are also to reflect on our own lives, on our own memories. What does surviving the genocide against the Tutsi mean to us? What does it mean to our children? What lessons have we learned? What is our purpose in life after the genocide against the Tutsi? And what legacy should we hold dear to keep our loved ones alive? We light candles as a sign of gratitude and thanksgiving. Jean Bosco reminded us last night of the gratitude during the remembrance. Gratitude and thanksgiving for all the sacrifices they offered for us in so many years since the 50s, when they started the suffering for being Tutsi, trying all their best to shield us against bigotry. We will light this candle as a pledge of promising them that their sacrifices were not in vain. Though their wisdom and wit, through their wisdom and wit, we grew up in a loving environment, and we want to show them, as this fire burns, that we grew strong. We light this candle and other candles to show them that the flame of love they held high for us couldn't be extinguished by hate, that it is burning brightly beyond our villages and towns across the oceans. We light candles as a way of telling them, you will live forever because we live. We survived to salute and chant your bravely and to keep your memory alive. May the flame of the candles we light reach where they have reached and convey our message that they are our stars brightening our skies. And may we continue to inspire, may they continue to inspire us to be better, stronger, and may they always feel our love and gratitude in our hearts, because we live, dear parents, grandparents, friends and neighbors, or Tutsis who were killed during the genocide. Because we live, you live, and you will be forever in the memories of our hearts. We want to share with you good news. We have stars brightening your space from us on every place you left behind. Those stars are not up in the skies. They are your angels. Dear loved ones, twashibutse amashami. And I want to invite those stars to come join me as we light this candle. The children who did not know the genocide, but are part of it. We are proud to introduce to you, dear loved ones, our children, your angels, who will keep your light shining brightly.
I am lighting this candle in memory of children killed in genocide against Tutsi 28 years ago. They were full of dreams for their bright future, just like me. Dear angels, ever though your lives were cut short, you left your parents, siblings, and extended families with beautiful memories that will always be cherished and treasured. You may be out of our sight, we may be worlds apart, but you are always in our hearts forever, and our love for you is more than just memory. Tuzahora twibuka.
Hi, my name is Enzo, and I'm a son of a genocide survivor. It hits me hard, but it gives me hope. It hits me hard every time I remember that I never got a chance to see my grandmother, my aunts, uncles, and my extended family killed in the genocide against the Tutsi. It hits me so hard and makes me wonder why my family suffered to death, and imagining their pain and all they went through is a nightmare. It hits me hard every time that I remember that our beloved ones never got a chance to see their daughters or sons growing up, their brothers and sisters graduating from college, or even getting married and form families. It hits me way harder to imagine that my mom grew up without her mom to spoil her like she does for me and my brother. But seeing her resiliency gives me hope and strength to carry on my family's legacy.
It gives me hope and makes me proud to know that my beloved country, Rwanda, and its people that were long time marginalized and treated as cockroaches and snakes can say out loud, genocide never again. So let love conquer hatred, and let fighting for peace and justice be everyone's goal. Let genocide never again be a reality, not just a slogan. And from the bottom of my heart, I want to thank everyone here and every single survivor for surviving. Thank you, genocide never again.
Sometimes I wonder why my beloved country, Rwanda, went through genocide. Sometimes I wonder what our families did to deserve too much pain, hunger, thirst, and even death. Sometimes I wonder what would happen if the international community intervened to stop killing plants. Sometimes I wonder what our family life would be like having all our beloved ones we lost in it, and make me say out loud, genocide never again.
Sometimes I dream about a world without violence. Sometimes I dream about a world with no matches, clubs, fire guns, bombs, and hate's propaganda. Sometimes I dream about a world where people can simply love and understand each other. Sometimes I dream about a world where children can be safe and grow without fear and anger. Sometimes I dream about a world where the cause of death is only natural. Sometimes I dream about a world of peace and no more genocide, and make me say out loud, genocide never again.
Those beautiful messages for these children are also meant to console and to address a message of to our beloved ones, and they're going to continue with a song that of a message they want to give.
Thank you, Father. You just heard the beautiful voices of that fruit that I was talking about a moment ago as they grieve for those aunts and uncles that they will never meet, the grandma that will not be here to spoil them, the grandfather that won't be able to tell them stories of how things used to be long before they were here. but they are also our hope and our future. Thank you. So before we continue, we wanted to kind of go over just like the logistics for those who do not know. Should you need to use the restroom at any point, straight through the doors to your left at the end of the hallway are the restrooms. If you want to access the agenda for today, if you go on ibukausa.org, there will be an agenda there. Feel free to log in. There is Wi-Fi in this room, and the password is Rwanda22. That way you're able to connect.
Mugenzi wanjye arakoze cyane, twagira tubibutse biri bubere hano n'ukundi gukurikirana. Uyu munsi waza kuba ari muremure, dufite porogaramu ndende. Ushobora kuza gukenera gukoresha ubwiherero buri usohokeye muri uriya muryango ugakata ibumoso ukomeza ukagenda uraza kuhabona. Hanyuma kandi kubasha gukoresha internet yanditse hano ni Sheraton meeting, hanyuma password ni Rwanda 22. Ndagira ngo rero n'umwanya ukurikiyeho dutumire perezida wa Ibuka muri Amerika aza tugezeho message yatugeneye uyu munsi.
Jason Ishimie is the president of Ibuka, as my friend just mentioned, and that is one of the branches of the organization, because it's a worldwide organization. I would like to welcome him to the stage so that he can give us some remarks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Your Excellency, Manzi Lawrence, Defense Counselor at Rwanda Embassy in USA. Michael Moore, the Senior Advisor to Utah Governor. Angela Romero, Utah State Representative. Mr. Richard Horn, President of Ibuka Rwanda, Mr. Ejide Nkuranga. Mr. Jean Bosco Rutagengwa, who was the first president of Ibuka in Rwanda. Freddie Mutangana, Executive Director of AGS Trust. Mr. Carol Wilkins. Karen Jangbrad. Dr. Gatsins Basaningenzi. Dr. Zachary Hoffman. Dr. Karen Bronk Fromming. Dr. Stephanie Orphy. Rona Purian Mirror. Dr. Stephen Smith. Esther Mujawayo. The whole entire delegation from Rwanda that is with us today. We thank you. Also, I want to thank all the survivors and the Utah community to host us today. Friends of Rwanda, everybody who are following us, even online, thank you for your support. Particularly, I want to thank the state of Utah. And I want to do that because that's why we choose here. And some people, they ask, why did you do your first reunion in Utah? Because you are very special to survivors. We thank you from the bottom of our heart for recognizing April 7th as a day to commemorate and remember the innocent Tutsis who were killed in the 1994 genocide against Tutsi. And that's why we came here today. And we choose to come to your state, all survivors. In 1931, that's when the idea to divide people was implemented by the Belgium. They started measuring people's nose and their eyes, and ideology started since then. In those process, it grew slowly, and they made it as a permanent identification. People were not allowed to switch from group to group. That was 91 years ago. And the fruits of that moment is over 1 million innocent Tutsis that were killed in 1994. I want to go a little bit faster and talk about 1959, when genocide against Tutsi started. Innocent Tutsis were killed 1959, 1960s, 1963, on Christmas Day. About 20,000 Tutsis were killed. It went on and on and on. Almost every year, it was nonstop. This evil act, it happened in our eyes. I saw the division. I saw the process in 1980s. We witnessed this long process. Most of us, we know about 10 stages of genocide. And that's what I was trying to talk about. In 1994, when the genocide against Tutsis was in the 9th stage, and extermination of the whole group. We saw that, we witnessed it, and this same thing we did, most of us here, especially those who were not in Rwanda, they crossed the eyes and did nothing. And today we see the 10th stage of genocide, which is the genocide denier, happening in our eyes again. We witness it the way we witnessed all those 9 stages. And what do we choose to do? Do we silence again? Do we wait to lose innocent people? And some people give conflicting information. Some they talk about 800,000 innocent Tutsis. Some they talk about other information that are confusing, and purposely they denied genocide, knowing. And going back, it is our responsibility to tell the truth. And that's what we, the survivors, are doing, is to tell the truth for what we saw and how we survive. But we can't let people tell our story. And in this genocide denier stage we are in today, we saw it in the movies, we saw it in this and that. It is every single person's responsibility to tell what they know without mixing wrong and right. And I can't end without say thank you to the RPF that made us survive. If it was not RPF that day, that time, was maybe no survivors in this room. We're all going to be gone. Thank you to the President Kagame, who led the RPF during that time, and they sacrificed their own life to survive me and you. When those forces that were there to supposed to protect people were the ones that were killing people, innocent people, just because the shape of your nose? Really? So it is very emotional to talk after the kids, what they say. Today is a very emotional day. And I want to say thank you to every single person here. Thank you for your support. And we, the survivors of 1994 genocide against Tutsi, we are here to support our community, to help build a better, peaceful world. Because we know what hatred and division and the genocide ideology did to us. And we don't want this to happen to anybody else in the world. Never again. Rwanda decided and has chosen to remember, renew, and unite. Now is the first peaceful country in Africa. Welcome, come and visit and saw those memorial sites where the evidences are. Because someone who wrote or who are trying to tell the story, they even never seen the evidence. So they are telling basically what they haven't seen or what they don't know. So we invite you to come and see the evidence and tell our story when you know and when you would or you saw it. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for your support on our daily life. We have We are here for today and tomorrow, but please don't let this 10th stage go on and on without doing nothing like we did in 1994. Thank you so much.
I want to take this time to thank Jason Shime, as he's the first president of Ibuka here in the United States. As most of you might know, it's a really new organization, but to see what he has been and his team able to accomplish in the last 2 years is very remarkable, and we cannot deny that. I thank you for the work you're doing and the team behind. Going forward, I also like the way he just mentioned the progress the country has made in the last 28 years. For instance, back in 1980s, even to close to come in Kigali, the capital city, sometimes Tutsis, they were asked to present some travel documents. You will be required to show like a special travel document to go to the capital city. But looking at this room full of survivors, not only we can travel everywhere in the country, we are allowed to go even out of states and go in the countries like America, and this has become our country. So it's very grateful and one thing to be grateful for. Also, without taking so long, let me introduce the next speaker on stage, Dr. Gatsins Vasaninyenzi. Dr. Vasaninyenzi holds a PhD in English from University of Iowa. He's currently an associate professor of English at Alabama A&M University, where he has taught African American literature for over 20 years. Please come on the stage. We can't wait to hear from you and the knowledge you have. It's your time right now. As he's coming, like if you remember, Pastor Warren has said we are allowed to show our emotions. If you're feeling like you're enjoying this, smile. You can clap your hands. It's all allowed. Thank you.
I would like to begin by thanking the Ibuka USA leadership for inviting me to be part of this event. I have been asked to talk about the aspects of the history of the genocide against the Tutsi, and I've been given 10 minutes, so I'll go straight to the point. I have had many opportunities to deepen my understanding about genocides, the Holocaust and the genocide against the Tutsi. In 2008, I attended a month-long seminar on the teaching of the Holocaust in New York City. In 2010, I got another opportunity to go to Israel to attend a seminar at the Yad Vashem Museum. And then 2 years later, I had another opportunity to go to Poland, was with a group of teachers who visited the Poland's concentration and extermination camps. And I want to acknowledge the organizations that funded all these opportunities: the Olga Lengo Institute for Holocaust Studies and Human Rights, the Echoes and Reflections Curriculum Program, which has a partnership with the USC Shoah Foundation and the Yad Vashem. Why am I mentioning this? Because if you ask me one single lesson that I got from those opportunities and to share that with you, I would tell you this. No genocide happens in a vacuum. All genocides have a history. Jason Shime that did some of my work. I appreciate that. He talked about the 10 stages of the history that leads to the genocide. In other literatures, they call that the pyramid of hate. In the case of the genocide against the Tutsi, the history begins with the colonial racialization of the Hutu, the Tutsi, and the Twa. And this began even before 1984-85 at the Berlin Conference. In East Africa, before 1984, there were travelers, Richard Burton and John Speake, who were there to look for the source of the Nile, and they wrote about their accounts. We call that kind of literature travelogue. And in 2008, early 2000 actually, I read the books, studied them, and wrote a book chapter which I titled the colonial travelogue and the invention of the Hima race. Why did I use the phrase, the invention of the Hima race? Because the concept of race, as it was known in Europe, was unknown in that region. Jan van Sina tells us that, and this is common knowledge actually for old people, that Hutu, the word Hutu designated people whose occupation was agriculture. The word Tutsi designated those whose occupation was raising cattle. And the word Twa was for those whose occupation was hunting and foraging. And then when Burton and Speake came to East Africa, they studied the people there. The two groups they studied were the Hima and the Wamrima. And I'm going to quote their description. The Hima, Burton wrote, have heads that are of a superior caste. The regions where the reflective faculties and moral sentiments are placed rise high. The nose is more of the Caucasian type. Ishimwe talked about, Jason talked about the nose. And then the Wamrima, who are agriculturalists, he said they have noses that are flat, their features are coarse and harsh, and they appear to be unfitted by nature for intellectual labor. Now, they theorized that the Hima and the Tutsi must have come from somewhere else. Their superiority is due to their having come from another region, their supposed superiority, I should say, Ethiopia. Now, this migration theory was actually used during the campaign to exterminate Tutsi. Fast forward to 22 November 1992, in a speech to a large crowd, the then Governor Leon Gesera said, quote, I am telling you that your home is in Ethiopia, that we are going to send you back there quickly by the Nyabarongo River. And of course, we have those horrific scenes of floating bodies on the Nyabarongo. The prophecy had come to be fulfilled. 1984-85, the Berlin Conference. Germany becomes the colonizer. After the First World War, the Belgians take control. Obviously, they must have read what had been written about the races in Africa. And they actually had a ministry, Ministère des Colonies. And let me read some of the descriptions of Hutus and Tutsis and Twa in the documents at the Ministère des Colonies in Belgium. The Hutu, the Tutsis, the documents said, are gifted with a vivacious intelligence, have a refinement of feelings, which is rare among primitive people. They are natural leaders and they are of extreme control, end quote. The Hutus are described as, quote, short and thick set, with a big head, jovial expression, a wide nose, and enormous lips, and are less intelligent, more simple, and more spontaneous. This was actually a reproduction of the racism that was happening in the West. And then the Twa, the Mutwa has caught a monkey-like face and a huge nose, and is quite similar to the apes he chases in the forest. This was in the colonial documents. Now, Jason mentioned the 1931 date, the issuing of identity cards, but there was also a census which determined, that's the wrong word really, which decided that Tutsis were 14% of the population, Hutus were 84%, and that the Twa constituted 1%. And they started a policy of discrimination. The governor then, Georges Mortehan, the Belgian administrator, wrote a letter to Monsignor Claes asking him advice on how Rwanda should be governed. The Monsignor, that's a bishop, that's a French for Monsignor évêque, Monsignor bishop, and he wrote, if we take a practical point of view and consider the interest of the country, with the Tutsi youth, we have an incomparable element of progress. They are born chiefs, they have the sense of commanding. And so Mortehan removed all the Hutu chiefs. And they built a school, especially for the Tutsi youth. And let me give you the stats that are produced in one of the books by René Lemarchand. The school was Groupe Scolaire d'Astrida, current present-day Huye. Let me just give you the stats to show the policy of discrimination that was in effect then. 1932, the school had 42 students who identified, 45 students who identified as Tutsi and 9 who identified as Hutu. 1945, 46 are Tutsi, 3 are Hutu. 54, 63 are Tutsi, 6 are Hutu. 59, now the trend has started to change and you'll understand why. The school had 279 Tutsi and 143 Hutu students. Then the Tutsi elite does something unthinkable for the Belgian administration. The king and the Tutsi elite ask for independence. We favored you, we put you in these high positions, and you want to kick us out? And the tide turned. The governor, the former governor, Jean-Paul Harot, the Belgian governor, later wrote, the Tutsi wanted independence when they were trying to get it as quickly as possible by sabotaging Belgian actions. The administration was forced to toughen its attitude when faced with such obstruction and hostility among coming from chiefs and sub-chiefs with whom we had collaborated for many years. Under the mentorship of one of the bishop, André Perrodet, Grégoire Kayibanda is groomed to be the revolutionary, the Hutu revolutionary. And he drafts the Hutu manifesto, very, very racist manifesto. And he wrote in the manifesto, we are opposed vigorously to the separation of the official or private identity papers of the mention of Muhutu, Mututsi, and Mutwa. And then, of course, there were pogroms Jason talked about. That's part of the pyramid of hate, violence against the marginalized people. But the date that I want to talk about is 1962, independence. That was an opportunity to reverse everything that the colonial administration had done. In school, one of the things we teach, we want our students to be critical thinkers. Why do we have identity cards? Why are Tutsis supposedly 14%? Why do we have all this? That was an opportunity, but they continued the policy and they even made discrimination an official policy. They set up of quotas. If you read any, not any, but if you read survivors' memoirs of people who went to school during that time, they were often asked to rise to, so that the quota is, they make sure that the quota is followed. No more than 14%. The Tutsi cannot go in the army. And then, and of course, we have instruments of campaign to exterminate the Tutsi. We have Kangura, which has the 10 commandments. Let me, just to end, let me read some of the commandments. By the way, I teach language, so commandments gives it an aura of sacredness. These are 10 commandments, like they're in the Bible. Commandment number 1, any Hutu is a traitor who acquires a Tutsi wife. Commandment 4, all Hutu must know that all Tutsis are dishonest in business. Commandment 8, Hutus must stop taking pity on the Tutsi. And of course, we know of the radio, television, Mille Collines. One of the things that they were broadcasting was, in truth, all the Tutsis will perish. They will vanish from this country. They are disappearing little by little, thanks to the weapons hitting them, also because they are being killed like rats. I think I've taken more than 10 minutes. If there is one lesson you should take from this, is that during the process leading to genocide, at any stage, it can be halted. It can be stopped. I cannot end without talking about, I'm not going to talk about mid-term, the Ndumina Rwanda program, the suppression of identity cards in Rwanda, because that is reversing everything that was that led to the genocide against the Tutsi. Thank you very much.
baje kubasuhuza nishimira uyu mwanya mbonye kugira ngo dufatanye mu ndirimbo yanjye yitwa ntibizongere kubaho, maze twese tujyane mu njyana twibuke ababyeyi, inshuti n'abavandimwe bazize jenoside yakorewe abatutsi. Murakoze.
Umunsi avuka yaje ameze nk'abandi, yasoromye inkeri yariye imifumba, ajya kuwa mukuru yabajije umubyeyi igituma papa we atamuzi atamubona. Umubyeyi atuje yamujyanye mu cyumba, amubwira ko se yakubiswa agahwera, nyamara uwamwishe atigeze anabiryozwa. Yumva ikigatura gikebanyije ubwenge, yongeye kubaza umubyeyi wamureze, abona amushengura ahitamo kumureka. Nyuma gusobanukirwa ntibyatinze, kuko inshuro nyinshi yahizwe bukware. Mu w'94 byose bijya guturika, ubwo imyitozo yabanje ubwo bwose yashyizwe ahagaragara, u Rwanda rukazima. Yibaza niba yaragomeye Imana. Nzahora nzirikana abana b'u Rwanda batsembwe bazira uko Imana ibahaye. Nzaharanira ko bitongera kubaho. Imbarutso urwitwazo rwabaye indege, yahiriye i Kigali ku Kibuye baricwa, biba gutamaza umugambi wa kera. Igihugu cyose gicura imiborogo, barumuna be n'abakuru be nta n'umwe, n'aka gakecuru kishwe by'urubozo. Yayobewe n'aho umurambo wapfuritswe, agarutse ari ingabire y'u Rwanda. Akayira nk'aka kanditswe n'amagorwa, ni kamwe ku benshi banyuranyije amage, kibutsa abacu twabuze tubakunda. Dusabire ihirwe rurema itabima, turibuka mwebwe mwizeraga Imana, mugana urusengero musaba kurokoka. Barabasanga bishi barabatikiza, habaho ibirengo ruvugiro bagenzi. Nzahora nzirikana abana b'u Rwanda batsembwe bazira uko Imana ibahaye. Nzaharanira ko bitongera kubaho. Mwasaranganyije inzira muhunga, umwe ajya mu gihuru ibisura atakibyumva, undi mu nzitane z'amahwa y'imishuri. Nyamara ubuzima bubacika mureba, mwebwe mwahisemo gutinza ababica, muhitamo intambara ku buryo mushoboye. Mukoresha amabuye murwanya amasasu, abatwara ubuzima mugenda gitware. Wowe muri parafo warambye w'iminsi, wo ku rusenge bamumanuye atabona. Murumuna wanyu yihishaga mu rwina, umuryango wose urazima muragenda. Nibuka imodoka yazanye nyakubyara, ayiha umugore n'abana ngo arebe. Yatera kabiri imodoka baratwika, ubibenge ujya ahagaragara barakwica. Nzahora nzirikana abana b'u Rwanda batsembwe bazira uko Imana ibahaye. Nzaharanira ko bitongera kubaho. bagumya kukunyaga bagushuka kukureka ugumya kwizera sakindi iratinda wagiye uganira n'abajya kukuroha imyaka ni myinshi ishize turabababaye inkumi ibihumbi tuzibuka iteka aho muri tuzi ko Imana ihatuje tubasezeranije kutazaba ibigwari aho muri tuzi ko Imana ihatuje tubasezeranije kutazaba ibigwari aho muri tuzi ko Imana ihatuje tubasezeranije kutazaba ibigwari aho muri tuzi ko Imana ihatuje tubasezeranije kutazaba ibigwari aho muri tuzi ko Imana ihatuje tubasezeranije kutazaba ibigwari.
Thank you. That was a song that talked about our commitment to remembering those whom we lost, and for no other reason, but simply because of the way God had created them. And that was Munyashoza, an artist that flew in from Rwanda, who has a way of taking those emotions that we all feel but do not know how to express and put them in beautiful songs. Thank you. I want to take this moment to speak of a courageous man, one of our guests here today, Mr. Carl Wilkins, who is an American Christian missionary and humanitarian worker. He is the founder of the World Outside My Shoes. It's a nonprofit educational and professional development organization that is committed to inspiring and equipping people to enter the world of the other. Mr. Wilkins and his young family were living in Rwanda when the genocide began in 1994. And as thousands of expatriates evacuated and the United Nations pulled out its troops, Mr. Wilkins refused to leave, even when he was urged to do so by his friends, the church, and the United States government. Instead, he ventured out into the streets each day, cracking through mortars and gunfire. He worked his way through roadblocks of angry, blood-stained soldiers and civilians armed with machetes and assault rifles in order to bring food, water, and medicine to groups of orphans trapped around the city of Kigali. Mr. Wilkins, the brave choice you made in the darkest times is a testament to human decency. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you, Monica, very much. Thanks to each one of you who's here today. You're my favorite group to talk to and the hardest group. Look at me already, huh? Monica's given us permission, as has Landry. Thank you for that. You're a wonderful group to talk to because you get it. I talk to so many people who you try hard to explain what it was like. You use words, roadblocks and soldiers and things of that nature, but to have been there. And then I really loved, Monica, when you talked about the beauty with these mixed emotions, the grief and the loss and the unimaginable horror. And then what nobody expected, the incredible beauty. I remember probably 10 years ago telling students, one day, Rwanda will be known for so much more than genocide. It'll be known for forgiveness. It'll be known for resilience. It'll be known for peace. And those days are here. Everybody who goes that I know of and that I've been able to take and stuff are just those, they come away feeling better than when they got there. Not necessarily happier, because there's no comparison when you go to the Kigali Genocide Memorial and you hear those stories. And oh my goodness, the young people today who shared with us, thank you guys so much. You know, we struggle to know, how do we communicate to the next generation? And you were just very eloquent in the words that you shared with us. When you recognize that you're growing up, yeah, I need a whole box, thank you. When you recognize that you're growing up with the privilege of being spoiled by your mom that your mom didn't have, that's powerful. It's not in the number of words, it's where the words come from. And so we thank you too for you young people in your part today. And each one of you, the music has this way of healing us, kind of like tears and stories. And we're going to hear some stories today too that will just be, every time I come to a commemoration and I hear the stories, the brutal, raw facts of what happened, I come away thinking, I'm not doing this story justice as I share it with students. And how can you do justice? I start out, did my pictures, our pictures going to be able to come up, I think there? Yeah. Are they more online than on the screens? Is that, if that's the way we're rolling, then okay. Oh no, there we go. This last week I was in Buffalo. I was speaking at schools in and around Buffalo, planned long before the massacre that happened 2 weeks ago today. Speaking with the students and telling them stories of Rwanda, and of course, not just about 1994, but about Rwanda today. You know, and this is actually outdated. You know that, huh? The smartphone factory, that's years ago, huh? You've been delivering stuff by drones, but for so many people, they're just blown away by these small things. But I tell them, as much as I appreciate the initiative and the ingenuity and the entrepreneurship in the business sector and stuff, it's in how we get along with each other. And I choose to look at equality, and actually gender equality, women, actually that's a conservative one. Some list them among the top 5 in the country. I went conservative on that, but I always want to start with Rwanda's story as something more. Rwanda is so much more than genocide, and yet we're here today to remember and to unite and to renew. And so I'm going to share a little bit of my story. I do my best to explain to students, and I want to say to you especially, anything I say today, I'm not trying to prescribe anything for anybody. It's like each of us, we're describing our story and the journey we've been through. And I think there's so many people out there trying to tell us how to do this. Oh my goodness, I remember right after the genocide, the people already right away starting to talk about reconciliation before they had a clue of the harm. And I don't want to be prescribing anything. I'm going to do my best to be descriptive today and brief. Fortunately, they gave me an hour. And so, no, okay, it's a few minutes and I will be here. I look back at that picture and I think, you know what? That's 28 years after independence, 1990. Many people remembering independence. And as you shared with us, Professor, the history of Rwanda, such a young country in many ways in terms of the Western eyes, but such an ancient and rich country in reality. And we'll just, when we talk about Gacaca, we're talking hundreds of years. And so my wife and I came to partner with the people of Rwanda, working with Adventist Development Relief Agency, building schools, operating clinics, We were there for 4 years before that night in April 7, 1994, when a gang came to our gate. We weren't marked as Tutsi. I didn't even know they were at our gate. We're putting our kids to bed in the hallway, trying to get them as many brick walls. Fortunately, the outside walls were brick. The inside walls of our house were brick, as many brick walls between them and the bullets. The president's plane was shot down in less than an hour. The roadblocks are going up. The gunfire is echoing among the hills in Kigali. There was no surprise for the planners of the genocide. And this was planned, nothing spontaneous about it. As important as it is to understand the ethnic background and the historical background, as the professor was sharing with us, as I'm talking with students, I tell them this is primarily a story of politicians, businessmen and women creating a narrative with an enemy. And that ability to create a narrative with an enemy brought about unimaginable horror and grief. But fortunately for us, even though a gang was at our gate, neighbor ladies came out of their little, many of them adobe brick tin roof homes. And they worked their way between this gang, who they said told us the next morning was there to kill our family. My best guess is the rumors going around about the Belgians shooting the plane. I don't know why they were coming at our house. Maybe they thought we were Belgian. I don't know what the reason was, but the neighbor ladies courageously came out. So I always want to start this story saying thank you. They courageously came out and they stood between our gate and this gang who would do us harm. And they said, no, you can't go in there. And they started just telling little stories of kindness, of our kids playing together with their kids. You know, like many of you, we wake up in the middle of the night and we try to figure out why. How did this happen? What can we learn from it? And you know, this is long before people knew about the power of the internet, but the power of the radio was so well understood. And yet the message that my Rwandan friends told me, because tragically I learned French instead of Kinyarwanda, but the radios were broadcasting this message, huh? You want to manipulate and control people? Move them by fear. And as I've been trying to figure this out and trying to find words to outline it to students and stuff, 18 years ago, I wrote these words, and I haven't found a more concise and more, to me, relatable. And I don't want to say that lightly. Who wants to relate to genocide? But I believe that the thinking of genocide is the seeds are in every single person. This idea that we think we can make something better by getting rid of somebody. My world, that lie, the no such place is my world. And later, as I dig into it each year, you know, this idea of a blame mindset, and that blame mindset also often focused on one thing. How do you get people at the gate? Not just at the gate. You read the stories at the Kigali Genocide Memorial, and you find Grace, 13-year-old Grace, risking her life for a baby, and her family says no, and she's like, "There's no way I'm leaving this baby." How does one baby threaten the life of a family or a nation? How do you get to that place? Actually, I just about 2 months ago, because I'm wrestling like you. How? Why? How can people do this and that? And I started thinking just a little bit. Now I'm just kind of know enough about the brain to be dangerous. But this idea, there's no question in my mind that the people who were there at the gate were working down here in that STEM part, in the fight-flight part. And how do you get people to live down there, huh? Day to day on a diet, whether it's cable news or whatever you're living on, in this fight-fright place where you're not in the good place, you're not in the frontal lobe, you're not there where empathy is possible. And yet these ladies, who I'm sure never had the opportunity, our neighbor ladies, to study neuroscience, intuitively understood the power of stories. And they were telling stories about our kids playing with their kids. And I don't know, they didn't need to convince the whole gang. All they needed to do was to somehow reach into that fight-flight part of the brain of the leaders and pull them to the good place, telling them stories to get out. You know, we might say, oh, they're so stubborn or something like that. This isn't just stubbornness. These are patterns that you heard about earlier here. Just this thinking, my world, this superiority. And so, okay, I won't go on any longer, but I found this framework to be super helpful for me. I mean, even Oh yeah, this is, the other was just a sketch. This is one of our neighbors, our son's best friend's grandma. How do you say thank you? Why is it that lady risked her life for our family? And there were others, and you know the stories. But was it leadership? It was a small group of people, the architects of the relatively small group, the architects of the genocide. Where was the leadership to call together the mothers and the grandmas like these ladies? That's why I'm talking about gender equality. You want to rebuild trust? We've got to have that agency. One of the, as I was talking to the students this last week about the things we say and the things we do that can actually move us or others down to the brainstem part into a defensive mode, and how hard it can be to come out to the good place up there where empathy is possible. One of the kids said to me, okay, so if that's really true, what's your strategy for staying out of the fight flight part in this day and age? And I'm like, I'm really glad you asked, because I have been thinking a lot about it. In fact, I just made up some glasses a few weeks ago. These are my empathy glasses. Already today, I have been tempted to call into judgment different things I've seen and heard. My brain goes to judgment so fast. In fact, I think I'm rewarded at times for going to judgment or exclusion. Even if it's a guy cutting me off on the highway, my thought is not connection. My thought is exclusion. Get them off the road. And so to develop pathways, and this has given me so much help, neuroscience, and if you want to check it out, because I'm like, I know that we've seen how somebody can go from kind and generous to murderers. And yet, what were the neural pathways? That didn't happen overnight. And then, can they be trusted again? That's even maybe tougher to believe. And when I started seeing neuroplasticity and how our brains change, how my brain is not the brain of the 36-year-old Carl in 1994. And if my brain is changing, the potential for other people's brains to change too. So this whole idea of neuroplasticity, maybe I'm going off on a stretch here, but it's given me so much hope because it gives me another framework. And you see, when I have a framework and I have vocabulary, even some science, I have some hope as we're trying to figure this all out. The American Embassy on Friday, April 8th. This is an interesting year. I know you noticed that, huh? This is a mirror of 1994. I remember I was in Texas on April 7th this year. It was Wednesday night, just like it was Wednesday night in Rwanda. Friday, the American government said we're leaving. Bring your families to the ambassador's home, to the American school, or the international school, the embassy, whichever is closest. But don't bring any Rwandans. Hutu or Tutsi, it doesn't matter. We'll be stopped at roadblocks, and any Rwandans in our convoy will compromise the security of the operation. And I understand that. But then what's the other part to our plan? Abandonment? We rightfully condemn the architects of the genocide for killing people based on their ID card. And yet we're working on ID cards in our policy to evacuate. And so I apologize to you. Monica, when we're singing this morning, and I'm thinking land of the free and the brave, and I'm thinking of the families. I was just in Buffalo and the massacre, and I'm thinking the families in Texas. Tuesday night, I had another nightmare. I hadn't had a Rwandan nightmare for years. But as I was exploring the story of the families in Buffalo, and then just beginning, because I'm not yet ready to look on the faces of those children in Texas, it will come. It triggered thoughts and memories. And as I talked to those kids the next morning at a high school, we just talked honest and open from the heart. of what can we do? What really does this flag stand for? My mom and dad were visiting at the time. My wife and I decided, you know what? The Rwandan people have treated us with so much kindness and hospitality, so much privilege. Maybe we can use that privilege for the two people. This young lady who lived and worked in our home, loved on our kids. She had become like family. This wasn't a question of the Wilkins family in Rwanda. Part of Rwanda was our family. And so my wife and I thought, if we could use that privilege, we had no idea more than 1 million people. We had no idea would be killed. We had no idea. We thought 2 weeks maximum. This can't last long. You can't. The rest of the world cannot turn their back as thousands of people every day are being killed, and we were so wrong. Teresa took our kids eventually to Nairobi, and I stayed. I worked with these two gentlemen up in the corner. They were colleagues from ADRA, Dasana Tikimana Gasikwa, Elise Gasikwa down here. And we worked together with Damas. Many of you, I'm sure, know Damas and Beatrice Gasimba. And I know many of you prayers are with Damas right now in the challenges he's facing, but the hope we have in health. And then, of course, Pastor and Mrs. Soraya in the house with me, the wisdom and counsel of Pastor Soraya, the courage and humor of Mrs. Soraya. This is how we somehow together made it through the genocide. We worked together, the Rwandan colleagues and I, introduced to Damas at his orphanage, and we worked together trying to bring food and water to these children at the orphanage. And there's so many more stories, but and my time is long gone, but the genocide will finally end with the liberation of the, okay, sometimes I get angry and I try to control that anger because I don't want to be judgmental. I want to be curious. But so many times people say the genocide ended, as if it just ended, like the storm is over and the sun came out. And as we already heard earlier, I think, Jason, you said you didn't want to end without those words. The Rwandan Patriotic Front liberating. I love this picture of a soldier standing among the orphans at Gasimba Orphanage, and what that liberation meant to them and what it means to all of us and always will mean to all of us. And the enormous challenge afterwards. How do you put the pieces back together after something like this? It's unfathomable. And the people wondering, can they, and doubting how. I remember 5 years after that, you remember how people are saying, oh, that's just a thin veneer of security. It's going to blow up. It's going to explode. Oh, no, wait, 10 years. No, this won't last. 15 years. No, here we are 28 years later with incredible examples of good governance, with examples of how to resolve, with reaching back. I love the phrase homegrown solutions, reaching back into those homegrown solutions. The challenges are enormous. And many of you remember from the 25th commemoration where the president told us, because we decided to stay together, because we chose to be accountable, because we chose to think big. And I would love to talk with you about two areas, doing away with the death penalty, gender, that 30% rule, talk about thinking big, but probably the biggest way of thinking big in Rwanda is how do we deal with the thousands of people accused of killing their neighbors? How can we begin to do this journey? And Rwanda took on a challenge like no other country in history that I know of in modern history has taken on, in terms of the ordinary people who did the swinging of the machetes and the rape and the torture and stuff. How are we going to hold them accountable? And recognizing that a healing mindset is really going to be the only way we're going to break the cycle of violence. Everybody, and this sounds really nice. My world would be better with you in it. But what about you are the ones who committed genocide? Don't tell me my world will be better with you in it. And yet Rwanda has continued to push through that story and hang on tight to that idea that this is a place for all Rwandans. And this idea of scarcity, no, come on home, and we will rebuild our country. And from military leadership to civilian leadership, this idea of radical change. And I would love to spend a long time with you. We're familiar with the punitive forms of justice that we all have done, but this wild beautiful, courageous decision in Rwanda. And I don't even use the word restorative justice here on the right, because justice has such a transactional feel about it. It's such a pleasure to talk to the students. I mean, a young lady came up on Wednesday after showing this story and explaining to them about gacaca, and an opportunity to learn the truth, an opportunity to understand the harm. This reaching back in history and grabbing this, this idea that we don't want to though begin any restorative process until we recognize the foundational importance of community. And while there's so many parts we could talk about there, just safety and empathy. We can do so much more harm trying to restore if we haven't taken the time with community, establishing safety physically and emotionally, and then trying to understand in the shoes of somebody else, that empathy. And as I explain these stories, which I don't need to explain to you, and how some of the 12, you may not know, 12,000 gacaca courts in that country. Did you know? You imagine if you put pins on the map in Rwanda, you'd have a hard time putting another pin. 12,000 of these courts all around the country. Minister Justice was telling us in a Zoom with teachers a few months back, Minister Busonia, he was saying 1.9 million cases. How in the world do you do that? You could have never done it with a punitive system, but with this healing priority. And some of these judges, I was talking to a researcher in Minneapolis, she's saying some of these gacaca courts were pretty heavy, sending people back. Your repair plan is back in prison, and there are repair plans in prison, but for the vast majority, your repair plan in the community. And this community service and the TEAJ camps, an opportunity to reinvent. I don't know how to say, I try to explain to students, you can't pay, people know you can't pay back for killing. You can't bring our family back. You can't pay back, but can you be more than the worst thing you've ever done? Can you have an opportunity to reinvent yourself? And part of me says, is this really the place this morning, Carl, to talk about this? Because in some ways, I connect with you as the diaspora. I get to go back to Rwanda once or twice a year, but what's that, huh? I'm not in Rwanda every single day. I am not there for every umuganda that happens on those Saturdays at the end of each month. I am not there for the soccer games and the new excitement of the basketball and the NBA Africa tournament. I'm not there for the daily rides, whether it's in the taxi or those things of life in Rwanda, where they are having all of that together with these, well, they did until 2011, with these unimaginable experiences with gacaca and stuff. And I think I miss a lot when I'm not there for the day-to-day life experience to have the full context of what this story means. But what this story is teaching me is to try to move out of the A kid said to me the other day, are you kidding me? People did genocide and you give them community service? And I'm like, I get it. I understand your anger and frustration at that. That is very much my thinking too, in a transactional way. But this is not a transaction. This restorative is a transformation. It's a transformative. Can you pop that picture? Thanks. Back up there for a minute. You were quoting Greg, the 10 stages of genocide, Greg Stanton. And I was talking to Greg on the phone about this restorative process. And Greg was there in the late 80s talking about gacaca. Great, incredible stories. Greg said to me, and for those of you with a Christian background, Greg said to me, that second one there, restorative practices, that's the gospel. I'm like, yeah, except for many of us, we grew up with the transactional gospel and not a transformative gospel. And so I'm still trying to wrap my 64-year-old brain around what it means to enter into a situation in a transformative mindset, because the transactional one is so strong and it's telling me this is not right and they do not deserve that. And yet the transformative one is bringing all of the voices into the story. And it's not about whether the perpetrators deserve it or not. It's about whether my children and my grandchildren deserve to have a grandpa who's still angry and bitter. Or am I going to find a pathway out of that anger and bitterness? And my anger, I didn't realize it until journaling a couple years ago. I thought being angry and bitter was honoring the people who were killed. Because if I wasn't angry and bitter at the ones who did it, then I was dishonoring them. And I realized, no, no, no. If I want to honor the people who were killed, it's this renew, it's this unite. And then I can renew. And so, you know, Gachacha's gone on to, I could go on. You guys know more about these stories. But the idea that we're not trying to restore back to where we were. Where we were was vulnerable to that thinking of genocide. We're working on a journey where we are in a more human place, a wiser, more courageous, a practice, this daily practice. I'm a journaler for gratitude. I got to do it because that's how I try to stay out of the fight flight part of my brain. In gratitude every single day, 3 new things I'm grateful for. I'm recommending this movie. It might be a strange ending, but I think you'll appreciate it. If you want to talk about restoration and you want to talk all the voices, you want to talk about healing, it's just in the 1970s in North Carolina. And you'll see the leader of the Ku Klux Klan coming together with a black activist. It's a story of healing that gives me. I was actually first saw it on a flight to Rwanda. You know those long overnight flights, any of you? Yeah. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Carroll, for the wonderful message you just gave us, full of knowledge, facts, data. That was very informative. Thank you so much for the work you're doing. Ni iby'agaciro kubona umuntu uvuga amateka yacu uyazi akayavuga uko bikwiye uko bikenewe. Ntekereza yuko bishobotse buri wese uri hano akerekana nk'agafoto ke mu myaka 28 ishize, nkabona yuko twateye intambwe ikomeye. Ngira ngo iyo bavuga intambwe igihugu kimaze gutera nta birigaragaza, bigenda bigaragara ahantu henshi kuri buri muntu ku giti cyiwe. Wenda gatoya kambibutse nko muri igihe bazanaga gahunda ya Vision 2020, muri ku kuntu abenshi bari bazi ko itazagera bakiriho bitewe n'iki depression yari mu baturage, indwara abantu bari barwaye. Nta muntu ubibonaga ko 2020 bizagera bakiriho, ari ikimenyetso cyerekana ko nta cyizere kiri mu gihugu. None ubu ngubu ngira ngo murabona ko turatera intambwe nziza, ari abarokotse barasa neza. Nagize amahirwe ndeba muri ino sare mwese muraseka, agahinda ntabwo kaduheranye. Twabaye abagabo, abandi bari abana barakuze, ababyeyi bamwe urabona abuzukuru, n'igihugu muri rusange kimwe kiratera imbere. I was pretty much saying how the journey that the Rwanda has made is very remarkable, and we couldn't do it without having good governance. Life expectancy has changed, like someone else has said. When they bring the vision of 2020, a lot of people didn't have hope. They didn't think they would make it to 2020. And that was initiative that started back in 2003. And no one believed we were going to make it because there were a lot of people who were depressed. There were a lot of anger, there were no hope. But to be here, it's very satisfying to see that we survived. Not even we surviving, we're making the progress. And without taking so much time, let me introduce the next person who's going to lead us in the next phase of this event. We're going to shift gears into panel discussion. It's a great pleasure to introduce Ashley Cowles. She received master's degree in international relationship with strategy and communication from University of Kansas, Brussels School of International Schools in 2019. Prior to moving to Brussels, Ashley lived in Gandu, South Korea, teaching English to 2 public middle schools. Ashley has attended Never Again Rwanda Peace Building Institute in 2016, and her work with survivors of 1994 genocide against Tutsi will be released in an upcoming book that is going to be published soon. She currently lives near Salt Lake City, working on other creative projects. Please welcome on the stage.
Hello, thank you. As a local resident of Salt Lake City, I just wanted to say on behalf of our community, thank you to the representatives from the Rwandan government and the survivors who have come here today. We're gonna switch gears here and do a panel discussion talking about a very important topic, which is the preservation of memory of survivors. We have 4 panelists today. After each one speaks, I will come back and read a short bio before, but I want to respect your time, so we will be brief. Our first panelist today is John Bosco Utaganegwa. He is a survivor of the genocide against the Tutsi. He is the former chief of staff at the Rwandan Ministry of Commerce and the co-founder and first president of Ibuka, Rwanda. He studied statistics and holds an MBA. He is also the author of Love Prevails, One Couple's Story of Faith and Survival in the Rwandan Genocide. And I don't think he needs further introduction. Please welcome Jean Bosco.
Thank you, Ashley. Your Excellencies, dear friends, for 28 years, we have told our stories in the hopes to raise awareness, to seek justice, and keep the memory of the victims alive. Our stories are accounts of pain, but they are also tales of hope and resilience. From the ashes of a genocide, we emerged strong. We chose love over hatred, forgiveness over resentment, determined to unite the world in upholding our common humanity. I would like to take about 10 minutes to tell you how just after the genocide, we survivors organized ourselves to preserve memory. Early on, we understood that our lives were to be centered around the memory of our parents, brothers and sisters, friends gone too soon. We made that commitment during our very first commemoration held at the top of a Rebero Hill in Kigali on April 7, 1995. On that day, survivors and government officials worked together to exhume and bury with respect and dignity 400 victims of a genocide and the political leaders killed by the genocidal regime. As days went by, however, we often heard calls, mostly from members of the international community coming back to Rwanda, urging us to move on, to not be stuck with our dolorous past. Those were voices of individuals who wrongly believed that remembrance goes against reconciliation, an assumption we know now is incorrect. The call to quickly move on and leave our stories behind was even pushed from the top of the United Nations. When the Secretary General of the UN, Boutros Ghali, visited Rwanda back in 1995, I had the opportunity, along with my friend Francois Nduwumwe, who was a co-founder of Page Rwanda, to meet with the Secretary General on behalf of survivors. We wanted to hear from the Secretary General what the UN intended to do to help alleviate the physical and psychological damage left by a tragedy that the world had vowed to prevent. But our expectation turned quickly into disappointment as Mr. Boutros Ghali adopted a dismissive attitude. He indicated that his organization did not owe anything to Rwanda, and he indulged himself in a vague monologue that left us wonder if he was even aware that a genocide occurred in Rwanda, or if he had chosen to adopt an attitude of calculated ambiguity. It was clear to us that the much needed help would not come from abroad. It didn't seem that the world even understood or was willing to hear what really happened. About the same time, there was a movement of genocide deniers that was starting to emerge. It was up to us, Rwandans, to tell our story, ensure that what happened to us is not forgotten, and take care of our most vulnerable. I had the privilege to meet with survivors willing to take time and reflect on what our path forward should be. These were men and women who had lost almost everyone they had loved and had every reason to give up on life, but none was ready to give up on the memory of our people. We all were motivated and driven by a common thread, the duty to remember. We worked with passion and determination throughout the spring and the summer of 1995 with a goal to clearly define what we wanted to remember and how. There had been so far a few initiatives by some survivors to tackle challenges specific to their own groups. Widows had just formed a Vega. Survivors in Belgium had created Ibuka Belgique to focus on memory and justice. We are convinced we needed to create a broader organization that would coordinate the response to important issues caused by the genocide and gather adequate support. And when the first showers of autumn fell upon us, we had drafted the vision we proposed to follow, the actions we plan to take, and the legal framework of the organization we wanted to put in place. Our vision was centered around healing the past instead of burying it, pursuing justice, building on the legacy of our loved ones, creating a space to survivors to start anew and promote a peaceful and tolerant society. To survivors and other people of goodwill, we made an appeal to join us in making that vision a reality. On a beautiful day in December of 1995, a large crowd of men and women from diverse backgrounds, survivors and non-survivors, ordinary citizens, civil servants, businessmen, members of the government, men and women in uniform, responded to our call and gathered in Kigali. We created Ibuka as an umbrella organization grouping survivors, friends of survivors, and various associations. We pledged to fight genocide ideology, stand for justice and peace, preserve the memory of our loved ones, their legacy, be the guardian and support of vulnerable survivors, and convey hope and a sense of belonging to all. For the first 3 years, I had the honor and privilege to lead Ibuka. Along with my fellow co-founders, we set out to find survivors wherever they lived, in various towns around the country, in small commercial centers, or deep in the hills of the countryside. All of them were crushed under the weight of loss, grief, and despair. They were lost, disoriented, and defeated by pain and sorrow. Most appeared resigned to their fate and had lost faith in humanity and in their ability to rebuild their lives. We listened to their stories and shared ours. We created a safe place to grieve and support each other. This made a difference, and gradually we saw in survivors a renewed sense of purpose, of trust and belief in their ability to live fully again. But survivors needed more than emotional support. The most effective way to address survivors' issues, we thought, was to have a fund to assist those in need. Additionally, we believed anyone who lost family members and property deserved to receive reparations. We discussed these ideas during the 1995 conference held in Kigali on genocide, dialogue for a national and international response. While the conference did not adopt any resolution on reparations, it recommended the creation of a national fund to assist needy individuals within the survivors community. As a result, the Rwandan government established the Fond d'Assistance aux Rescapés du Génocide, FARG. Ibuka was to play an important role in administrating the fund by providing 3 of its 5 administrators. And I was pleased to provide 3 names of incredible people, including Esther Mojawayo, with us here today. To date, the fund has made a huge difference in the education of young survivors and the lives of the most vulnerable. We made a commitment to lay to rest and restore to the dignity of those we lost, and collaborated with the government to create and maintain genocide memorials. Their life stories continue to be collected so we all can benefit from their wisdom. Those who committed the genocide tried to hide in different corners of the world, but they quickly learned there would never be a safe haven for them. Survivors have learned to live with pain, but they have also learned to love and to forgive, so they can make this a better place to live. I'm glad Ibuka contributed to that positive spirit. And we are all pleased to see that Ibuka's mission never stopped. Instead, it has expanded in various countries on the planet. And now it has landed in the United States of America. Over the past 28 years, so much has been accomplished. To anyone who has contributed, thank you. Keep the wheels turning forward. There is still much more to do, but it is not an impossible task. We do not have to move mountains. Even our small actions together can make a difference. As Bishop Desmond Tutu said, do your little bit of good where you are. It's those little bits of good put together that overwhelm the world. Thank you.
I forgot to mention before, if you have any questions for the panelists during their speech or after, please just write down on the piece of paper on your table and raise your hand. and someone will come and collect them. We might have some time for some questions after. The next member of our panel is Dr. Stephanie Wolf. She specializes in international politics and human rights with an emphasis on genocide, crimes against humanity, and other atrocities. Dr. Wolf's current projects and forthcoming publications center on the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda. She has recently submitted for publication a co-edited anthology of research of the genocide against the Tutsi and is currently immersed in a large-scale research project to write a comprehensive book on memorials. Dr. Wolf.
Thank you. I'm honored to be here. And thank you to the Rwandan community for putting this event on and inviting me to participate with you. To kind of start with, so my colleague who you'll hear, Omar, who you'll hear about in a couple panel speakers from now. And I started working on this project, Journey Through Rwandan Memorials, in 2016. And we had an idea. We're like, well, there's 7 national memorials on this list, and we'll start here and talk to a few people. And as the project evolved and as we kept discussing, we talked to CNLG and we got a list, and there was 265 official genocide memorials on CNLG's list at that time. And that was included national memorials, district memorials. Omar will discuss Omar has some stats on how that's broken down. But we started looking at this and we realized that we had to research this further, because having this idea of there's some genocide, that we're going to go look at the genocide memorials was just not enough. Why are these memorials here? What are people's stories? And so throughout the years, we have visited about 113 memorials of these, and we've interviewed over 185 different survivors, memorial workers, CNLG staff, residents, just as many people as we could, to just say, what do these memorials mean to you? What is this? What do you remember here? Why do you come to this spot? Tell us everything that you think we need to know, because we realized we didn't want to say, just tell us about 1994, because there was so much more that we discovered looking at this memory, and trying to, just restrict these narratives gave us this incomplete picture. And I can't go into all of this because of time, unfortunately, but there's so much we found, and I chose just a few things to mention and to discuss during this. So coming from the West, there's a pretty kind of defining narrative when we get there of these memorials were created. A lot of the Western says that the memorials were created by the government, and then you go to them and you get this certain view. And so we looked at this 265 memorials in a country, Rwanda, for the Americans, it's about the size of like New Hampshire. And so we looked at this and we said, okay, well, let's break this down. And we discovered that 57% of the memorials, so over half of the memorials, were created in the first 5 years. So 5 memorials were constructed in 1994. So before the country was even settled, they were still fighting in to clear out the genocide bears in the in the Western provinces. 38 in 1995, 45 in 1996, 20 in 1997, 34 in 1998. And we're like, we have over half the memorials created while the government is just trying to form. This does not fit the narrative that the government came in and created memorials. So we're like, well, why are there so many memorials? What is the role of the survivors? What is the role of the state? And as we're investigating, we said, okay, these memorials, a lot of these memorials, these are grave sites. These are created, the very first commemorations, which didn't have this, official commemoration status. These are created as there is a need to bury those who died, because a lot of the individuals who were killed during this time are left where they're at, and there are no coffins, there are no body bags because they've already been used. So what do we do with the mass of people who have died who need to be buried? And this is where we started hearing the first rumblings of this discussion of dignified burial. We have to do something. This cannot continue. So these first memorials, over half of these 250 memorials, 265 memorials that were created, are created in the first 5 years because we need to bury those who have been left. And so the survivors were very instrumental in creating these initial memorials. The state, while supportive of the idea, was trying to create a government from scratch. They're trying to keep peace. They're trying to secure the country, and to, at the same time, have the fact that in Zaire, the refugee camps that were created were being radicalized by fleeing genocidaires. So they're radicalizing the refugee camps. So a war is going to break out. So at that moment, the Rwandan government can't build memorials. They can encourage it, but this has been driven by the survivors, and they're building memorials where they have memories. So this is where they're killed. This is where a massacre happened. This is a killing site. This is where the memorial is being built. This is where people are being given a more dignified burial than what they had had. So the original purpose is focused on the necessity of burials, not justice, not memory. It's how do we cope? How do we provide a dignified thing, a dignified event where people can rest? The first official commemoration was on the first anniversary. So it was technically government sponsored, but it was a survivor member of the government who said we need to have an official commemoration. So you have an official commemoration led by a survivor. You have unofficial commemorations conducted by survivors. You have your memorialization, which began out of necessity. And this is important to remember, because when we look back at memorials 28 years later, this is not always the narrative that you hear in the West. And people don't even always understand exactly how all of this was created. So what the West does pick up on is that memorials have been increasingly legislated. So Article 179 of the 2003 Rwandan Constitution did establish the National Commission for the Fight Against Genocide. Law number 56 in 2008 governed memorial sites and cemeteries. It had a long list of requirements. However, they felt that this was too restrictive and didn't meet kind of like what the population was wanting to do at some of the smaller memorials. So it was repealed and replaced in 2016. There's laws regulating photography and interviews, but a lot of times when we talk to people, this is not so much to control the narrative, but as one of the people told us at one memorial site where they were working, they said, well, Westerners come over and they ask rude and silly questions. And so, and they're not respectful. So, so when there have been guidelines, it's been created to help, with this. Now, there's been increasingly, and when you look at institutions and the genocide, what you do see is that we're regulating the memorials. It's been very fluid. So for example, the very first actions were taken by the Ministry of Work and Social Affairs. And this was about a 2-year period, but it was because the ministry's main focus was emergency and decent burials. Eventually, this would go into the Ministry of Education, Research and Culture, where they, sorry, I had COVID a few weeks ago and I'm just not quite so I'm a little off today, so please forgive me. But the Ministry of Education, Research and Culture, where they started to work on this and work on the Commission Memorial du Génocide, which was the first kind of official commission within the ministry that dealt with questions of memory. And then the culture part went to the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Cultures, which was then the culture part linked to memorials. And then it went to CNLG, and then it went kind of a Ministry of Justice. And now we've finally recently have the Ministry of National Unity and Civic Education. So going through this, the memorials have transferred departments, and they've transferred there's been a lot of ideas incorporated. And so there's a lot of questions which come with these different transitions. But we do see some overarching themes. There's a use of authentic places. The genocide survivors have said, where this has occurred, this is what has our memory. So these memorials need to be at these locations. The staffing has primarily been survivors of those who lost family at that location. However, this has been changing at more of the district and national level, but not the local, not the more smaller sector and kind of local memorials. There's been a display of human remains in their entirety, which has been under much discussion, blood, clothes, associated materials. A lot of this has been debated within academic work, within the survivor community, on why this happens. What's the best way of having this memory? What kind of evidence do you need? But what we see is that there is a fear, particularly of genocide survivors and refugees, of forgetting what happened. Because the further we get away from the genocide, the more memories fade, the more people have passed away and their stories don't get told. So keeping the evidence has been very important. There's been questions of ownership. Who owns these memories? Who owns the stories? What is the proper narrative? We've met survivors who've asked for government help because they say we can't keep the memorial itself. We can't keep the supplies. We can't keep the rain out. So we're asking for help. We've met other survivors who's like, this is mine. This is my home, and they want as less interaction as possible. And we see that both of these, in both of these cases, those survivor requests are really been honored. They're really discussing. There's a lot of discussions on what are those challenges of memory and how this is going to be carried out, especially in the future as we get further and those survivors who are taking care of those particular memorials pass away. What happens next? 28 years later, we see that numbers are fluctuating greatly with the memorials. Memorials are being merged in Rwanda. Memorials are being built. Memorials are being rebuilt. So our numbers of 265, we always have to clarify that as of 2016, because every year that we go back, the memorial numbers are different. Ones that we have already visited and documented have already been closed. They have been merged. New ones are being built. And we go there and we see them in different stages. There's an attempt to reconcile both the government wishes and the survivor wishes in these memorials. Again, there's debates, there's meetings, there's areas of contention, and there's areas of agreement. There's been questions, are these memorials in your Western definition, or are these grave sites? If we classify them as memorials versus grave sites, what does that mean? So these are the questions that we are working with. These are the areas that we've been talking to people and trying to understand, how are these memorials founded? How are they changed? And what does this memory and memorials mean to the Rwandans and to the survivor communities that we've interviewed? Thank you very much. Ashley?
take it from here. Hi, I'm going to self-introduce myself. I'm Karen, and that's where I'm going to end it. You don't really need to know more about me. And I'm going to keep it brief because I know we have a number of speakers and then there's lunch. So yes, there will be food, I think. First of all, I wanted to say thank you to the organizers for the invitation. And I am incredibly humbled and honored. Carl, you started it. Okay. I'm going to talk to you a bit about the UC Sherwood Foundation and the work I've been involved in with the last 25 years. And the UC Sherwood Foundation was started in April, May, June of 1994. And it was started to provide opportunities for Jewish Holocaust survivors all over the world to tell their story about a genocide that happened 60, 70 years before that. It was a Holocaust, the murder of 6 million Jews that was perpetrated by Germany and Germans. Many Jewish Holocaust survivors gave testimony at the time then because they wanted to leave a legacy behind for their family, for their grandchildren. They wanted to make sure that their story and history was not forgotten, and that their story is to serve as a warning to the world not to repeat this terrible event. What an irony. And often Jewish Holocaust survivors decided to share their story because many of their family members were murdered, and this was one way to honor them, to keep their memory alive. Keeping the memory alive is also an act to counter the genocide ideology that tried to eradicate a people and a culture. Important in this process was and continues to be is to make sure survivors were ready to share their story, meaning they did it because they wanted to, not because they had to. Knowing your own agency in this process is crucial for anyone who engages in this. And I wanted to say one thing that was just mentioned before. You own your own story, nobody else. When we interviewed in the 90s, many came forward, many Jewish Holocaust survivors, and many did not. By the year of 2000, we conducted over 50,000 audiovisual testimonies taken in 56 different countries. We developed an expertise in infrastructure and systems to not only preserve this vast archive far into the future and protect these important stories, but also build educational programs to serve students and teachers worldwide. Testimonies provided opportunities for teachers and educators to help students understand and grapple with the event of the Holocaust, provide a face and individual story and the impact this genocidal event had on people, on individuals. It also became clear that students became more engaged and interested in this topic because it provided the opportunities for teaching not only about historical events and facts, but also develop critical thinking skills and empathy. This happened to people, and hearing from the people to whom it happened provided a new way for students to access and understand these complex and horrible events. It became also clear very quickly then, in order to have a worldwide impact and inspire change locally and globally, one needed to ensure to provide content that speaks to the local experience and represents local experiences. We began to develop programs with partners around the world to document genocides and crimes against humanity. And so in Rwanda, we worked with Ibuka and Aegis Trust and the Kigali Genocide Memorial to support local collection and documentation efforts to record the stories of the survivors of the 1994 Rwandan genocide against the Tutsis. What followed were also a collaboration on educational programs that included the use of testimony in local programs in Rwanda, including participating in RPEP, the Rwandan Peace and Education Program under the leadership of Aegis Trust, which included contributions to the development of a new national curriculum to include testimony in teaching activities. One of the early experiences we had when we began this work, and we introduced Holocaust survivor testimonies to teachers, we received anecdotal feedback from teachers that were saying that it was for them, in a way, easier to talk about the Holocaust with their students than to talk without the genocide that happened in their own country years before. And that students, when they were listening to Jewish Holocaust survivor testimony, started to ask questions because they heard about hate-based discrimination and experiences and started to ask questions about what happened in our country. Are there similarities? What is the story? And so for teachers, they were able to start talking about this in a way that they weren't able to do beforehand. Today, we have about 130 testimonies in collaboration with Aegis Trust in our archive, the Visual History Archive, which is accessible on a regular internet, and the entire collection is accessible in a number of different universities worldwide, and also at the Kigali Genocide Memorial is the one site in Africa. And we also included testimonies from a documentary called The 600, The Soldier Story, and it's testimonies of soldiers and liberators and rescuers. Through these powerful and thought-provoking engagements with first-person stories from survivors and witnesses of genocides, students worldwide develop empathy, understanding, and respect while deepening their learning across the curriculum. We have a free educational platform, Eyewitness, that includes, at this point, 32 lesson activities in English, Kini Rwanda, and even in Czech, that address topics around the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda. We have a junior program that brings students together on-site and virtually. And I know there is a flyer out there that has a lot more information that I would encourage you, if you're interested, to be in communication with us and are interested to learn more about the Shura Foundation, to take a flyer and reach out to us. And this is where I'm going to actually end this, and thank you. And maybe I have one final note. This was mentioned yesterday. This is a long-term engagement, teaching and learning and moving on. And coming from Germany, I'm speaking to you as somebody who's deeply disappointed in one's own country for not having done enough to deal with one's own history. And we are now at a crossroads where survivors are passing on of the Holocaust, and a lot of conversation about what happens then. How do we talk about this? How do the next generation learn about this? And so I'm here to tell you that what Rwanda has done in the last 28 years, Germany has not accomplished in 75 years. So I just wanted to thank you, and I'm moving on.
Thank you, Karen. Okay, and a change of plans, we will have our final speaker, and if you have any questions for them, we will get to them after the session. Our last and final speaker is Omar Diziye. He is an author and survivor of the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi. And I would read more about his bio, but he is so impressive in himself. I'd like to have him introduce himself further. So thank you, Omar.
Thank you very much, Ashley, for your very wonderful work of introducing everyone here, but also helping us to cope with the emotions of this day. Excellencies, all protocol observed, and my name is Omar Ndize, as Ashley mentioned, and I'm a survivor of genocide against Tutsi. And also, as my colleague Stephanie Wolf mentioned, I'm working with her since 2016 on a memorization process in Rwanda, which, as she mentioned, I and her traveled in all 100 or 30 districts of Rwanda, meeting 183 survivors just to listen to them. And I'm here to share with you some of the things we discovered from that conversation with survivors. But before that, I would like to share a little bit about the story of me when I met Professor Stephanie in 2014, and they started discussing about the Nyamata Genocide Memorial, where I survived in 1994. My worries at the time was about the cross inside the memorial itself. And I was also, my concern was also to tell a story of Nyamata, because for me, Nyamata story is about 2 days massacres that happened on 15th and 16th April 1994. But also the story of Nyamata, it's about the Degako military barracks and the soldiers who supported the killings at the Nyamata, of course, who supported the militia. From there, with Stephanie, we started visiting memorials around Rwanda, starting from Mundela, Calais, and we visited all districts, as I mentioned. On this day of emotions and the opportunities for learning, but also a day of thinking as well, where to start when you talk about this story. How do we move forward? How do we remember the past when there is a need also to build the future? And of course, the needs of the present. These are the questions that when they mix, when they come together, it creates complexities and it requires a biggest heart of listening and understanding, because it's when we listen that we can understand. Not everyone who sits in front of you when you are telling a story is a listener, but our effort should be to be listeners. I would like to share, because I was told that also the time is not our friend today, I would like to share a little bit about some of our findings. Professor Stephanie mentioned some, but also our main discovery in our journeys since 2016 was a connection or a deep influence of Rwandan culture of mourning and burial rituals in the memorization process, which means for decision makers who are here, academia friends, all those from knowledge production industry who are here, when we deal with the commemoration and the memorization in Rwanda, we need to start from how Rwandans remembered their death, their beloved family members who lost lives even before genocide. Because anything different from that creates debate, creates a biggest concern among survivors community. Because for them, memorization process is about loss. It's about traumatic memories that genocide caused to them. The recent research of Minister of Health in Rwanda, shows that 35% of survivors live with depression. If we are to think about memory and memorization in Rwanda, if we are to think about policies and institutions about memory and memorization in Rwanda, we need to think about this percentage. Failing to do that, this percentage will stay there, as Pastor Warren mentioned. When we fail to deal with the grief, it creates stuff. It's stuff. We in this journey of memorials and memorization in Rwanda, we found three things. That when we deal with memory and memorization in Rwanda, we need to distinguish them, but also all at the same time keep in mind them. There is mourning, commemoration, or kwibuka, as we call it. These are rituals. These are ikiriyo in Rwandan culture. Then we need to go back to Rwanda, to the roots of our society and understand what ikiriyo means if we are to be effective. We saw memorials. When we visited memorials in Nyarusanje at the border between former Gitarama or Muhanga and Karongi, when we visited the memorial of Muganza, for those who know Rusizi, when we visited the memorial of Nyaruhanga in Gasabo, we found letters of survivors who wrote to their beloved families. The letter of Nyarusanje, this young man who lives in Italy, every year send a letter to his parents, telling them the success that he had in life from the first time when he got married to every year when he has a child. What does that mean to you when you deal with memorial and memorization in Rwanda? What does that mean to you when you are in academia? How do you define that? What happens when you lose a space of that in your definition, in your conceptualization of memory, in this world which speak global market language, as Nicholas Mizolev defined it very well in his article in Wiesbaden. What happened? All these, when we visit, like the letter of Muganza, this young girl described the issues, the difficulties of life she was living at the time. She wrote that letter to her mother, sorry. These are memorials, and this is what memorials mean to survivors. Memorials are not houses. Memorials are psychological. Therefore, if we need to deal with memorials, we need to think about the 35% of survivors who live with depression, because these are the signs. So I'm here to call you to think about the message given by Pastor Wallen of how to deal with grief, because our memory and the memorization process, it's based on trauma, but also the losses. As I conclude, I want to mention that Kigali Genocide Memorial influenced also the way we remember. Actually, Kigali Genocide Memorial changed the way we remember, because Kigali Genocide Memorial introduced, Brother Freddy, Kigali Genocide Memorial introduced museum, which is not Rwandan culture, which is not in Rwandan culture. Therefore, when we have museum which is not in Rwandan culture, how do we deal with grief? Do we think that the survivors who have people buried in memorials, do we think that they own those memorials? Do we think that they think that this is where theirs are? Because as Professor Stephanie mentioned, survivors told us that the memorials are their homes. So therefore, these are more questions. I would like to conclude by saying, by quoting Dr. Eliken Dushabandi, who said that some embrace Kwibuka as loved ones among the comfort of friends and neighbors, chances to remember theirs, yet others fear it. Because, as he said, the re-traumatization, grief, depression, and the anger they might feel. So when we remember, when we go to remember, we should also keep in mind that there are also others who fear to remember. Then, as Pastor Warren asked us, we need to wait for them. We need to create spaces to listen to them, because that's what memorization process means. Of course, that means the complexities. We are seeing survivors' literature rising out of necessity, because in the knowledge production industry, all the friends who are here from universities and the publication houses, survivors publication, it's becoming difficult. Then therefore we need advocacy, to have survivors' narrative, survivors' literature pushed forward, but also we need to understand that memorization process is not prescriptive. Therefore, the practice of sending directives, we need to think again when we send directives, but rather we need to have more questions to people in rural areas in the community. What do you have? How do you want to commemorate? And then integrate in the plan of Kwibuka. And from there, brothers and sisters, Kwibuka will be a solution rather than a challenge to our society and the world in general. I thank you very much for your very kind attention, also for being here, especially friends from friends of Rwanda, the Utah communities, our Utah families, who are here to comfort survivors, because that's what memory means. Otherwise, as the specials mentioned, one of survivors from Kichuchiro, there is no language to tell the story of genocide. She said, we tried in English, in Kinyarwanda, and French, but we failed. But being with you, friends here, we can find the words to explain the past. Thank you very much.
Maraho. Oh, hello. Maraho. My name is Stephen Smith. I'm a co-founder of the Aegis Trust with my brother James, formerly project director of the Kigali Genocide Memorial, now I'm emeritus director of USC Shoah Foundation and CEO of the video platform Storyfile. It was the 7th of April 2002 that I went to my first Kwibuka commemoration. It wasn't called Kwibuka at the time, it was in London. And the time was set for 2 o'clock. So I turned up at 1:30. The door was closed. 2 o'clock came and went and the door was still closed. 2:30 came and I was about to leave and the organizer arrived. So I helped her set out the chairs and 3 o'clock came and 3:30 came and I said, I was wondering, you know, maybe it was going to be the next day, but it was April the 7th, so it had to be that day. And eventually people started to turn up at 3 and eventually we began our commemoration at 4. That was the day I learned about Kwibuka, Rwanda time. But it's a time I've come to really love. The time with you. The time that stands still, because we stand still in the presence of those that we have lost. We stand in front of the memories. We stand in front of this eternal flame because those memories are eternal. And there is no time because it's just our time. I want to thank you for welcoming me over the last 20 years to your community, to many, many commemorations, to stand with you as you remember your loved ones, and to be together because, as Carl so beautifully pointed out earlier, it's the meeting of our stories, it's the meeting of our lives that creates the empathy which makes our world a better place. And thank you for all that you have done to enrich me. I'll show you just a few slides here, just to conclude our morning's reflections about testimony. Kigali Genocide Memorial, when I first went there in January of 2002, was intended to be an ossuary, a place where the bones would be kept. Can I move that? Maybe not. Am I too far away? Well, I'll just do that and then you can do it. There we go. A place where the bones were to be kept. And at that time, for those of you who were there and on the many, many memorial sites that I encountered for the first time, I encountered bones. I didn't encounter stories or people or lives. But I remember one day talking to Dan Siller at Narama, and I said, Dancila, your 10-year-old child is on the floor of this church. Why don't you bury the bones? And she said to me, if we bury the bones, you'll plant flowers on it and forget, but you will never forget my child when you see his bones. We're just been hearing from Omar right now about those things that are new to Rwandan culture. It is new that bones have been on display. That is a new feature of Memorial. And so we struggled at Kigali Memorial Center. What should we do about the bones? Because that also was not intended to be a museum originally. And so that's where the idea of, in fact, the burials had already begun at Kigali Genocide Memorial. But it wasn't intended that all the human remains that have been taken out of Kigali Memorial Center and also at Kigali Genocide Memorial, as you know, it wasn't a site of mass execution, unlike all of the other memorials that Stephanie mentioned. And so there was a dilemma: what should this place become? You're right, Omar. There was a lot of discussion about the museum, making a museum to tell not Rwandan society, but to tell the world what happened in Rwanda when they come to Rwanda. The museum was never intended for Rwandans, maybe. No, the museum was intended for the world, to tell the story of Rwanda to the world. The memorial, that is the place where the bones are buried, and where the families come, and where memory is generated, and where the story is told by those who survived. That's the purpose for Rwandan society, to be a place to be. I spoke to, at that time, I spoke to an official in one of the embassies. We'll skirt over which embassy it was, who said to me, you shouldn't be building that memorial, because all it will mean is that the victims will turn on the perpetrators. And I said, what are you talking about? If you do not acknowledge the pain, as Pastor said earlier, if you do not have a place for grief, then that is when the bitterness begins. But if there is a place for the story to live, for people to be, for the pain to be acknowledged, then the healing can begin. And so we went from bones to burials to names to individuals. Every life matters. Every one of your families, every one of your siblings, they matter. They had a name. If you remove the name, what are they? They are nothing. If you restore the name, you restore their personhood. You fight back against genocide and the denial. You give them a future. We give them a future every time you give testimony, and you're there for the vigil and you talk about them. Because otherwise they will be left in the past, and they deserve a future, and the future is found in their name. And they had faces. This little idea that I had to put the strings in the Kigali Genocide Memorial was because it seemed to me, as I was talking to people, there were many memories that were not yet voiced, not yet found. I had no idea when we put those strings up whether anybody would bring a single photograph or not. On the day we opened, there were 2,500 faces in that memorial museum. 2,500 on the day that we opened, because people brought with them to the memorial on the day that it opened the face of their loved one. And their faces matter, because every one of us has a fingerprint, an individuality. We are all distinct from one another. And again, it fights back against genocide, which says all Tutsi are vermin, all Tutsi are Inyenzi. It says, this is his face, this is her face. We were collecting documentation from around Kigali. Thank you, Ibuka, whoever and wherever you are in this room, for going to all those homes before we opened the Kigali Genocide Memorial. And I was running that project. We went to all 48 sectors in Kigali, and people would come in, volunteers every day, and bring little brown envelopes of things that they had found. And on the second day, one of our volunteers tipped out an envelope, and in it were photographs. And on the top of the photograph was that photograph there. Oamwezi Narina, Irene. And I said to the volunteer, these two little girls were exactly the same age as my two little girls. And there they were on the desk. I said, who are the two little girls? And he told me their names. And I said, what do you know about them? he said, well, the uncle just gave me the photograph and told me the names. And I said, go back, speak to the uncle. I want to know their first words. I want to know what they ate. I want to know the games they played. I want to know the songs that they sang, the school that they were going to go to. Came back the next day and he told me all about them, which was the conception of the Children's Memorial. The children define genocide. If you're prepared to kill a child, you're prepared to kill the entire race, the entire community. And children were murdered, as you know, before your very eyes, day after day. And these two children had a hand grenade thrown through the bathroom door. And so the Children's Memorial came into being. And then the children's faces started to appear so that they would be remembered and to be a reminder to us, as my kids now are in their late 20s, similar age that they would have been. And then there are the stories, your stories, the vigils, the telling, the retelling, the hurt, the pain. I had listened to Holocaust survivors for 20 years at the point at which I went to my first vigil. And I wasn't ready for the trauma and the hurt and the pain and the screams and the ambulances and all the things that went with the memorial. I was used to standing and lighting candles and having a quiet, reflective moment. And there we were upon the darkness of Nyanza Kichikiro, and the light went out, and there were 2,000 of us up there listening to stories in the darkness. That's when I realized the power and the importance of your testimony and the pain of your testimony, and that memory needs to be embedded in everything that we do and everything that we think and everything that we say about this genocide. Your memory really matters. I'm not going to ask you to tell your story for the benefit of other people. What I will ask you to do is, please, when you have the courage, please tell your story. Just for you and just for your children and your children's children. It doesn't have to be, because I know how difficult it is to tell that story, how painful it is, how difficult it is to put it in the public domain. You don't have to do that. But when you tell your story, it fights against denial. It fights against genocide. Even if no one ever hears it, it will always be there as your story. And please find a way to do that, either at the Kigali Genocide Memorial or with USC Shoah Foundation that Karen mentioned, or with Storyfile, which I'll tell you about in a minute. If you find the courage, please tell your story. It's important to all of us. At the Shoah Foundation, we were filming in Kigali with the Aegis Trust, as you heard from Karen, so I won't dwell on that anymore, other than to say that those voices now are found globally. They are part of the USC Shoah Foundation's global network. 20 million people a year go on that website to find testimony. It's fighting against the loss of memory. Kizito here? Did I see Kizito? Kizito, thank you for being one of the first people to give testimony here in the United States. It's wonderful to see Ibuka US come into being, and that so many of you here in the US are standing with and for memory. We're going to meet for the first time. I'm going to give you a giant hug in a minute, because I've listened to you over and over and over and over again. I can probably even quote you back to yourself, because your testimony is used in classrooms around this country every single day. And thank you for giving your testimony, Kizito, and for inspiring a generation, because we need your voice. We need all of your voices. When the president, the first lady, light that flame every year, as he did just a few weeks ago, it's not just about the nation, it's about community. It's about the community in Rwanda. It's about the community of survivors. It's about the community around the world and how seriously we take what happened in Rwanda. I am responsible for what happened, because I was a voting member of the British Society when our government sat on the United Nations Security Council, which told its members to leave. As a member of a democracy, which we are here in the United States of America, we have to take responsibility for our government's actions, even when they don't do what we would like them to do, and then we have to change it. And I'm standing here today to tell you that I am still committed to changing it, because I was talking to survivors of a genocide against the Jews who were 25 years my senior. And then I found myself in Kigali sitting next to Freddie and Eve. And I was talking to survivors who were 25 years, 15 years my junior. And now I was the bystander, and maybe we'll become the bystanders. So if we do anything on Ibuka, it's about looking back and looking in, but it's also about looking forward and saying, what is the position we take in the world? How are we going to be more like that man standing right there who said, I am not going to leave. I am going to be here with you. I now run a company called Storyfile. This is me and Edith. I noticed she wasn't on the program, so I'm going to get her on the program right now. Edith and I were at the Storyfile offices last week, and we have a new form of testimony. And Edith, being the pioneer that she is, agreed, well, it's also because she lives in my neighborhood and has worked with me for the last 7 years, that she agreed that she would be the first Rwandan survivor of the genocide against the Tutsi to give a testimony in a new format. And the format is where you answer questions so that in the future generations can ask questions of you and have conversation. And so just because of our technical issue right here, I'm going to ask my colleague Theodore if he will just have a very brief conversation with Edith before we break for lunch. Here she is. While he reboots that, I'll just tell you that new technology is great because sometimes it works. Oh, it hurt me.
I love cassava dough. It's like a cassava. It's not a bread, but it's a cassava dough. It's called bugari. I love green bananas. I love peas, green peas from Rwanda. And I love so much the eggplant. Yeah, that's my Rwandan favorite food. And I miss that. She was so nice. She likes to have her grandchildren around. And I remember she used, because she lived like a 1 hour walking distance away from where we lived. And for her to visit her, you had to walk from my place to her place. Otherwise, going by a car, it's not a visit. She wanted us to really prepare the trip and do the distance. That's what for her, meaningful for her to, for her visit. She loved that. She was like, you came by a car? No, that's not a visit. You have to walk. So yeah, she loved that, and feeding us. We liked how she used to make she wasn't making that, but my cousins used to make that, the banana, the green bananas, and the recipes. We loved her food so much. And during the genocide, we went to hide there. We thought because she was too old, no one will come to kill us there. But she was killed too. Yeah.
I'm just going to stop that conversation there with, if you'd like to continue to learn from Edith about her story, we're going to send a little link around so everybody can learn more. She answered 100 questions about her time during the genocide, and it'll be there for her family for the future, but also for purposes of education. So if anybody would like to, we're going to set up a scheme plan to enable anybody who's in part of Ibuka USA to be able to do a story like this. And we're going to have some volunteers help. It can be in English or Kenya, Rwanda. And it'll be private if you want it to be, or it can be part of some kind of Ibuka USA archive, or it could be used for education. We're going to work on that during this year. So if anybody wants to volunteer, my colleague Bonnie at the back there somewhere. Oh, she's here, look. She's got that nice colorful t-shirt on. She's very happy to talk to you and take your names and work with you to make sure that your story is there as a conversation for the future. I want to end by saying, it's 28 years. I'm sure for most of you that just feels like yesterday. For me, I'm just here to learn, to listen, to try and play it forward in some way for the next generation. And it takes all of us. And I want to thank you for being so warm and welcoming and accepting. To me and James, when we came to set up Aegis in Rwanda, we had no pretensions. We simply came to learn. And I want to say to you, Esther, by the way, if you notice, she doesn't get any older. She looks exactly the same as 20 years ago. What is it? The fount of youth, Esther Mojuayo. Thank you, Esther, and so many of you in this room for all that you did to teach me and to guide me and to mentor me and to allow me the opportunity to be part of your community, a community that I treasure very deeply indeed. Murakoze. And now it's lunchtime.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Stephen and the previous speakers. I'm going to do something that is not very popular with my people, who I love very, very much. But more, I love our friends who take time out of their days and resources to come and spend moments like this with us and support us. I want to apologize for the fact that we've not kept time. I want to thank you for your patience. I want to acknowledge the confusions that you've all experienced during today's event. In our defense, it is our first time doing this. So a lot of learning room to do. I know I'm going to have a lot to answer for, but I hope you understand that I had to do this. I love you very much. All of you, Dr. Stephen, Karen, I know you're used to this. I don't need to explain it, but for the new faces, I know you've all been working with our people for a while, so you hopefully you already know we are not very good at keeping time, but in any case, if you don't, please have patience. So we're gonna bump up some of the things that were on the agenda to after lunch, and hopefully we'll coordinate better for the next session. Like I said, I love you very much, and I'm going to invite everybody now if we can go have lunch, because I'm sure you're hungry. Thank you.
Yes, murakoze cyane, nibyo turimo running out of time, ariko biba bikenewe, dufite byinshi byo kuganira, dufite experiences zitandukanye, biba bikenewe, kumvaga iminsi itatu ihagije, ariko biragaragara ko niyo waduhereza icyumweru, ibyo kuganira ni byinshi. Kugira ngo dukoreshe umwanya neza, reka babwire yuko amafunguro ateguye neza, hanyuma dukoresha iminota 45 kugira ngo tubone uko tugaruka hano. Abashinzwe protocol batufashe muri icyo gikorwa kugira ngo batudirectinge, batwereke amafunguro ateguriye. Murakoze.
kubera ko uyu munsi twaje ku rwibutso, kubera ko uyu munsi
Just
twaje
to avoid commotion, if we can please allow the first row with our guests to go get food, just so we can keep the flow of traffic moving. I'm going to ask some of you that are sitting in the back if you can please remain seated and allow the traffic to go from front to
back. Bicwaga batazi n'icyo bazira, kubera bababyeyi bishwe by'urubozo, bakabanza kubicira abana mu maso. Kuko mvuga ibyo ukumva ari ubuhamya bwawe, nkaba mbivuga ukumva ari wowe mvuga, kuko iyo nkuru wumva ari ubuhamya bwawe, iyo nkuru reka nyirekeraho. Kubera yuko yishwe mudaherukana, ukaba utaramenye byibura n'agakuru ke, ntiwigeze umenya naho bamujugunye, cyangwa se ngo umenye ijambo rya nyuma yavuze. Ukumbura ya minsi mukiri kumwe, ibyo bihe byiza byose ubu byabaye amateka. Kuko mvuga ibyo ukumva ari ubuhamya bwawe, nkaba mbivuga ukumva ari wowe mvuga, kuko iyo nkuru wumva ari ubuhamya bwawe, iyo nkuru reka nyirekeraho. Ndagusabye ntiwibuka, maze ukumva imbaraga zibaye nke. Ndagusabye ntiwibuka, maze ukumva inimbira kuganje. Ntiwibuka urupfu abawe bishwe, jya wibuka n'ibihe byiza mwagiranye. Ntiwibuka agahinda bajyanye, jya wibuka n'ibihe byiza mwagiranye. Kubera ko wagiye uzi kuzabasanga, kubera ko wasanze bose barashize, aho mwari mutuye wasanze ari amatongo, abari bahatuye nabo usanga barishwe. Kuko mvuga ibyo ukumva ari ubuhamya bwawe, nkaba mbivuga ukumva ari wowe mvuga, kuko iyo nkuru wumva ari ubuhamya bwawe, iyo nkuru reka nyirekeraho. Kubera yuko mwirwanye uko mushoboye, mugira ngo murebe ko byibura bucya kabiri. Kubera bababyeyi barundaga amabuye, barunda amabuye mu bitenge bahereza abagabo. Kubera babasaza na ya miheto yabo, kubera bya bikwerere na ya macumu yabo. Kubera ya nzara n'inyota ya cya gihe, kubera amabuye yarwanaga n'amasasu. Kubera cya gihe twigabizwa n'ibitero, aho niho ababyeyi baherukana n'abana, aho niho abana baherukana n'ababyeyi. Iyo nkuru reka nyirekeraho. Ndagusabye ntiwibuka, maze ukumva imbaraga zibaye nke. Ndagusabye ntiwibuka, maze ukumva inimbira kuganje. Ntiwibuka urupfu abawe bishwe, jya wibuka n'ibihe byiza mwagiranye. Ntiwibuka agahinda bajyanye, jya wibuka n'ibihe byiza mwagiranye. abo wibuka none reka nge ngusaba niwibuka ka gahinda bajyanye ujye wibuka na bya bihe byiza bimwe mwagiranye cyagiye mukiri kumwe kandi ujye wibuka kwabawe batazimye kandi ujye wibuka iteka wiyubaka kubera yuko abawe batigeze bazima kubera yuko ya mashami yashibutse ndagira ngo muvandimwe ngira icyo ngusaba ugerageze maze umwenyure gake kubera turiya twana tw'utwuzukuru twabo kubera ayo mashami babarira useke gato maze wibuke kwabawe batazimye maze wongere uhobere ubuzima maze ugerageze wumva icyanga cyo kubaho maze ugerageze wongere kubaho kuko iyo nkuru wumva ari ubuhamya bwawe nkaba nyivuga ukumva ari wowe mvuga kuko iyo nkuru wumva ari ubuhamya bwawe iyo nkuru reka nyirekeraho ndagusabye niwibuka maze ukumva imbaraga zibaye nke ndagusabye niwibuka maze ukumva inimbira kuganje niwibuka urupfu abawe bishwe jya wibuka n'ibihe byiza mwagiranye niwibuka agahinda bajyanye jya wibuka n'ibihe byiza mwagiranye niwibuka agahinda bajyanye jya wibuka n'ibihe byiza mwagiranye niwibuka agahinda bajyanye jya wibuka n'ibihe byiza mwagiranye
dukurikije amateka Rwanda wahozeho uri igihugu gitunganye abana bawe bari batuje bakundanye bagabirana
imingoma zirahanguka imizindi nazo zirahanguka ariko ikinyejana cya 20 umwijima n'icuraburindi u Rwanda kuko cyabayemo jenoside yakorewe abatutsi benshi bakavutswa ubuzima bari bafite imbaraga n'ubwenge bakagenda
iyo tubibuka tuba twongera kuzirikana ko igihugu cyacu tukiriho umwenda
kizatezwe imbere n'amaboko y'abana bacu twebwe twasigaye
dufite igihugu mwe dukomeye Banyarwanda niyo mpamvu twibuka ariko
dufashe mana twibuke wari wowe watuzahuye
dukomeze uduteze intambwe ifite intego
ikiruta byose womore imitima yakomeretse
dore ko ari wowe muhumuriza w'ukuri nakwisunze bifitemo icyizere
nyuma ya jenoside yakorewe abatutsi
bateye intambwe igaragarira bose amahanga aza kutwigiraho
twongera kugirirwa icyizere imiryango mpuzamahanga turayiyobora ariko ibyo byose ntabwo bikuraho kwibuka amateka yacu hagamijwe kwiyubaka biruseho kuko ibyo byakabaye umukoro umwenegihugu wese ufite ku mutima iterambere n'ubusugire bw'uwamubyaye iyo tubibuka tuba twongera kusa ikivi cy'abacu twabuze bagiye bagifite imbaraga
nitwe bireba abanyarwanda nahanjye nawe nutwibuke twiyubaka
kwibuka bikwiye kutubera inzira nyayo yo kwiyubaka kuko intambwe ifite intego yatewe tukaba tubona witugejeje twifuza byinshi imbere ariko ibanga ryo kubigeraho ni ugutera intambwe ifite intego
twubaka igihugu buri munyarwanda yifuza
binyuze mu ntambwe zidasobana uko abishyize hamwe imana ibasanga
imana yiteguye kuzamura ibendera ryacu
uko yabikoze kera ubitubereye maso
yibuka kitiriro k'amahoro abanyagisenya arabadasenya ari abaturage bitunze nta muturanyi w'inuba ubwiza nyaburanga busurwa kuki uburanga bwawe gisenyi wa mutuzo wa murava kuki nka buriya byatokojwe amazina yahoze avuga ubufatanye akitwa bambariye gutsemba twibuke bya bihe byasaga ukwabyo umunsi nijoro nta kinyuranyo hirya no hino amaraso atemba inshuti n'abatumaraga irungu padiri ntagara na setako mukande adiriya we na niyonzima wishwe ubwoko ari nk'igicumuro. Kwibuka pasitori Munyakarama wishwe arindutse n'umuryango, roza wa Gacukiro n'abana n'abaguye mu gikarani, Imana izabahoze umubabaro. Mugemana Innocent na Sebahungu Habyera n'umugore we barishwe, Kamanzi Mariko ajyana n'abe, Bwana Feza niwe muryango, bose bamurwa bakunda. Rwemarika n'abana be, Jean Baptiste na Ernest n'abana babo, Kwabaganahe n'abana be, Nzamwita Inyansi bitaga Inshongore nawe yahotoranywe n'umuryango. Kwibuka Rora mwene Kayuku na Lauresia Wayitegeka. Kwibuka Gasasira n'umugore we, Bucyana n'umwana we bajyanye, na Solange wa Kamanzi twaramubuze. Twibuka Kankuyo n'abana, Semucyo Gaudiyoza n'umuryango wa Gashego watikijwe, kimwe na Rwakazina wagiye, na Yohani Nyemazi n'umugore we, Itegera Inyasi n'umufasha we, Karimunda Faustin we n'umuryango wazize ko yashatse mu Batutsi. Twibuka n'abaguye ku maduka no hafi y'umuhanda w'umuganda. Twibuka Nserime Fideli na Kambanda baguye kwa Banzi Werarisi. Rutikanga ntiyabashije kurama, Nsengimana apfana n'umuryango. Tabaro Modeste yaragiye, Regina wa Hamisi ntakiriho. Abatutsi bahizwe bukware, amanywa y'ihangu ntakivurira, bicwa rubi barashungerwa, basa n'abatanzwe na Rurema, abishi bizihiwe n'ubugome. Twibuka ababeshywe kurokoka, ngo nibagane komine Ruje, ari ukuberekeza irimbi, ngo bishakira aho bahambwa, habaho indimbire n'imitima. Nta kibabaza umutima cyane nko kudacirwa karurutega, aho uganye hose usanga inabi, aho mwasangiye baguhana, aho wakwizeye bakagutema. Gisenyi wari usendereye umutuzo, abawe wabuze turabunamiye, twari tubakunze tuzaharanira kutabibagirwa. Sederi n'umuryango we wose, tubane Hamada na Rwagasore, Rwabijongo wajyanye n'umugore, Pasitori Kamaga n'ubutumwa bwiza ntawigeze amurebera izuba. Sendahangarwa yishwe adakosa, Antera apfana n'umugore we. Twibuka n'abandi inzirakarengane bababajwe bishwe bazira ubwoko haruguru y'umusigiti mukuru. Turibuka Mutarabayire Jipe n'umwana we n'imiryango yabo, Nturo na Muhigana n'umuryango, umusaza Mukazabigondo na Gata, na Migambi Focus n'umugore we, Semukanya Vianney na Tarisisi, Muhongwa Seko na Mukabutare, Mwarimu Safari na Bwisisi. N'abo bashakanye barajyanye, Ruhumuriza yambuwe ubuzima kuko yashatse umututsikazi. Kwibuka barangamiye urusengero, bizeye kurokoka ntibabibona, mu rusengero rw'Abadivantiste na katedrali yo ku Nyundo, umwishe nta mupaka yagiraga. Michel Kayihura n'umugore we na Kibugire bose barishwe. Abanyeshuri bo muri Saint Fidèle na Bamurange wazize ukavuka kuko yabyawe n'umututsikazi. twabuze intwari Felicita Niyitegeka we yazize kwitangira abahigwaga, twibuka n'abandi bishwe urupfu rubi, bishwe hafi y'umupaka munini, Imana yonyine izabahoza. Twibuka Mazarati, Mayira na Niseti, Mazera, Gifu na Sitaratoni, na Ruzibiza, Rukanya na Nkubito, na Munyarukiko bose b'imiryango, Kagoyi n'umufasha wa Irombe n'abana, Mitari na Mufupi, Karori na mushiki we Tereza n'abana, Anatori n'umufasha we, n'abandi bose biciwe mu ibondo. Turabibuka Mugengano n'umuryango we, na Kasimu n'umugore we. Twibuka umukecuru Nyirandutiye, Tuyisenge Emmanuel n'umubyeyi we, Kajanja n'abandi baguye i Nyakabungo. Twibuka Mudenge na Munyazesa, Faru, Biruru na Mbungo n'imiryango, Harinda Intwari na Ndimanyi n'abana, Kayawira, Thomas na Baritazari, kwa Gasake n'abaguye i Magengo turabibuka. Umuturanyi utababaje agafata intwaro agakwibasira, mwarimo akicwa n'abo yarize, abihaye Imana bakicwa n'agahinda katagira izina. Twibuka bishwe bazira abandi, ubwo uwashakanye n'umututsi yibasiwe nk'uwakoze ibyaha, akicwa urubozo n'agashinyaguro, haba ibirenga n'ubunyamaswa. Gisenyi Nyakuramirwa, Nyakurama, abakuvuka n'abagutuye, ntituzacogora ku mugambi, turagusigasiye mu butwari, turitangira ishema ryawe. Gisenyi wari usendereye umutuzo, abawe wabuze turabunamiye, twari tubakuze tuzaharanira kutabibagirwa. Turibuka Nyiraguhirwa ntiyigeze ahirwa, we n'umuryango bishwe muri zone, Bahizi na Gatsinzi n'imiryango, Habarugira yiciwe kuri Buhuru. Turibuka Muzungu na Karemera, turibuka Munyakazi Dusabe na Basereka, Zingiro, Nyota batsinze Murambi. Twibuka Gahamanyi n'abandi baguye mu byahe tuzirikana, Imana izabahoza ry'amarira. Turibuka abaguye ku Nyundo, Oliva wamurashe n'urubyaro, na Nyiramondo na Domitira, na Musa n'abaganwa na Murara neza, Mukarubega na Mariya Tereza. Nyundo yibasiwe n'amarira, rya Mukuru na Nsengiyumva na Habimana bajyanye n'imiryango, Rwivanga na Rugwizangoga na Gashema, Mukasafari, Izabayo na Bazarama. Turabibuka abapadiri ku Nyundo, Padiri Nzaramba na Padiri Gakwandi, Padiri Nzanana na Padiri Gasake, Padiri Karekezi na Kanyabusozo, na Padiri Twagirayezu wishwe. Mu Rugerero baratikijwe, Kanyamasha n'umugore barishwe, Rurinda aricwa na Munyakayanza, Mukagasana n'urubyaro rwe, umuryango wa Gasasi ruricwa, umuryango wa Rukoro warishwe, uwa Munyagugenda nk'uwo, Munyagatanga na Munyakayanza, Rutabana, Mudeyi na Karekezi bose barishwe n'imiryango. Turamwibuka Zakariya Maposho, we n'umuryango atasize, na Nyiramugasa n'abuzukuru biciwe Bikoro nta kivurira, gusa bahorwa uko bameze. Turacyabibuka badusize, umuryango w'abasoma ishuri turawibuka wiciwe i Murara, Padiri Gotore, Padiri Venuste baguye ikivumu ntibagaruka, muganga Benwa inshuti y'ubuzima we n'umuryango biciwe ikigufi, Nyaruzungu n'umuryango baricwa, havuga Imana n'umuryango barapfa, twibuke n'abaguye kuri Bralirwa. Igihe cyose tuzatwaza abacu bagiye tubakunda, ubupfura bwabo ni igihango, tuzabibuka ubudatuza, aho batari tuzagoboka. Mwebwe mwarokotse aryamahano, burya mushimirwa kuba intwari, kurya mutwaza mugana heza, mwanga guheranwa n'agahinda, intambwe ya nyirakabahira. Gisenyi wari usendereye umutuzo, abawe wabuze turabunamiye, twari tubakuze tuzaharanira kutabika.
ukiriho sinigeze nsaba, ukiriho sinigeze nsabiriza, ukiriho sinigeze nigunga, ukiriho sinigeze niheba, ukiriho nararwaraga nkarwazwa, ukiriho narabyaraga ngahembwa, ukiriho naragendaga ngaherekezwa, ukiriho iyo nariraga narahozwaga, ukiriho barakuyubahiraga, ukiriho zimurinda mugabo wanjye, none dore waransize unsiga ndi jyenyine, none dore waransize n'abana bose murajyana.
Banyarwanda, Banyarwandakazi namwe inshuti z'u Rwanda, nimumfashe twibuke jenoside yakorewe abatutsi mu 1994, twibuke twiyubaka.
Turafite intimba, agahinda n'umubabaro, kuko abacu bagiye twari tukibakeneye. Hari ibikorwa byinshi mwari mwatangiye, natwe turajwe ishinga no kusa ikivi cyanyu. Tuzahora tubibuka babyeyi bacu, tuzahora tubibuka bashiki bacu, tuzahora tubibuka barumuna bacu, tuzahora tubibuka, tuzahora tubibuka. Mwari ku rugamba, intwari ntiziramba, uruhuka amahoro, ukwitanga kwanyu, ubutwari bwanyu ntituzabyibagirwa.
Hora Rwanda, abawe Rwanda ntibarangiranye n'amata 1994. Rwanda basigaye nta muhutu nta mututsi nta mutwa, ubu twese turi abanyarwanda. Bageze kure busa ikivi cy'abakuvuye mu Rwanda. Rwanda hora n'ibizongera.
Itariki 12 z'ukwezi kwa kane 1994, imukarange habereye isibaniro. Abantu barapfa bacuruzwa, impinja zikubitwa ku bikuta. Ibyo ni ishyano ryabuze
baje baturutse Nyawera, turabibuka baje bava Rukara, turibuka baje bavuye i Gahini, i Karubamba hacore Miburo.
Itariki 12 z'ukwezi kwa kane 1994, imukarange habereye isibaniro. Abantu barapfa bacuruzwa, impinja zikubitwa ku bikuta. Ibyo ni ishyano ryabuze gihanura.
Reka twibuke imiryango yazimiriye hano iwacu mu Karange. Ndibuka data wambyaye Sebugwiza Yanasi na mukuru we Sebakari bo kwa Rwabigimba. Ikivi mwasize mutangije tuzacyusa. Ndibuka Kabagema, Gafaranga, Hodari na Sebugwiza Tarisisi. Abo bose baguye mu biro bya Kabagema. Ndibuka Paul mu Bigambwa n'umuhungu we Matata na Seminega. Ndibuka Kantarama Daforoza n'abana be Karayiga Dejeni na Didasiana. Reka twibuke abo mu muryango wo kwa Nkuryo, Gasinzigwa n'umufasha we Bazubagira Yudita. Ndibuka Kayitare n'umufasha we Gatarina. Ndibuka n'abandi benshi baguye Kinyemera, Karambarara n'Inyagatovu. Turabibuka abantu baguye Kitazigurwa, turibuka abantu baguye Miragwe, turabibuka baguye Midero, kutabibuka byaba gucungura.
Itariki 12 z'ukwezi kwa kane 1994 imukarange habereye isibaniro abantu barapfa bacuzwa impinja zikubitwa ku bikuta iryo ni ishyano ryabuze gihanura.
Ndibuka umuryango wa Nyabutsitsi, ndibuka na Hitimana Pierre n'umuryango we. Natwe abo dusangiye umusare twirinde kuba intati, kuko kuba intati ni nko gutema ishami ry'igiti uryicayeho. Ndibuka abakongoro mwiragwe bose, ndibuka abasana bose, ndibuka abatara bose, ndibuka n'abandi bose baguye Kinyemera, Karambarara no ku Kabuye. Ndibuka Musuhuke n'umuhungu we Semugeshi, ndibuka Mapiti, Kabagwira, Garatsiya n'abana ba Yani n'umugore we, ndibuka na Kananga waguye Gahushyi, ndibuka na Severo Rutayisire waguye mu Gitega. Bose uko bavuzwe haruguru, bose baje bagana imukarange, bazi ko bakira bacurwa inkumbi hacure n'iborogo, ntituzahwema kubibuka.
Itariki 12 z'ukwezi kwa kane 1994 imukarange habereye isibaniro abantu barapfa bacuzwa impinja zikubitwa ku bikuta iryo ni ishyano ryabuze gihanura. Itariki 12 z'ukwezi kwa kane 1994 imukarange habereye isibaniro abantu barapfa bacuzwa impinja zikubitwa ku bikuta iryo ni ishyano ryabuze gihanura.
Cumi n'itanu irashize twibuka abazize jenoside, twabuze abana, ababyeyi, abavandimwe,
tubura n'inshuti bose bazira uko bavutse batulekedde ennaku n'obulumi bamulekwa ne bannamwandu. Katonda abawe emirembe mu bujuvu.
twarakanzwe n'ubwicanyi, twakiriwe ikiremwa muntu, tuzogwanya ikintu cyose cy'iyonyabwoko. Egome no kwiyamiriza imigambi ya jenoside, mbega bishwe bose boba bazize iki? Harageze ko abantu bareka agatima k'ubunyamaswa.
Never, never, never again. Let us keep alive the memory of genocide. Never, never, never again. Genocide against humanity.
kataa wanaosema mauaji hayakuwepo na hayatarudi kuwepo tena. Never again will we agree. No, 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 no. Sisi vijana kamwe hatutaki mauaji ya kimbari.
Abarokotse nimuhumure, hari impamvu nasigaye.
Gucika kw'icumu nikemeza ko mugomba kubaho.
Abacu bagiye heza bicaye ijabiro kwa jambo.
Tuzahora tubibuka, tuzahora turwana ikibi.
Tuzaririmba tuti never, never again.
Abana bacu bazatsinda ikibi bitwaje neza ho.
Let us keep alive the memory of genocide.
No, no.
Genocide against humanity. Never, never. Never, never, never again.
Ooh, yeah.
Let us keep alive the memory of genocide. Ooh, advising is
as we build our world never again. Never, 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 never again. Never again. Ndibuka ikirere kirangwa n'agahinda, amarira mu maso atemba nk'imigezi, ibyo kurya ari nawe ubibona, urugendo amanywa na nijoro, icyizere ari nacyo, zira uko wavutse ukazira ukureshya, abawe bishwe urw'agasenyaguro birenze ukwemera, nta cyizere twari dufite, nta nta cyizere twari dufite umutima wanyu ni indangagaciro z'u Rwanda intego yacu ntabwo bizongera abacunguzi baraza baza badatoranya ubwoko n'ubutunzi baje bahumeka umwuka w'Uwiteka imitima y'abanyarwanda igarurirwe icyizere twubaka urwatubyaye ducana urumuri mu mitima yihebye twubakira ku mateka senyera umugozi umwe twubaka urwatubyaye ducana urumuri mu mitima yihebye twubakira ku mateka senyera umugozi umwe nta cyizere twari dufite ubu icyizere turagifite umutima wanyu ni indangagaciro z'u Rwanda intego yacu ntabwo bizongera
Jenoside yakorewe Abatutsi turushaho gufatanya mu guhangana n'ihungabana umura wowe wacitse ku icumu turi kumwe mwana w'u Rwanda umura muri wenyine Jenoside yakorewe Abatutsi mu Rwanda yasize ibikomere ku mitima ya benshi bakeneye kuruhuka intimbi baguye twibuke twese tubakomeza umutima Abanyarwanda twibuke Jenoside abacitse ku icumu ishavu ry'ibaherana kuko hari amahirwe zanwa no kwizera zirikana gutera ikirenge mu cy'abawe igihe bari bataratuvamo Jenoside yakorewe Abatutsi turushaho gufatanya mu guhangana n'ihungabana umura wowe wacitse ku icumu turi kumwe mwana w'u Rwanda umura muri wenyine twese dufatanirize hamwe kugira umutima wa kimuntu n'abarya bahungabanye twirinde kubahunga ahubwo tubahumurize tubaremere icyizere cyo kubaho n'ejo
ubonye ntara u Rwanda rugezeho ntiwashidikanya ndabona icyizere abapfakazi nuko abarokotse ayo mahano bihangiye imirimo turangamiye ejo hazaza amateka mabi ntakituranga turushaho gufatana mu guhangana n'ihungabana humura wowe wacitse ku icumu turi kumwe mwana w'u Rwanda humura nturi wenyine
icyizere cy'ejo hazaza kitwibagiza ibibi byose twarenze ubutwari ubupfura n'urukundo biturange mu kusa ikivi cy'abacu saba Imana gukomeza u Rwanda tuzabasange tubizi
twibuke jenoside yakorewe abatutsi turushaho gufatana mu guhangana n'ihungabana humura wowe wacitse ku icumu turi kumwe mwana w'u Rwanda humura nturi wenyine humura nturi wenyine humura nturi wenyine
uru Rwanda rwacu rwabuze abarwo rwacuze imiborogo amarira menshi avanze n'imivu y'amaraso ikiremwa muntu cyahataye agaciro yibutsa mbibutse kuri uyu munsi twibuka mbewe arihe bundi yarihe nanjye narihe sinari kukiri mu mberego y'igishanga nivumeye ikivuma cy'umwana wanjye ngo kwiyunga ni ngombwa simbirwanya mbihariye ubutabera yibutsa mbibutse kuri uyu munsi twibuka naherutse ukubitwa ibyuma n'imipanga jye narabohojwe murizamo gutujwe dore nteze umunsi nyanduye nyagutsinda yibutsa mbibutse kuri uyu munsi twibuka ko nari mu mwobo aho ntiwari mu rufunzo jye narakangutse nsanga naciwe amaboko ababyeyi banjye bandambitse iruhande ngo kwiyunga ni ngombwa sindirwanya mbihariye ubutabera yibutsa mbibutse uko twanganye tuvindiwe mugenzi wanjye twasangiraga byose yambanye inyamaswa imwihutiye ishyamba musabye ngo andisha ryisanga bene wanyu yakomeje ambwira ati tubanuriye igicucu ese ubwo ntiwumva amabwiriza y'umubyeyi umugambi ni umwe twiyemeje gutsemba ndetse mva mu maso cyangwa se kwirangiriza ngo kwiyunga ni ngombwa sindirwanya bihariye ubutabera aho ngenda hose numva ijwi rimpamagara ngo genda mwana batakunsinda mu maso uwo yari mama abohozwa n'abo tungana aho nari nyihishe se yapfuye nabyaye benshi mbuzuwa guhuma amazi we yavutse heza none ni mayibobo undi ni ikimuga cyashegeshwe n'imihoro uko turi batatu nitwe twitwa barokotse ngo kwiyunga ni ngombwa sindirwanya bihariye ubutabera aya maso yacu yabonye bibi byinshi imitima yacu yuzuye intimba nyinshi banyarwanda twese tuzi ibyabaye iwacu dufatanye rero bitazapfa bigarutse
I am who I am because I value my past. The memories of yesterday can never be changed. They give me a reason to live again. There is a reason I am here today, but there is no reason you lost your lives. You were called abusive names, deprived of rights to be humans, slave because of who you were born. I am lighting a candle as the sign
Alo,
of resilience.
nagira ngo nongere mbasabe ituze gatoya kubera yuko niba ikibazo cy'amasaha nagira dukoresha umwanya dufite nonaha kugira ngo dukomeze gahunda yatuzinduye. Nagira ngo muri aka kanya saba abantu bahagaze nagira ngo munyemere nsaba abantu bahagaze n'abari muri hall muri sale bamushore mu myanya yabo kugira ngo dukomeze gahunda
Never again to genocide. They've said never again.
Murakoze cyane. I was asking everyone who's standing and who are having some side conversation. It's good to realize, but the time is very essence and we'd like to resume our program because we don't have much time left for today in comparison to what we have.
If I had one wish,
at this moment, I'd like to invite Sister
today we're strong men and women, even though
ISIS. has a special message to deliver, and please pay attention to
make you feel proud out there, watching down on us. I am lighting a candle as the sign of resilience. I'm paying a tribute. You left a legacy, and I'm a fruit from the love you saw. Let's say never again, never again to genocide. There should be no war. There should be no genocide. Anyway, let's say never again, never again to genocide. Let's say never again, never again to genocide. I am a witness that if you and I come together as one, we can make sure genocide never happens again. History should be told and passed on for the generation. Let's all stand up and all sing out, never again to genocide. Let's say never again, never again to genocide. There should be no war. There should be no genocide. Anyway, let's say never again, never again to genocide. Let's say never again to genocide.
We acknowledge as well each organization that donated to this event, namely Genocide Survivors Foundation, US Shore Foundation, Utah Department of Health, Storyfile, Fora, the Alliance Light from Darkness, Whole Family Whole Family Foundation, and University Neighborhood Partners. Through your donation, you truly made the difference for us, and we're extremely grateful. Like I said, Ibuka USA partnered with the Embassy of the Republic of Rwanda in the United States and few United States Rwandan community organizations, namely Utah. For you guys, special thanks for hosting us, taking care of us, and keep showing love to us. Thank you. There is also thanks that goes to Rwandan community of Maine, Rwandan Community Organization of Arizona, and last but not least, Rwandan Community Organization of Los Angeles. To all of you, thank you. Really, thank you once again. Byari byo, nshimiye buri wese waba wiyumvise n'utiyumvise tugufite ku mutima kandi mwakoze.
Thank you, Yvonne. At this point, I would like to welcome Jean-Claude Kamari. He is the president of the US Rwandan community here in Utah. And I guess I would say our host, Kamari.
Thank you, Monica. Muraho. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jean-Claude Kamali. I chair the Rwandan community here in Utah. And I'm married with one wife and 3 kids. So I was given only 5 minutes, but I know we are running out of time. As you see, I am a host. I am very happy and I and the Rwandan community in general to host every one of you here in Utah. I may ask additional 1 minute. You may say this president is dictator, but I'm not. So first of all, it's so hard to say anything after the morning session when our loved kids were telling us the story and share how they feel about the genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda. So I'm not a good speaker after them. So first of all, I have only 3 things to share with you. The first one is to thank everyone involved. The second is to share with you the project of the Rwandan community. And the third is to share the message to Rwandan community survivors and friends of Rwanda. I know this should be have done in the morning, but I will do it just in 1 minute. I know you talked to each other and you met, you shared the contact, but I would like to show the Rwandan community of Utah, the guests we have today, and so they can know who they are. I know you already know, but I would like to do that, and I hope you allow me to do it, and thank you. So first of all, today we have Lawrence Manzi. He is political counselor at the Embassy of the Republic of Rwanda. Please, Manzi, if you can stand up. He's with the diplomatic agent at the embassy. Please, you may be seated. Thank you. He is with Francis Muringwa. He's first secretary at the embassy. Thank you. And we will have in a short moment Mike Moore. Mike Moore is the senior advisor to Governor Spencer Cox. He is hosting another event here in Utah, but he will be here and he will have a time to speak to you. Very shortly, we'll have also Representative Angela Romero. The Rwandan community know her very well. She is also in another event, but she will be here to give a speech. We have also the president of Ibuka, Rwanda. So I know some of Rwandan community may know him well. Thank you. You may be seated. Thank you. We have also Dr. Stephen Smith. I know he spoke to you this morning, so he may be around. We have a Jean Bosco Tagengwa, co-founder of Ibuka. Thank you. We have Zachary Kaufman. I know he has been here in Utah before, but he's on a Zoom. We have, I would like you to meet the president of USRCA, the president of all the Rwandan community in Utah. Thank you. We have also the president of Avega, Rwanda. Thank you. We have the delegation from Rwanda. If wherever you are, if you can please stand up. A delegation from Rwanda. Thank you. So ntabwo nashobora kuvuga abantu bose mu mazina yabo kubera umwanya mfite, ariko nagira ngo nk'abanyarwanda batuye hano muri Utah mumenye abantu babagendereye. So I would like to jump a little bit about the why. I think Jason Chimye, he mentioned that the president of Ibuka, you know him, but please you may stand up. Thank you. He talked about why Utah, why this is happening in Utah. So there's 2 reasons that I want to share with you why this event is happening in Utah. As the survivors, we as the survivors, we remember every minute. It's in our daily life. We did not choose to be survivors, but we are because of the bad governance or the government before the genocide. So we don't remember, but the why we are here is to share our stories, unite, being a family. And we thank the government of Rwanda and RPF for taking away our life from the killers. So the reason this is happening in Utah, the number one, we have a very, very strong community, which allow me to say thank you for every Rwandan community here in Utah. And then let me take this time. Ntabwo bisanzwe kubikora ariko mumbabarire uzi ko ari umunyarwanda akaba atuye muri Utah ahagarare niba mubishobora. This is the Rwandan community here in Utah. I know some may be around. Thank you. You may be seated. I know some are coming in a video night or tomorrow because of the schedule, but I want to share with you and thank you for your job. So as I said, the first reason this is happening in Utah is the big community we have and a strong community unite and together. There is also a second reason, which is a very, very big one to our community. We have been hosting this event since decades ago, but the very important reason is we receive a very incredible support from our government officials. One, a governor's office, mayor's office, our House of Representatives, and the senators. One more fact that I can tell you, in 2019, we host 25th commemoration, and we were with Representative Angelo Romero and other few senators. And from there, in 2020, the House of Representatives designate or passed anonymously the resolution to designate April 7 as a day of remembrance of the genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda. I think is one of the states that did that, and I'm pretty sure all survivors are very pleased, and the embassy in general. So I couldn't skip that, because that's why we are here in Utah, to show government officials that we are very pleased for the incredible support. We are welcoming Mike Moore. Thank you for coming. So that was two reasons why this is happening in Utah. So I cannot keep going. I know I'm not in a good position of or too much knowledge of sharing with you or to help you learn more than Carl Wilkinson to learn about the genocide and the atrocity that happened to our loved ones. So I would like to stop my speech right there. And thank you everyone who supported us, our government officials, the Rwandan community in general. I thank you and God bless you. Kandi dukomere, dukomeze, dupfundike ipfundo hamwe kugira ngo turwanye jenoside yakorewe, turwanye abaturwanya n'abapfobya jenoside yakorewe abatutsi. Imana ibahe umugisha. God bless you all.
Perezida wa komite cyangwa community hano muri Utah arakoze cyane, kandi ibyo koko mutwakiriye neza, ntacyo turimo turaburana, mama duha amaride igihe bikenewe, mukatwereka round, mukomereza aho ngaho umuco mwiza. Ducunguje uburyo umwete rero, nagira ngo munyemerere nsabe Freddy Mutanguha, akaba ari President Executive Director wa Aegis Trust Rwanda, akaba na Vice President wa Ibuka Rwanda, kugira nawe aze tugezeho ubutumwa teguriye umunsi. I was pretty much inviting my brother Freddy Mutanguha He's the executive director of Aegis Trust Rwanda, and he's the vice president of Ibuka Rwanda. We are pleased to have you here today, and Phil.
Thank you very much, MC. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm so pleased to be here, and thank you for inviting me to this very important event. I was given 10 minutes, but you have to be careful when you give me 10 minutes. I'm not sure. But I will try my best. I was asked to talk about survivors' recovery and resilience in the aftermath of genocide. I was thinking that I may try to give some reflections, but as you heard about what Rick Warren said about grief, I may say that the journey of recovery and the resilience, the paths are different because we had different experiences, and they were different, and how we recover from the atrocities and genocide that we experienced the time in 1994 may be different. So I may give you some reflections, but at the same time, I want each and everyone to reflect and on each one actually have to have his own reflection to respond to these questions. I may also say that surviving genocide is hard. Survival is also a work of lifetime. In 1994, only a period of 100 days, more than 1 million of Tutsi were brutally slaughtered. Women were beaten, raped, humiliated, abused, and ultimately murdered after actually on the side of their own families. Children watched their parents being tortured, beaten, and killed in front of them before their small bodies were sliced, smashed, and abused. Elderly, the pride of our nation, mercilessly murdered in cold blood. Neighbors turned against neighbors, friends against their friends, and our country turned into darkness. This is my story, and I know it's the story of many people in this room. I spoke about reflection. I want to reflect, and you to reflect on a short story I want to share with you. It's the story of a cousin of my wife. Her name is Mama Shenge, Marianne. She survived from Narama Church. It's one of the site of killing, and where even the priests allow these killings to happen in their own churches. 1 month later, she was interviewed by a journalist from BBC. I have just 1 minute interview she had with this journalist, and then after that, we can reflect about how do you think she can recover? How do you think will be her path to recover and to resilience and to life? That's short story of her long story. She went back 1 month later. was less than 1 month, to the site where they killed her families, and she recognized the corpses and the bodies of her parents. I know every survivor lived in very darkness, evil, and its consequences. The experience, the trauma of a survivor is different, as mentioned, even the recovery path is different, but there is a commonality as survivors we experience. There are those who are traumatized by their personal experience of extreme violence. For example, during 1994 genocide, more than 250,000 women aged between 13 to 35 years were raped during genocide, and 67% were infected by HIV/AIDS. 20,000 children were born after that barbaric act. And these children, they're a constant reminder of what happened, bad experience, about the rape to their mothers. You can imagine the relationship mother and child when those people, they're grown up. Previous findings from Rwanda Mental Health Survey 2018 revealed that survivors of 1994 genocide against Tutsi, aged between 25 and 60 years, are the most affected by mental health problems, including trauma and depression, compared to other Rwandans. The existing major depression episode of overall population average stood at 12% and 35% for genocide survivors. Omar spoke about it some time back. So the current traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, of the population average stood, the whole population of Rwanda. This is the study from the Ministry of Health. They say that stood at 3.6%. But when it comes to survivors and survivors of genocide, it goes up to 27.9%. In Rwanda, after 1994 genocide, we had over 300,000 child-headed household, where the children were forced by circumstances to become responsible adults overnight. They find themselves, they have to take care of their siblings. They have to find things actually for the living of their siblings. But I have to say that more than half of these young orphans, they couldn't go back to school because they have to take care and spend all the time taking care of their own siblings. Those children that survived genocide have experienced anxiety because of loss of their parents. Anxiety average was 67%, while depression stands at 59%. You can imagine it is a horrible, actually this terrible life they've been living in that really bring all depressions and trauma to these young orphans. I was talking about trauma, but there's a lot of factors that can worsen the situation of trauma. Estelle Mjawa can tell more because she's expert in this. I'm not expert. I'm just trying to collect some findings around this one so that people can be able to put together their reflections. I have to say that the level of poverty may be one of the factors that may worsen the situation of trauma. And this is really understandable because the time of genocide, the all belonging of the survivors, their houses were destroyed, the belonging were rooted, and they find themselves that they have to start from zero. So you can imagine that having no support right after genocide was really difficult for them to keep their lives. I have to also tell you that denial of genocide and revisionism of the story of genocide also brings more trauma to survivors. That's why we need to put our hands together and try to prevent the all the and fight those deniers to continue their actions. So despite all these challenges, just so for the sake of time, I can't just jumping actually what I've prepared for you, but I need to keep time so that I can give the next speakers to have more time to share what they have for us. I was saying that despite those challenges that the survivors went through, we are here. We feel 20 years after genocide, we have resilience. We went through these challenges, but I have to say that we went through the recovery. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in this room sharing their experience and remember the victims of genocide. So you may ask me where this resilience came from and what made survivors to be who they are today as a resilient people who strive for the future of their children, for the future of their own lives, for the future of their own country. I want to share two things. I have a lot of points I was thinking to share with you, but let me share only 2 points that really made this happen. The journey of resilience started when the genocide was stopped and the country was saved by sons and daughters of Rwanda, led by His Excellency Paul Kagame, who, after seeing the injustice committed to Rwandan community and actually took decision to take arms and defeated the genociders' government. And we are here, many people have said it, because if genocide wouldn't be stopped, it will take longer than 3 months, 100 days that we're talking about, and more victims, and many of us will not be alive today. So therefore, it's time to pay tribute to those people who give their lives to save us. That's one thing. The second thing is the contribution of survivors themselves for their own lives, for their own resilience, for their own recovery. I want to mention the choice survivors made of no revenge. The survivors, they made the right choice, the human choice to not revenge, but instead, actually, the fact they made that right choice, the country is safe today. Instead of revenge, they choose to liberate themselves from the anger, from the hatred. Instead of revenge, they decided to strive for their future and to make contribution to their own country in terms of economy development and socio-economic development. But not only that, after that choice, there are so many things that the survivors did, including creation of this, including the creation of the survivors associations, which became one of the healing process for us. The creation of Ibuka, creation of the Student Survivors Associations, that have been a very important things for survivors to find a place to grieve together, to share the experiences, to cry together, but at the same time to be a voice of voiceless survivors, to advocate for them, for their needs, which have been very, very important. And this is something that's made our lives much more easy, because I may mention something very important that for me, that was, that gives, if I may give you my experience, and it's an experience for everyone here. The families that's been created within the within IRG have been actually a place for us to continue our lives. In 1995-6, as IRG was building itself, that was the time the survivors as students came together and started reflecting how to put our efforts to support each other, to cry together. But the fact we created these families, 10 members of families actually electing the mother and father and the children, have been a very innovative way of being together and being close. I'm a spoiled child where I feel that I'm belonging to two families. One is a family of IRG and the family of GIRG. And when I had my wedding, they are the ones who have done everything for me and for my wedding, including the budget that I used for my wedding, which is very, very important. I feel that I have someone to tell the achievement I have in my life. I have someone to say thank you and to give me congratulations, which is very important. So what I'm trying to say here is the fact that we came together actually made our lives much more easy and much more living in our community was very, very important. So I don't want to take too much time. I have just one point to mention. What the contribution the government made to survivors. One is the creation of FARJ, which is the Survivor Fund. This Survivor Fund actually responds to many needs of the survivors, where we have to say that more than 150,000 young survivors went back to school, which is very important. Through the Survivor Fund that's stated by the government, 40,000 houses were built. More than 30,000 survivors are given direct support, giving them actually means to live. And around 60,000 projects have been supported as an income generation for survivors. But also on the need of justice, the creation of gachacha, which is a traditional way we used to resolve a conflict and used to, that brought back to resolve our challenging points and challenging genocide situation. That was very, very important. That tried more than 2 million cases, which would not be possible if the these trials actually happening in the classic justice, and that will be taking even more than 100 or 200 years. So by concluding, I must say that yes, we experience, we are different. We have a different path for recovery. And I want to say that by keeping our lives, it's giving dignity to the beloved ones that we lost at the time of genocide. And it's also giving never again a real meaning to it. So thank you very much, and good day.
Fred arakoze cyane, ntabwo ari inshingano zoroshye kubwira umuntu ngo avuge mu minota 10 ukurikije experience n'ibintu amaze gukora mu Rwanda, ariko yagerageje. Kandi nanone byaba ari ukutanyurwa abantu barokose jenoside bicaye hamwe, tukarangiza tutavuze icyo Farije yafashije abarescape, cyangwa ntituvuge ARG ariko yafashe inshingano zo kurera abana bari imfubyi, bakaba barabaye abagabo, bakaba barakorera igihugu. Nanone yakoze kumentioninga ko dufite abo muri Avega, turi kumwe n'umumama Valerie Mukabayire, natugira ngo mu izina rya mama barokose jenoside babaye abapfakazi, bakagira imbaraga zo kurera abana bakavamo abagabo n'abamama, ni iby'agaciro kubagira hano. As most of you might know, back in 1997, according to Red Cross, there were over 400,000 orphans. Those were kids who were left behind, who didn't have parents, and they were forced to become parents, become head of households. And if we didn't have very supportive government, we would have a lot of people on the streets doing drugs. And what we see right now is the opposite. And we were able to accomplish that by having organizations such as ILJ that Freddie mentioned, where people came together, where young men and young women took responsibilities, and they formed families where they would take 10, and among them, they would divide responsibilities. They would have one who's designated to be a mom, and the other one would be designated to be a dad. At every age, they were forced to be responsible, and we can see the fruit. And when we are here, we are all smiling, we are not depressed. It's something we can now, let's skip. We can't allow it to skip our minds. We need to be grateful. And it was a really hard task to have him say and share with us all experience he has within 10 minutes. That being said, I'm going to welcome the next speaker for today. Her name is Angela Romero. She's a member of Utah House of Representatives. She's representing the 29th district. She currently serves on several committees, including House Ethic Committee and the Law Enforcement and Criminal Justice Committee and the House of Rules Committee. She has been an advocate for issues that matter to working families in the district. Among of her many passions, Representative Romero has been a pioneer in for combating criminal that affects women, children, and families in general. Please, I'm welcoming you on the stage, and we are waiting to hear from you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Angela Romero, and I serve in the Utah House of Representatives, and I've been in office now for about 10 years. And it was like in 2019, JC asked me to join one of your events. And I, of course, I represent one of the most diverse districts in the state of Utah. And just to give you a little bit of background, I'm Indigenous and Latina. So I understand genocide because my Indigenous side was wiped out here in the United States of America. And so I think it's really important when we talk about genocide here in the United States of America, we don't forget our own history here and what we did to our own people, the First Nation people, which were my people. And so when JC asked me to run the resolution on the Tutsi and how they were how genocide happened in Rwanda, I gladly ran that resolution for him. And the resolution was titled it's a House resolution remembering the genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda. And one of the main points we wanted to point out in the resolution was we wanted to have an opportunity to reflect on the moral responsibilities of individuals, societies, and governments to respect all people regardless of their race, color, religion, ethnicity, culture, and nationality. And so that's, as a policymaker and as somebody who serves in the Utah House of Representatives, that is my life goal. And what I always do is I always want to make sure that we here in Utah are inclusive of all people, regardless of where people are from. And so recently, we have an epidemic here in our country when it comes to Indigenous women, First Nation women here, and two-spirited individuals where we don't know whether they've been murdered or they've went missing. And so I am the co-chair of the Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women and Girl and Two-Spirited Task Force. And so that's something we're working on here. So I guess why I'm here today is to welcome you to Utah, of course, but just know that I am an ally and I am committed to making sure that everyone's voice here in Utah is recognized. And one of the things myself and Representative Hollins, who couldn't be here today, she's the first Black woman ever elected to state office, are doing is we're working with our colleagues from across the aisle. I'm a Democrat, and we are forming the Ethnic Studies Commission because we want to make sure that our children and everyone's children learn about different histories here in the United States of America and who people are. Because for many of our children, they don't see anyone in a history book that looks like them, or if they do, it's a stereotype. And so we as policymakers want to make sure that our children can be proud of who they are, but also not, and proud of their histories, but also recognize histories that have hurt others. And so I just want you to know as an elected official, I'll stay committed and I will work alongside with your community to make sure that all our voices are represented. And I wish I could stay a little bit longer. I'm going to stay here because I want to hear the panel. So I said I'll give I'll say a couple of words and I'm going to stop myself because I'm a politician and I can keep on talking. So thank you for having me here today. And thank you for putting on this event, because the more awareness, the more education we bring here to this country, to the United States of America, people need to know what happened and we can't forget. And we also can't forget the wrongs of our own country here in the US and what happened to our Indigenous communities here as well. So thank you again for having me, and I look forward to hearing from the panel. Thanks.
Thank you, Thank you, Representative Romero. It's always beautiful to see people who don't see the world with borderlines, right? And I thank you for welcoming people of all nations here in your state. You know, yesterday the cab driver that drove us here is from Somalia. And we got into a conversation because he asked where we're from. We told him, and he told me there's a huge Somalian community here as well. And he loves it here. So thank you for the work you're doing. I know that you were very influential in getting Utah to pass April 7th as the official day for commemoration of the 1994 Rwandan genocide against the Tutsi. We appreciate it. I hope that all the states take example from you and carry on, and we can keep this ball rolling. So thank you. And now, the next person that I'm going to introduce, I just met, but I feel like we're kindred spirits. And that's Christina Vera, who serves as a director of programming for the Los Angeles Times Emmy Award-winning daily cable news, LA Times Today. She is a winner of both the National Art and Entertainment Journalism and So-Called Journalism Awards. Ms. Vera was recently named the 2022 Pulitzer Prize finalist, along with her fellow staffers, for breaking news on the Rust on-set shooting. Ms. Vera is a summa cum laude graduate from the USC and where she double majored in journalism and history with a concentration in comparative genocide. While she was at USC, she also served as a research fellow for the USC Shoah Foundation, during which she traveled to Rwanda and conducted research on post-genocide as a topic. She is also currently a fellow at Harvard University's Master in Liberal Arts, Creative Writing and Literature program. Now, here's the interesting fact. She says in her free time. I'm like, where do you find free time with a resume like that? She likes to volunteer, and one of her passions includes tutoring children who are homeless in Los Angeles County. And she's also assisting as a memoir editor for survivors of the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi who are writing books. That's what she does in her free time. And she's here today. And Christina, please, you can join us. Oh, you're here already. I've been looking for you.
Hello, should I speak here? Thank you so much for having me. I've truly never met more inspiring individuals in my life, and I would love to welcome some panelists with us here today. I believe we have 2 people joining us through Zoom, so we'll see how that goes. I already expect maybe some mute button problems. But I'll first introduce Consolé Nishimwe is an author, motivational speaker, and a survivor of the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda when she was 14 years old. She suffered physical and emotional torture during her 3 months in hiding and miraculously survived with her mother and younger sister. Today, Consolé is a committed speaker on the genocide, a defender of women's rights, and an advocate for other genocide survivors. Consolé released her memoir, Tested to the Limit, a genocide survivor's story of pain, resilience, and hope in 2012. Welcome, Consolé. Now, someone wave me if there's any technical difficulties, but I'm going to introduce a speaker who's going to be joining us through Zoom today. Anyone having, is that a problem? Okay, maybe I'll just skip ahead to someone else who's here in person. Dr. Karen Froming is a board-certified neuropsychologist. She was adjunct faculty at Palo Alto University and assistant clinical professor of psychiatry at the University of California in San Francisco, where she taught the neuropsychology of trauma, among other topics. Dr. Froming's ongoing commitment is to capacity building in post-genocide Rwanda and now in the Central African Republic. She has made many trips to Rwanda since 2004, studying the circumstances of the genocide against the Tutsi and civil war preceding it as part of a long-standing interest in genocide and its precursors, and in performing and teaching self-help trauma symptom reduction. All right, oh, we got our Zoom panelists, wonderful, okay, this is awesome. Okay, Dr. Sarah Brown, if you want to give us a wave, Dr. Sarah Brown, if you can hear me. Oh, wonderful. Dr. Sarah Brown is the Executive Director of Change, the Center for Holocaust, Human Rights, and Genocide Education. Brown holds the first PhD in comparative genocide studies from Clark University and first traveled to Rwanda in 2004. She's the author of Gender and the Genocide in Rwanda, Women as Perpetrators and Rescuers, and the co-editor of the Routledge Handbook on Religion, Mass Atrocity, and Genocide. And last but not least, Dr. Zachary Kaufman, if you want to give us a wave. All right, audio is working. Dr. Zachary Kaufman is visiting professor of law at Washington University in St. Louis School of Law and associate professor of law and political science at the University of Houston Law Center. For more than 20 years, Professor Kaufman has worked as a scholar and practitioner on transitional justice for the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi, including through serving on the UN International Criminal Tribunal that successfully prosecuted Theonest Bagosora, the military commander of the genocide. Professor Kaufman was also the founder, president, and chairman of the board of directors of the American Friends of the Kigali Public Library, which partnered with the Rotary Club of Kigali Virunga to build the Kigali Public Library, Rwanda's first public library, and now the country's national public library. Okay, these are very impressive guests, and I'm honored to help facilitate this panel discussion. I'm going to sit down. As I sit down, let me just sit down. Hello, does this work? No? Oh, okay, here we go. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay, great. Consul, I would love to start with you. I've heard you speak multiple times, and I'd like to ask you today what you might want to share of your story with this audience, and any questions that you have felt survivors in the community have about ways to move forward. I probably should begin by saying that our panel topic for today is ways that survivors can move forward and rebuild their lives. So Consul, if you may share whatever you feel comfortable with and any questions that have come up in the survivor community.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. So great to be here. Thank you for having me today. I'm truly honored to be here and to be part of this amazing panel. And they are all my friends. I love being here. So thank you all for being here. I'm sure it's not easy, especially for many survivors. It's very emotional to be here and thinking about our experiences and what we've gone through during the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi. So I think it's so important at the same time, for the first time for Ibuka USA to hold this event here, it's really, really important for us. And thank you for the organizers who have put all this together. It takes a lot of time, and they've done a lot of work. Thank you very much. Please give them a round of applause for the work they've done. So, thank you. And for all who came from Kigali, thank you very much for being here. We love you. Thank you, Christina, for your kind introduction, and you're amazing. And thank you, Dr. Karen. Thank you, Sarah and Zachary. So we miss you here. Thank you for being with us. Briefly, my name is Consolé Nishimwe, they mentioned. So I was born and raised in Western province of Rwanda in a place called Kibuye, Rwengera. So we are not far from Freddy Mutanguha. So we are from the same area. So when the genocide, the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi happened, I was 14 years old. I was a young teen and lived with my both parents who were teachers, and I had 4 siblings. We were 5 kids, so I was the oldest in my family. We were from age ranging 14, 11, 9 years old, 7 years old, 16 months old. And during that period in 1994, my dad was murdered, and those, my 3 younger brothers were murdered and slaughtered. And many of my family members on both sides, on my maternal side and paternal side, many of them, my grandparents, my uncles and aunts, and many others, like many of you, very few survived. And I survived with my mom and my sister. But during the genocide against the Tutsi, many of you know that rape was used as a weapon. Like Freddie was saying earlier, how rape was used as a weapon, and many women and girls were brutally raped and tortured in the most horrific way. And some of us, unfortunately, one of those young girls was raped, and as a result, I've been living with HIV. And it was one of the hardest things to talk about, part of my story, because when I decided to tell that story, it was not easy, as you can imagine. It took me many years to get to a point where I felt strong enough to even put into words of what I've experienced, the excruciating pain I felt within for so many years, like many other women and girls. And but when I had the courage through therapy. You're here, thankfully, for Dr. Stephanie and everyone else who work in the field, and Dr. Karen, who work in the field of counseling and therapy. Without therapy, I wouldn't be here. So I was able to find also the courage to go to therapy, which also helped me to start my journey of writing. I journaled a lot of the pain and suffering in my own way. And I was able to write in a book. And because when I realized that how hard it was for me and how hard it is for so many survivors, especially when I talk about that and women and girls who live with this pain, many of them who have never had the courage to talk about it. And I feel like it's my duty, like to talk about it, to even make sure that in my own way to express the pain, even though I cannot express the pain of every individual, but at least to show how hard it is for so many of them, how difficult it is for a lot of them. And at least maybe when they see me telling my story, hopefully they can have the courage to find someone else or someone, not necessarily talking in public like they do, but finding a courage to tell somebody what they've gone through. Because healing, to be able, for me, when I spoke about it, it was the beginning of my healing journey. I felt like the Lord was lifted off my shoulder. I never thought in my years of my life, when I was a young, happy girl, running with my parents and in my village, but I never thought that I would have a smile on my face. But when I did that, when I had the courage and be vulnerable and go deep within myself and allow those places that I've locked, within myself to open, even though I didn't know the outcome of what it was going to be for me, I felt like the Lord was lifting up my shoulder.
It's not that.
I felt like I was relieved, and I started breathing. I started feeling like now life was worth living. I could see a light. I could see, finding the beauty in life again and small things in life that I never loved again. And even love my life as a woman, when you're violated, somehow you are dissociated from your body. So I connected with my body again. So, and I feel like now I love everything about my body. I deserve to be happy like everybody else. So to me, I when I wrote my book, I wanted also to, it was a way of preserving the memory of my loved ones. So the people that I love, my dad was an amazing human being, and my three younger brothers who were precious. And even talking about the pain of my mom, she would never be able to find the courage to talk about. I spoke on her behalf in my own way that I can talk about what she has gone through. And I like to say that my mom is a pillar of my strength. And to talk about that journey of what we've gone through together, my sister, and who could not be able to speak. So even now she struggles with trauma. So, and for me, and I think about my fellow survivors that I know, close to entire families, someone in my area. We come from the area that have families completely wiped out. So to know that there are families that are new, that are no longer alive, it breaks my heart. But I feel like it's my duty, like any other survivor, like anyone else, to show the magnitude of this horrific pain we've gone through. So even to know women like myself and girls who, after being raped, they were killed immediately. And those are the voices that I needed to make sure that I heard. There are many others who speak on behalf of them. So I feel like I needed to be part of that, also to make sure these voices are heard. And at the same time, those who deny the genocide, because this is my way of also making sure that what happens not forgotten, and also the denial fighting is my way of fighting denial. So when I tell my story, when I tell the stories, hopefully I can have also the courage to write many stories of other fellow survivors, because I've had many who have shared with me their personal journey who will not be able to do it on their own, but they asked me if I could do that together with them. So hopefully I can find a way together with others to let their stories be heard. So this is my way to fight denial. Let's share our stories, let's find courage and strength and support each other and talk to each other, because this is, when we're no longer here, our kids, our children are going to be the ones sharing the stories, are going to be the ones sharing these stories. Let's help them, let us educate them in a way we can. In all areas we can, and encourage them to hear, to know that it's so important. When you learn from the past, you are able to prevent any future atrocities from occurring again. So there's one quote I love from a Holocaust survivor: when you listen to a witness, you become a witness. And for me, there's another thing that I love also to say. Silence favors perpetrators of such. So it's so important to talk, because when you're not talking, you're helping. In a way, the perpetrators are happy wherever they are. So to me, being here in this room with you, it's so important, encourages me more to do more. Thank you.
Constance, it's so inspiring to hear you speak and share your story. And I'm wondering, you addressed how some people, it's not so easy to tell their stories, right? I'm wondering if you might be able to share any advice for survivors who might be struggling to open up about for their families.
I know it's not easy to talk about painful experiences and find the courage, but one of the advice I'll give to any survivor, find someone you trust in your own surrounding and sit together and share what you feel within yourself, and also learn how to write, journal. It's important to journal. Have notebooks. Journaling is very, very important. So when you journal, you are also preserving the memory, even though you might not be able to publish it. Your children are going to publish your stories. So find the courage to tell your books, your notebooks, those ones, have them near your beds, and talk to some people, someone as we're here. Let us talk together and support each other and reach out to each other. I think, and also, I know therapy is not easy. Also to talk to a therapist, you can talk to friends, and I found that speaking is also a way of helping to start even your healing journey. Not only your healing journey, you're also helping the future generation.
Thank you. And so we're talking about ways to move forward through journaling and writing down our stories. And we also have people on this panel who come from backgrounds in justice, education, and psychology. So Dr. Kaufman, if you can hear me, are there some, I wanted to ask you that much of your work is
I'm sorry, I can't hear. I now can hear you.
The things that
Sorry.
I've learned from Rwandans is that community is very important. And so anyone who feels isolated, the most important thing in the world is to have a community you trust, even if it's one or two people that you can could share with, who could support you. The other thing was family. Reconstituted families, as Freddie was talking about, was one of the innovative ways that I thought was just brilliant of Rwandans. And so having that kind of reconstituted families, which has happened for Bill and me, my husband, where we've been there for people. And I think that that's important so that survivors know they have someone they can turn to. In terms of therapy, when I first went to Rwanda, since these fields didn't exist, and I thought I can't do therapy with 1 million people, the best thing I could do was to teach people self-help techniques, ways in which they could manage their emotions, ways in which they could ground themselves when they felt out of control or like they couldn't survive the next moment. How can you learn to be back in your body and start to feel stable again? And so those are the things that I went back to teach at the National University. And I think those are important. And therapy is something, once you build trusting relationships with people around you, because it's not easy for Rwandans. Rwandans lived for a long time with the feeling of mistrust of the people around them. And it was since 1959, you began to not trust your neighbor, sometimes your friends. And so learning to trust people in another country or your neighbor now in Rwanda is not easy at all. So find some people that you can talk to. And then gradually, I think therapy is something that helps, but I cannot pretend to tell you that this will go away. This is something that happened to you, and it's something that you learn to cope with. So those are the things that I recommend, and journaling, I think, is very important.
Thank you. And we have several generations represented here in this room. Dr. Frome, could you speak to consequences of the genocide that have intergenerational impacts today?
Well, I think this kind of goes to the question of telling the story to your children and how do you do that? It's a very complicated question. And I know that from the Kigali Genocide Memorial and Aegis Trust, Claver Hodali has written a wonderful book for children of his own experience, but it was a way of introducing what happened. And the other thing that you should know is that as family members or people having children, that the effects of your stress level impact your child before they're even born. And so learning to work with your stress, learning how to manage your stress, learning how to calm yourself is a very important thing to learn for parenthood, because you need to develop a safety for your child as well. And so I think that before even telling the story, it's really important to provide safety for your child and learning how to do that. So those are some of my recommendations, but children need to know.
Thank you. And I hear our Zoom is back on. So Dr. Kaufman, I got a thumbs up. As we talk today about rebuilding lives after the genocide, that's hard to separate from justice. So with your experience in that field, can you tell us about some of the mechanisms that have been used to bring genocidaires to justice and what's left to be done?
Thank you, Christina. Well, first of all, just I wanted to say, Maraho, it's an honor to be with you all today virtually. I wish I could be with you.
Can you please check that your mute button is off?
It is. Can you hear me? Can you hear me or no?
I'll just volunteer that I can hear you, but it may be that they're having a problem with their microphone feed.
I can hear you too, Sarah.
Okay, all right. We can hear each other.
Can you hear me? Christina?
I think
Can you hear me now? Hello? Yes, you can? Okay, great. Thank you. So first, thank you very much, Christina. I just want to say, Marajo, it's an honor to be with you all today, at least virtually. I wish I could be with you in person. It's a real privilege to serve on this panel with our distinguished moderator, Christina, and my dear friends and colleagues, Ms. Console Nishimwe, Dr. Sarah Brown, and Dr. Karen Froming. Christina asked about the justice mechanisms that have been used since the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi. There have been four main mechanisms, and it's a bit complicated, but incredibly interesting and important, and extremely precedent setting. It's been used as a model. Some of these mechanisms have been used as a model the world over, and especially now as we're thinking about how to hold accountable Russians in Ukraine. Many people are looking to Rwanda for guidance. So the first mechanism that's been used was the UN International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda. This was an ad hoc war crimes court that was set up by the United Nations Security Council in 1994, in November of 1994. And then it operated through the end of 2015. It indicted 93 individuals, high-level individuals, people who are considered among the most egregious of the suspected genocidaires, and it convicted a little over 60 of them. Some of the remaining were either acquitted or have remained still to this day fugitives. It was a controversial tribunal. Some of its critics, contended that it was wasteful, that it should have been located in Rwanda, but wasn't. It was located in Arusha, Tanzania, that it spent entirely too much money that could have gone to rebuilding the Rwandan judicial system, for example. But also, on the other hand, it was the first tribunal to set a number of really significant precedents. And those included receiving a guilty plea for genocide, and that was in the trial of the former Rwandan Prime Minister, Jean Kambanda. It was the very first trial ever to impose a genocide conviction, and that was on Jean-Paul Akayezu, the former mayor of Taba commune in Rwanda. And then there were a few other really significant precedents that were set. The second mechanism has been that some foreign courts, particularly in Europe and also Canada, have held some suspected genocidaires accountable for the crimes that they perpetrated during the genocide. Some other countries, including here, the United States, that cannot or have chosen not to prosecute for genocide that is committed elsewhere, have held some individuals guilty for lying on their immigration forms about what they did during the genocide. And then after those individuals have served time in US prison, have then been transferred to Rwanda to face the underlying charges relating to the genocide. The third mechanism has been Rwanda's ordinary courts. And those since, over the course of many years, tried thousands of suspects, are still waiting for some countries to transfer suspects who are found in those countries back to Rwanda. And shamefully, some countries have not yet transferred individuals that they know are, can and should face justice. And then finally, Gacaca, which has been mentioned throughout this commemoration and this reunion. And that really was a unique approach to transitional justice. After the Rwandan government started to prosecute many of the genocidaires through the ordinary courts, there was a recognition that the pace was insufficient to deal with the enormity, just the sheer number of how many genocidaires had been apprehended. And so Rwanda revised and revived Gacaca, which was a traditional conflict resolution system that had been used in Rwanda and still is used. And in 2001, the government enacted this legislation that established Gacaca. Approximately 260,000 judges were elected. And that proportion relative to the country's adult population, that was about 6% at the time who had served as judges. Many view that as perhaps the largest experiment ever in history for popular justice. The Gacaca process operated for exactly 10 years, from 2002 to 2012. And at the end, when the Rwandan government announced the results, they indicated that the courts had tried almost 2 million cases, just a phenomenal number, in convicting 86% of the defendants of genocide-related crimes. So these 4 transitional justice mechanisms, 2 initiated by foreign actors, the tribunal as well as foreign courts, and then 2 within Rwanda, the ordinary courts and Gacaca, have really helped to combat the rampant impunity that had pervaded Rwanda before 1994, and which helped pave the way to the genocide. The impunity itself facilitated the genocide by sending a green light to genocidaires that they wouldn't be held accountable. And so that's why, part of the reason why it's been so crucial to pursue justice in order to deter future atrocity crimes. But still, the work that these innovative mechanisms have accomplished is not yet complete. Fugitives remain at large, all over the world. And we need more international cooperation still to bring them to justice. Thanks once again for asking that question, Christina, and it's a real honor to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. And on that note, Dr. Kaufman, what can survivors listening do to support ongoing justice efforts?
Well, there's a number of things that survivors could do. One is, of course, if you're aware of any suspected genocidaire, their whereabouts, to, of course, alert authorities, whether that's here in the United States or in Rwanda or elsewhere. So, of course, the community is tight-knit and may have information that authorities don't. A second is, if the opportunity arises to testify at trials. So survivors, stand as evidence, as living evidence of the horrors of the genocide, as a way to combat denial and to prove what happened. And survivors have been essential to many of the convictions in Rwanda and at the tribunal and in foreign courts. So testifying at trial would be another thing that could be done. And then finally, Console really serves as a shining example of the impact that so many survivors can and do make through both testifying orally about the horrors that she's experienced, as well as writing memoirs. And it's so crucial to have all this information so that the world understands the full scope of what happened, and as it's evidence that can be used in court and can be used by scholars to write about and document the genocide. So there is a lot that survivors can do. There is a lot that, of course, survivors do. And again, I think Console is sort of embodies the perfect example.
Thank you so much. And of course, these justice efforts are so important for combating denial, and as well as education opportunities. Dr. Brown, maybe you can speak to how survivors can make an impact even in their local communities through education.
Thank you, Christina. And again, I'm going to echo everybody else's. This is a wonderful panel because it's also, it is a joining of friends and like-minded individuals. So thank you, everyone, for putting together this panel, to the organizers, but also to my co-panelists. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here with you and to speak. And I'm also so sorry that I am not there in person. We have an expression in Yiddish, man plans and God laughs. So some of you know that I did try my best to get there, but was delayed, and eventually my flight was canceled. And so I'm sorry to join you from via Zoom. But the question is really an important, and actually I'm going to do the same as Zach and point to Console as a shining example of how survivors can actually contribute to the importance of education to combat denial, but also to ensure that this next generation who are sitting in our classrooms today and are going to be the leaders very soon. Many of them are leaders in their own right already, to make sure that they have the knowledge and the information and also the social emotional learning to go out and become upstanders rather than bystanders. Unfortunately, not if, but when they witness wrongdoing in the course of their lives. The influence of survivor testimony has been so incredibly important. It's important for effective and meaningful genocide education. It's important for activism that is not only focused on genocide prevention broadly, but also for combating the efforts of those who would deny the genocide against the Tutsi, and also to combat that impunity. Here, I mean, I really, I want to focus on the fact that telling the human story of what happened during the genocide against the Tutsi builds on historical facts. We are still getting a full accounting of what occurred during the genocide against the Tutsi. It also contributes to chronology of events. It also puts a name and a face, and for many of the students that I've had the chance to interact with, an opportunity for them to foster an interpersonal emotional connection with a survivor, and that cannot be overlooked. You know, for many of us, it's very difficult. For some, even it's impossible to analyze and to understand genocide, to develop what Helen Fine, who recently passed away and was a titan in my field, what she used to term the critical imagination, necessary to grasp events that are so horrific that we can't really wrap our heads around them. For I mean, millennia, we didn't even have a name for what this was. So each survivor here in the audience today, and watching also on YouTube, you have a story that may help promote that comprehension, that may help you know, localize the experience for students who otherwise cannot or are not able to foster that critical imagination on their own. You know, the students then are able to, and you know, I also don't want to limit it to young students. There are many lifelong learners who participate in the programs that my center puts on, and each of them also benefit from fostering this interpersonal connection, not just with events in history, but also internalizing those stories, finding themselves in the narrative, and then making meaningful actions to contribute to the prevention of genocide, to combating genocide denial, to supporting legislation in the states to recognize the genocide against the Tutsi. I mean, there are all these different ways that testimony really becomes this impactful means for not just for education, but for also for meaningful activism. And one thing I want to point to, which is just something that I have to speak to the efforts of Consolee here, but also Omar, who spoke earlier, and also Freddie. You know, each of you have shared testimony, and I've been in the classroom watching as people interact with your testimony. Across the board, the impact, it's one thing to read these horrific events in a textbook. It is a whole other to see you, to hear from you, and to benefit from your courage and your ability to take these horrific events and put a human face to them, and also to be the face of courage and motivation for us to do better and be better in the future. So thank you to Omar, to Freddie, to Consolee, with whom I all have the great privilege of working with, but also to everyone else in the audience. Thank you for being here.
Very well said. Thank you so much. In closing, I would just like to ask if any, as we think about and talk about rebuilding lives 28 years later, I want to direct us to you, Consolee, for any closing remarks you may have for ways survivors can move forward.
There's one thing I always think about as survivors. Sometimes we, you know, many of them don't have the, you know, the words to describe what they have gone through. People describe their pain in their own way. I think one of the things that I want to probably remind, Omar was saying that earlier, listening is a skill. When you give somebody your kind ear and be present and allow that person to talk however they express their pain, that actually will allow that person to be able to share their stories. Let us all, you know, lend each other, you know, a listening ear, but without judgment. Without judgment, just listen without judging. So I think that will help also someone to be able to start sharing their story. And also, I know how hard it is for many of you here. In any way, any form, you can find a way to talk about your pain. Just if you're not able to share with someone, journal, write it in your journal. And another message I want to leave with you that has helped me in my journey, hopefully can help you. No matter what horrible circumstances you may face in your life, never lose hope. For losing hope is the beginning of your own self-defeat. And remember that you are images of your loved ones, and they live within you. So they live within us. So let us, each time you remember your loved one, remember the best moments you've had with them. This is how I remember my loved ones. I remember the beautiful moments that I treasure. So I think that also, remember that, because that will give you also the strength to know why you're here, your purpose to be here, you're here because you live on behalf of them. You are, I'm sure they will be proud of who you have become. So remind yourself something positive every time. Just, just have a positive outlook on life. Remind yourself something that makes you feel that you are here for a reason. You have a purpose and you have achieved a lot. It doesn't matter how much, nothing is little as a survivor. You have achieved a lot. Even being able to wake up in the morning, it's a lot. So be grateful for that. Just be grateful every day. You wake up in the morning, say, I'm here, I'm breathing, I'm alive. And it's really important. So for me, if one of the things I like to do, I like to post whatever or write somewhere that I'm, something that reminds me everything good about myself. I always say I'm in a perfect health, because HIV positive it's not, it doesn't define who I am. So constantly, I'm not a girl who lives or a woman who lives with HIV. So, and for those who probably live with many other visible consequences, like what I live with, the way I cope, I cope with my HIV status. I look medicine as a vitamin. Whenever I take that pill in the morning, it's no longer a constant reminder of what happened to me, because I reverse that. I look at it as a vitamin to me. So, and my story is my story, but I want to live a healthy life, a fulfilling life, and joyful life. So that's what I will wish for each and every one of you here. And it's important that we live, and it's the best revenge. Thank you.
Consolee, thank you so much for leading by example. Thank you to all survivors here who have shared their stories. I encourage you to read Consolee's book. It's a wonderful memoir, and as well as other books that are on display outside. So thank you all so much.
Oof, wow. What can I say? What a wonderful group. What a wonderful panelist. What a great messages we heard from, specifically coming from Consolee. I'm speechless, like most of you might be feeling right now. Hearing from Consolee, it's a proof that healing is possible. In the morning, we talked about grieving and stage of grieving. There's one psychiatrist called Kubler-Ross. She came up with 5 stages of grieving. The first stage is anger. The next one is bargaining. The third one is depression. And the last one is acceptance. I can see acceptance in everything Consuelo shared with us. We also have to acknowledge that process of grieving is not a linear line. We don't go from one point to another point. We all went through the Holocaust, but we might not be on the same stage. Like she commented, it's very beautiful, important to have empathy and live to one another. We still have those who are still angry, and that's possible, and it's acceptable. We have those who are depressed, who are using drugs as a result of genocide. But at the same time, we have someone like Consuelo, who can write a book, who can come and sit here and tell us what she went through, and we don't even see her shedding a tear. And that's really powerful, and I'm pleased to have you. And you are a voice for a lot of people, a lot of women and moms and sisters who went through the same thing you went through. Mu magambo makeya, ibiganiro nk'ibi ngibi ntabwo twabona ngo urabiheza amasaha angahe, ntabwo wava iminota 30 niba bihereza iminsi 2 yatubana mikeya, kubera kubona umuntu nka Consuelo n'urugero mu bamama babayeho benshi cyangwa abakobwa baciye mu bintu bikomeye, ariko akaba arashoboye kwiyubaka akaza agakomeza abandi. Ni intambwe nziza. Ikindi dukomeze dufashanye kwibuka cyangwa se guherana n'agahinda bishobora kubaho, dufashanye twibuke abavandimwe bacu bananiwe kubaka ingo zabo kubera amateka baciyemo, twibuke abagiye mu biyobyabwenge ntitubatuke, ubwo tubakomeze kuko twabatuma kubongerera ku mabi baciyemo. Ikindi, she also touched something that early on Rick Warren mentioned, that the best thing you can do is just pay attention, listening to them. In psych, they call it active listening, just being authentic, pay attention, just speak less, like Pastor has mentioned in the morning. Without further ado, allow me to welcome the next speaker, Rona Miller. She's a second generation of Armenian genocide survivor. We are pleased to have her, and this is very important to have someone who is from second generation. There's a lot to learn from them as a country, as younger generations. We have a lot of younger Rwandese. We have a lot of people who were now born in 1994, but I'm pretty sure they can learn a lot from Rona Miller. Thank you so much.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I'm very grateful I can be here to share some of the things I have to say. And I'm in a rush because we need to go to the airport at 5 o'clock. So my name is Lorna Miller, Lorna Turian Miller. And I was asked to come and talk about my experience as a second generation survivor. Both of my parents, my mother and my father, were child survivors of the Armenian genocide of 1915 in Turkey, where 1.5 million Armenians were slaughtered and perished. I spent at least 30 years of my life listening to and living with survivor stories. First, it was the Armenian genocide, and later, which I will tell you more about, was the Rwanda genocide against Tutsi. Listening to their stories one after another, as Consuelo so beautifully shared, the courage and the generosity it takes for survivors to tell their story, sometimes to a total stranger. I am forever grateful to them. But the point of my talk today is, what do we pass on to the next generations? And I can say that almost every survivor who talked to me, they each had one very important question that they were grappling with, and that is, what do we tell our children? Do we tell our stories? How do we tell them? When is it appropriate? So how did my parents communicate that with us as we were children? My father lost 9 members of his family, all of his siblings, his parents, and all of his relatives, very much like many of you who are survivors. My mother lost half of her family. My mother was a rather sad, melancholy person. I think partly because she never talked about the genocide, never told us anything. My father, on the other hand, was upbeat and very outgoing and told us lots of stories. But all the stories were about his childhood before the genocide, because those were the happy days. But at times, things would come out. And of course, a parent doesn't only have to speak, their behavior tells a lot. For example, my father, on every April 24, which is the day that Armenians commemorate the genocide, he would leave first thing in the morning, and he would go to every single commemoration service in the day. He would come home long enough to wipe his tears, get re-energized, and go to the next one. And this would go on all day long. He didn't have to tell us much. We knew there was something wrong. We knew something was really in him. And so we started asking questions, and he would tell what he thought was appropriate, but was very careful not to tell us the whole story. Of course, as we grew up in school and reading, we learned all about the genocide. So we knew the facts of the genocide, but we still didn't know my mother's and father's full story until my husband and I had our first child. So now I'm in my 20s. I had my first child, and my father was having heart problems in the hospital. Panic. All of a sudden, I realized we're going to lose my father, and I don't even know his story. So when he came home from the hospital, thank God, my husband and I turned on the tape recorder once a week, and he told us his story for 8 weeks, from beginning all the way to the present. And of course, my mother was there too. We said, well, let's interview mother. So we did that with my mother. It's the first time my mother told her story ever. And then in the church I attended, which was an Armenian church in Pasadena, California, there were so many survivors. So one by one, I started interviewing one after another. And my husband and I looked at each other. We said, this is a treasure we can't keep to ourselves. We've got to do something. So we interviewed subsequently in the next 15 years, 100 survivors, most of them orphaned at the time of the genocide. I transcribed and translated each one of them. And I think what I was doing in the process, I was processing the whole genocide, what had happened to my parents, what had happened to my people. It was just a whole awakening for me. So as I said, my husband joined me, and we wrote a book called Survivors: An Oral History of the Armenian Genocide. Let me just say that, as many of you have talked, or I said before, of the 100 people I interviewed, not a single one had told their story to their children. They just, for 2 reasons: A, too painful; B, they wanted to spare their children. Their stories were too sad. So that was very interesting. So here was an opportunity to be a voice for the voiceless, that by writing this book, we could tell their stories so that others can hear their stories as well. And of course, once the book was published, we had multiple opportunities to speak all over. And the comfort began at that point, where I felt like I was really being the voice for the people who had been so silent. And by that time, most of them had already died. So the other thing that was happening, the other thing that's really important about these stories, is that it puts a face on survivors. You know, it's really easy to say, well, 1.5 million Armenians died. But if you know individual stories, the numbers become faces. They become real people. So because of the work we had done, in 2001, we were invited to Rwanda to one of their first international conferences on the genocide. And along with survivors from all the genocides of the 20th century. And I think one of the things they were looking for is how do you document these stories before these stories are lost? So my task was to tell my father's story. So after I told my father's story, a group of orphans came around me and they said, your father's story could be my story. Can we tell you our stories? And I said, of course. And as Fred said, this was the organization, AOSM, Orphan Heads of Households. They had formed this organization. They were all orphaned and they had the huge responsibility of raising their children, siblings rather, and sometimes their neighbor children. So we started listening to their story. And what they told us, their dream was that they could interview all of the people in there, all of the children in their organization, get their testimonies. How could they do that? Well, we knew something about oral history, so we helped them organize. They had got a team of 10 people together. We trained them how to interview. We got the equipment for them, and bless their heart, these young people, 8 months later, they had interviewed 100 of their peers, translated, transcribed, and sent all that material to us. So while we were processing, reading story after story, we got word from Avega, which is that organization for widows in Rwanda, that they would like to do a similar project. So we went back and we helped them get started, and they then did 60 interviews. So in the span of 15 years, where Donna and I kept going back sometimes once, twice, 3 times a year to Rwanda, we then interviewed ourselves 100 survivors in the organization called Solace Ministries in Kigali. I don't know how many of you know about Solace, but it's a wonderful community for survivors. And this time we videoed the interviews. And that was only part of what we did. After we would interview, we would go to the homes of these people. We would go to memorials together. We would eat and cry and laugh together. We would go to their meetings and we would go observe their projects. So we were really getting a feel, not just for the genocide itself, but what is life like after the genocide? The genocide does not end necessarily with when the killing ends. The consequences of genocide are brutal. When you've lost everything, you've lost your family, you've lost your towns, your homes. And so the contribution, in a way, was for me to really understand what my parents had gone through. Because when I interviewed them, it was 50, 60, even 70 years after the genocide. So it really gave me a very visual picture of what Armenians must have gone through, too, including how traumatized they must have been. Rape, for example, the women never talked about rape, but I know it took place because the Rwandans were so generous and courageous to talk about the brutality of that act. So I had not much to contribute to them except to give them perspective that, 50, 60, 70 years, when you settle down, you have children, you have grandchildren, you never forget what happened to you. And you don't really stop grieving. My father used to cry to the end. But like Pastor Rick said, you have tools and you can manage better your grief. You can manage better your trauma. So I'm very grateful for that. Now, in 2020, we had planned to go back to Rwanda because we had so let me just back up. So altogether, we had 260 interviews that we had dealt with. And we had, we had the transcripts and everything. So we wrote a book. Of course, we worked together, but my husband is the professor, so he did the actual writing. This is the book called Becoming Human Again, an oral history of the Rwanda genocide against the Tutsi. Again, this was our opportunity, our chance to give a voice to those orphans, to the widows, to the widowers who had, especially outside the United States, no one knew their stories. So anyway, back to 2020, April, we were gonna go to Rwanda. We had 100 copies to take to the survivors there. Guess what happened? The pandemic, everything was canceled. So we couldn't go. So we had 100 copies. We brought them here. So those of you who are interested in the book, they're all in the back and you're welcome to take one. So let me sort of finish by saying, what did we then pass on to our children, and most recently to our grandchildren? My kids were very young when I was interviewing the Armenians. So every night around dinner, I couldn't help but tell my husband some of the things that I was hearing. And of course, the children were all ears, they were listening. And then as the book came out, of course, they read the book. And as they grew up, they started telling stories. But fortunately, both of my parents had also been interviewed on video. So they had that to actually watch because my parents were no longer around. So they knew the stories. And then my grandchildren, my children didn't tell their kids. So that was up to me. Again, how was I going to get that word across to my children, grandchildren? Fortunately, in 2019, this was the great opportunity. My husband and I had our 50th wedding anniversary, and we decided to celebrate. We'll take our whole family to Armenia. And we had lots of fun, did the tourist thing, but we dedicated one day to go to the memorial. And it's a very somber act. You go with, and the tradition in Armenia is you do candles, they do flowers. Each person gets a flower for the person or the families who are deceased. We walk up a long pathway to the memorial where inside there's an eternal flame, and you put the flower down, remembering, those who have passed before us. So our grandkids, our children, their spouses, very somberly we walked. And the kids, it's funny how kids feel there's something sacred about what we're doing. Usually if they're so rambunctious, at that age, but they were very quiet. We did that act, and then there's a museum, memorial museum, right on the grounds, and we decided to go through it. So we let the kids just read and watch the pictures on their own. And the more they did that, I knew this was coming. They ran to me, all four of them, ages 6 to 14. Grandma, tell us your father's story. Okay, they asked. So we sat there on the floor in the museum, and I told them my father's story. They were so engaged. And the last room in that museum was the room for orphans. So I went with them to that room, and I sat back and watched them as they looked at the pictures of orphans, orphanages, and they were so engaged, so quiet. At that point, I knew that it clicked with them. They understood what it meant that their great-grandparents were orphaned and sole survivors. So just in closing, how do we communicate? As I said, you can tell your story, but it's also what you do with them that also communicates a lot. But before anything else, many of you have said it, and Console, I thank you, and many of you, so important to write your story. Whether it gets published, whether someone interviews or not, write your story. Let me just say what my father did towards the end of his life. He finally decided to write his story. He kept writing and rewriting and rewriting. What he was doing was processing what had happened in the genocide. He was trying to make sense of it, and he was trying to put closure before it was time for him to leave this earth. And he did something very creative, and I don't know any of you would want to do this. In his story, he writes personal letters to each one of his deceased siblings, mother and father, remembering the good short days they lived together, trying to imagine what it must have been those moments when that child's sister, brother, or mother died, and trying to give them comfort by saying, I'm sure you're in a place where there's no pain, and I look forward to uniting with you someday. So it is really important to write your stories, because your children will perish. They will very much appreciate that. No, they won't perish. And then to this day, the grandchildren now read those stories. So it really has a great impact. And if someone wants to interview you, don't deny it, do it. But at the same time, get a copy. Get a copy of the transcript or the tape so you can pass that on to your children. And finally, it's very important as they get older and it's age appropriate to take them to memorial services. And if you're in Kigali, of course, take them to some of the memorial. It's not easy, but I think they will really get a feel for it. And the impact of what you leave them is really great, because now what I see my grandchildren doing, they call me because they have a school project. So they want to interview me because they want to remember some of the stories. So that tells me that something really stays with the children, however small it is, that you do tell them. So I encourage you, and I thank all of you, survivors especially, for what you've gone through. I have lived with those stories. My heart goes out to you, but I also know that the human spirit is really resilient. And the children, those orphans from our SAM that we've kept up with, they're now married, they have children, they call us, they tell us, and they send us pictures, and we hope we can go back to Rwanda to see them again. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miller, Mrs. Miller, I should say. I especially want to thank you for your great patience. She has been the most patient person in this room today because we've been bumping her on the schedule, and I hope you do catch your flight. Thank you so much. And like my colleague said before, there are so many lessons to be learned from her and from those who experience similar tragic experiences like we did in Rwanda, and she just shared so many ways of what we can do to heal and to grow from this experience. We appreciate it, and thank you so much again. As we keep peeling this onion, I like to say it's like we're peeling layers and layers of onions. I know that I did not learn my family story until I was in the US. And, you know, a lot of times, like, our parents are just trying to survive, and there's not that luxury of sharing what they've gone through so that we know. And you can always tell when someone is actually beginning to heal, or when because that room is created, that space to actually stop worrying about the survival and start sharing what you've been through and have that closure, like she just mentioned. So thank you so much for that. Before we continue, I would like to invite another singer from Rwanda that traveled here to help her, that made a beautiful song for us. I know he put me to tears last night, so brace yourselves. Hopefully you don't do the same, but if you do, that's okay too.
Murakoze, nitwa Rwamihari Jean de Dieu Bonhomme. Ndabashimiye kuri uyu mwanya mumpaye, kandi ndashimira n'ubutumire nabonye kugira ngo twifatanye. Ngiye kuri iyi ndirimbo nise ijambo rya nyuma yavuze, twibukiranye amagambo twaganiriye n'abacu tujya gutandukana. Umwana wawe mwaganiriye ngo iki, umubyeyi wawe mwaganiriye ngo iki, umuvandimwe wawe mwaganiriye iki, twibukiranye ijambo rya nyuma yavuze.
Yahageze ananiwe atabasha no kuvuga, kuko we yahageze bamaze kumutema. Yahageze ari kumwe n'utwana twe tune, iyo wababonaga bari nkurikirane. Yageze kuri bariyeri, abo yasanze bamukubaho uruziga. We yageze kuri bariyeri, abo yasanze bamukubaho uruziga. Yari afite imbaraga nke, maze ariyicarira. Yari afite imbaraga nke maze ariyicarira. Akana ke ko mu mugongo kari kakomeje kurira. Akana ke ko mu mugongo kari karize kanahogoye. Kamusabaga ibyo kurya maze akabura icyamuha. Yamusabaga ibyo kurya maze akabura icyamuha. Bamusabye k'uwo mwana yarahetse yamururutsa. Bamusabye k'uwo mwana yarahetse yamururutsa. Umubyeyi asaba imbabazi ati umwana wanjye ararwaye. Uwo mubyeyi abasaba imbabazi ati umwana wanjye ararwaye. Bamujishuye uwahetse uwo mubyeyi amanika ukuboko. Bamujishuye uwahetse maze uwo mubyeyi amanika ukuboko. Ati mbere yuko munyica reka ngira icyo mbasaba. Ati mbere yuko munyica reka ngira icyo mbasaba. Ati ndabizi ko munyica ndabibona ko nta makiro. Ati ndabizi ko munyica ndabibona ko nta makiriro. Kunyica ni munyice ariko mundekera abana. Kunyica ni munyice ariko mundekera abana. Niba namwe muri ababyeyi nimundekera abana. Niba namwe mwarabyaye ndabinginze nimundekera abana. Iryo jambo rya nyuma yavuze ryibutsa urukundo rw'ababyeyi. Iryo jambo uwo mubyeyi yavuze ririmo icyizere cyo kubaho. Ati kunyica ni munyice ariko mundekera abana. Uko bakubitaga uwo mubyeyi abana be nabo barabibonaga. Akana ke kabucura karamuhamagaye. Akana ke kari igitambambuga karamuhamagaye. katari kose mama ubu turazira iki nibongera kugukubita ndabarega kuri papa nibongera kugukubita ndabarega kuri papa iryo jambo rya nyuma yavuze rinyibutsa urukundo rw'ababyeyi iryo jambo uwo mubyeyi yavuze rimpa icyizere cyo kubaho ati kunyica nimunyice ariko mundekera abana nawe se nkundira nkubaze wowe wacitse ku icumu abawe mujya gutandukana mbese umujya wibuka irya nyuma mwavuganye cya gihe babirukankana musezeranaho mbese mwavuganye muki umwana wawe mujya gutandukana hajya kugenda mwavuganye muki umufasha wawe mujya gutandukana agusezeraho we mwavuganye muki ababyeyi bawe mujya gutandukana ababyeyi bawe mwavuganye muki iryo jambo rya nyuma bakubwiye ryurizirikana kiriya ni igihango iryo jambo wawe yakubwiye cyagiye ajya kugenda ryurizirikana rijye rigufasha kumwibuka kiriya ni igihango rijye rigufasha kumwibuka kiriya ni igihango k'uyu munsi twaje ku rwibutso kubera k'uyu munsi twaje kubibuka kubera intimba nyinshi iri ku mutima kubera urukumbuzi ufitiye abo wabuze kubera abana b'ibitambambuga bicwaga batazi n'icyo bazira kubera ababyeyi bishwe by'urubozo bakabanza kubicira abana mu maso kuko mvuga ibyo ukumva ari ubuhamya bwawe nkaba mbivuga ukumva ari wowe mvuga kuko iyo nkuru umva ari ubuhamya bwawe iyo nkuru reka nyirekeraho kubera yuko yishwe mudaherukana ukaba utaramenye byibura n'agakuru ke ntiwigeze umenya n'aho bamujugunye cyangwa se ngo umenye ijambo rya nyuma yavuze ukumbura ya minsi mukiri kumwe ibyo bihe byiza byose ubu byabaye amateka.
Neighborhood, they encountered those who were killing at the road checkpoints. And as we were trying to approach her and to kill her, she was trying to beg, asking the killers, saying that it's totally fine if you kill me, but please do not kill my kids. If you ever have kids, if you are parents, please leave my kids alone. And yet they went on and killed the mother. And the kids were they were witnessing their horrific events. And one word that struck me most was the little kids, one of the mother's children was saying, if they touch you once again, I'm going to tell on them to my dad. I'm going to tell my dad what they're doing so he can come and help you. It shows us how desperate our beloved one were. And it's so hard fun was to use. But again, I'm very thankful to have artists like you who can put into words. Without further ado, let me welcome Mike over. He's representing the Utah governor. We are very pleased to have you over. Please, the stage is yours.
Well, thank you so much. It is indeed an honor for me to be here this afternoon and to represent Governor Spencer Cox and Lieutenant Governor Deidre Henderson. What a powerful song, what powerful stories, what powerful messages we've heard here today. And what a challenge for each of us as we go forward in a duty and an assignment to make sure that what happens in 1994 never happens again. Let me jump back in my personal history to the year 1838 in the state of Missouri, where ancestors of mine had joined a particular church, had moved to Missouri. The new residents there didn't like them that much, didn't like their religion that much, and assaulted and attacked members of my family a long time ago, and did so with government approval and authority. They did so with an order that the governor had said, you can exterminate these people and drive them out of Missouri. And I had a great-great-grandmother, Dorcas Huey Stewart, who in 1838, due to the ravages of what she went through, died in Missouri, leaving her husband with 6 children. We should have learned then not to attack people because they're different from us. But move forward to 1864 here in Utah, and the federal government killed hundreds of Native Americans just north of the Utah border in the Bear River Massacre. We should have learned then, but we didn't. In 1915, we heard the stirring remarks earlier about the Armenian genocide and what happened. 1.5 million Armenians killed by the Ottoman Turks, and nothing, and the world kind of tended to forget and move on. So much so that in the 1940s, the Shoah took place and 6 million perished. The world should have known better, but we didn't. And the government gave the tacit approval for a lot of these things to take place. A few years ago, I was speaking at a Shoah remembrance, and we had a Buchenwald survivor named Sam Kotz, who was there with my Uncle Marvin Maurer, who had happened to be part of Patton's Third Army that liberated the Buchenwald concentration camp. And it was so horrific for him, just as the liberator, that for years he went silent and told no one much about what he had seen and experienced because it was too dramatic. But then Holocaust deniers came out, and that's when he decided, I can't remain silent. I need to be a witness. I need to tell people what happened so that it never happens again. And then in 1994, as we're here to commemorate today the absolutely horrific turning of friends and neighbors against each other in Rwanda. And we're determined here by having this meeting that brings you here to Utah that this will never happen again. I just want to say on behalf of Governor Cox and Lieutenant Governor Henderson, thank you for coming to Utah. We have a special place in our hearts for those who suffered from persecution. A couple of years ago, there was a challenge with the refugee situation in the world. And then Governor Herbert wrote, People of goodwill seeking refuge from persecution and terror have always been a part of the fabric of the state of Utah. It's our heritage to welcome those who have been persecuted and driven from their home. Utah is always going to be welcoming. And I just wanted to highlight just how impressive this conference has been to me. Just some of the things I've learned in listening on television and being here from some of you. There is no language to tell the story of genocide. We stand still in the presence of those that we have lost. If you are prepared to kill the child, you are prepared to kill a race. When you listen to a witness, you become a witness. And the genocide doesn't end when the killing begins, and never let it happen again. I put out on Twitter a message that I was coming to speak here today, and a friend named Chris Parker sent me this picture of a fellow named Moses that he met in Rwanda a while ago. And he just said, Mike, I was so impressed you're speaking with this group. I want to share my story. Moses is Rwandan, but was born in Uganda because his family fled persecution. They came back when he was 2, a bit before the genocide. His mother was killed in the genocide by a neighbor who he continued to see daily as he grew up. As the years and Moses' angers accumulated, he eventually decided he could not be happy without forgiving the man. Rwandans are amazing examples of forgiveness and the real life meaning of Isaiah's beauty for ashes. And another comment, a couple of years ago, the youngest member of the Rwandan parliament, Kamara Jean Thierry, came and stayed with our family. And as we were talking with the group, he was asked, are you Hutu or Tutsi? And, and we kind of tend to divide into teams and sides. And he said, I'm a Rwandan. And that's what he focused on. And that's the message he gave to us. We never did find out which side his family was on. He was a Rwandan. He was proud of Rwanda. He was proud of how much the government was doing to bring people together, to heal people together. And I'm excited that Lawrence is here. Lawrence Manzi is here, the first counselor in the Rwandan embassy to speak. We've had the opportunity to have the Rwandan ambassador here before, and she's a wonderful person. But we're just so thrilled on behalf of the state of Utah to have you here in Salt Lake City in the protection of the mountains and in the protections of people who care about freedom, who care about loving their neighbor, and who are honored by your very presence. Thank you for the work you are doing to keep the memories alive so that it never happens again. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you so much again for Mike Mover. I think along with people from here in Utah, we thank you for hosting our brothers and sisters around this community that live here. And we are very confident that our brothers and sisters will never put us on shame. We hope they will be very productive and contributing citizens of Utah. Fast forward, let me welcome the next speaker. His name is Kizito Karimar. He's a founder and executive director of Peace Center. He's a public speaker, an author, and a genocide survivor. Please welcome on stage, my brother.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Okay. Hello? Okay, cool. All right, my name is Kizito Kalimar. I go by Z, or Big Z. I don't know why they call me Big Z. You guys kind of figure it out. I'm a genocide survivor, like, most of you here. And originally from Nyanza, those who know Nyanza. And today, I do talk for a living. I do public speaking. But today I'm so emotional. Those kids got me I almost passed out. Because the message they said is something I deal with every day with my little daughter. She's 8 years old. Every single morning I take her to school. She asked me about my mom and my dad. She said, sometimes she's like, Dad, what grandma would do if she was alive? I don't know what to say. My dad was a teacher, was a school superintendent, and she said, Dad, I wish Grandpa was my school superintendent or principal. So you guys, if you have kids, I mean, you have kids, you have parents, but that's the most difficult thing for any survivor to deal with. Most of us have gone through emotion, have become strong. You know, I know my sister Console, we talk a lot, and we have been, we try to do the best we can to be strong for our own, but it's hard. It is hard, and you know, I believe in God, and I always say, you know, God will help us go through all this because we were able to raise ourselves. Now we are raising our kids. But if there's anything hard, is to tell your kids what happened to her grandma or her grandpa. So anyway, talking about how we're going to continue our journey to continue to share our stories. I have some recommendation. They asked me to give some recommendation for our Ibuka USA, what we can do to make sure that our story, our loved one, continue to be recognized or remembered. So the first thing, I have some points. One point is Ibuka USA, we should establish or create a group of those, I would say a team of authors or writers, especially survivors, to encourage others. It took me 13 years to publish my book. I started writing my book in 2007. I published my book last year. I wrote my book for 13 years because there's somewhere I will get and I'll be stuck. I'll be angry and I'll be upset. I'll fall into depression and anxiety. So, but I feel like, you know, we know how to do it. So we would like to have Ibuka as our umbrella to come together so we can help others to write their stories. The second point is finding the publishing companies or publishing houses. It is hard, it is expensive to publish a book. You know, most of us, we did self-publishing. So because it's our mission, some of us, we will do whatever it takes. We will do extra jobs, but we have our books published. But now, if we can get help, we can get a support from you know, everyone, or we can come up with a way we can put it together. We can reach out to our publishing companies that will help us. That'd be a wonderful thing. Number three, we would like to have our own center. The Center for Genocide Against Tutsis in the USA. I do have my little center in Indianapolis. I do have 15 pictures. I call them 15 pictures, Rwandan history in 15 pictures. I use that. I have reached out to, I would say, more than hundreds of students because I'm trying to do the best I can to share my story. That's my mission. I left my government job 7 years ago because I could not tolerate the deniers. I could not stand anybody misleading people. I went one time, I was coming from work. By the way, I worked in law enforcement and public safety. So it was something that, to me, I had, let me say I had a power to do something not godly. Let me say that. So, but I remember one day I came from work and one of my friends called me. He said, Z, they call me Z. He said, Z, at the church, one of the church here has something called Rwanda Night. You know, you should go to check it out. I stopped by, it was a full of almost 300 people. In the front, there was a panel like this. It was like a, you know, some 6 or 7 experts or professors. They were talking about Rwandan history. They were lying. I was sitting in the back. You can tell I was just bubbling. I wanted to go outside of my car and just, I could not believe what they were talking about because they were making up stories. And then once I left, I was driving back and I was putting up in my driveway and I realized I'm about to go inside of my house. I have kids there and I don't want to be angry and upset. But at the same time, I realized I should not be upset of these people because they are doing their job. Probably they have a grant from somewhere to go learn about Rwanda. And I realized I need to tell my story. It's my responsibilities. It's my duty to speak because nobody can speak for myself. So from that time, it was 2011, I believe. I did what I could. By 2015, I was able to leave the government, the job, and do this full time. I've reached to close to my goal was to speak to 1.2 million people. That was my goal. I probably exceeded that. I've spoken to almost 140 something students. I've been able to remove those negative books they were using and use our book. One of the middle school in Indiana invited me to speak, and I said, what kind of book are you using? So you know, I'm not gonna talk about those people, but you probably know them. I don't wanna give them publicity. But those deniers have got into the minds of these young people, talking some negative things, twisting our stories. They invite me to speak. I said, I cannot come to speak if you're not able to replace those books you are using. And one of the teachers, he said, give us your story. I spoke to them, but right now they're using my book. They replace those negative books. To me, that is, thank you. That is the fight I want all of us to take. We have to speak for ourselves. Nobody can speak tell us our story. We are able to speak. It doesn't matter about our accent or the language, but we need to write and speak. And with the Ibuka umbrella here, Ibuka USA, we need to come together and we can make it. If I can make as one person to be able to reach out to this group, I think all of us can make it. Another point, we would like to, there's a lot of organization, a lot of association talk about the genocide awareness. It would be good if we can all come together. We sign a memorandum, MOUs with Ibuka. So we know exactly who we are. We know exactly which line we follow, which direction we're going to. Another point is it's mentoring our youth. Telling our youth, our young people what happened to us in the way they're gonna understand it. You know, try not to push them, of course, but those young people, I don't know where they are, man. I applaud you, man. I'm very proud of you because that is how we're gonna prevent the future massacres. I know it's hard. Like for me, my daughter asked me one time, she was trying to do my hair. So she tried, they hacked me with a machete here when I was young, when the genocide. She touched the hair, there's a dent. I said, kids, don't do it. She was like, Dad, what happened? I didn't know what to say. Because if I ever told her somebody coming with a machete, I don't know how she was gonna react. I said, I had an injury. She said, what kind of injury? I said, like a machete injury. She was like, a machete injury? Did you cut yourself? I said, my goodness, you know the kids here. They're like, man. And I said, now I'm getting emotions, but at the same time, I can tell she wants to know. And I said, somebody, the bad people, hacked me with the machete. She was like, can we sue them? That's American kids. They're always looking for money. So I said, God will deal with them. So we need to talk to our kids. We need to teach our kids how we can, we mentor them. We tell them our story, but we put in a position, in a place where, in a position where they understand it. So the other last 2 points is we need to come up with a way we can help our loved one. They need it. There's a lot of people who are financially struggling. We all know that we all have family members we help. They are financially struggling, and that leads to emotional struggling. When you are, let me use a term American use, when you are broke, it doesn't matter how, you cannot feel good about yourself. So now you have a machete in your head, you have other atrocities you went through. Now you can afford, a glass of milk. If you cannot buy milk in Rwanda, I think so that will lead to another psychological issues. If you can help them financially, we can remove the barrier. Maybe you can deal with emotions later on. So let's work on that. We can do it. Trust me, we can do it if we come together. Another is dealing with our mental health issues. So we need to partner with the professionals. I like what Console said. I went through therapy in high school. I'll tell you a story. One time, I came in when I was in high school playing basketball, and the only thing it could do was, the only could calm me down was sports. I'll play basketball until I could not even go upstairs. But I was angry and upset. The basketball court was my outlet. I knew that if I could punch somebody in the basketball court, I would never go to jail. So I waited for the practice. So I would just go up to grab rebound and come down and hit somebody with the elbow. Or somebody would push me, I'll turn around and punch them. And I remember my coach telling me, said, young man, I like that you're aggressive, but you're too aggressive. You're gonna kill somebody or you're gonna kill yourself. So, and they encouraged me to go through therapy. And in the beginning, I didn't like it. I thought it was just for the white people stuff. Excuse me. I'm being honest with you. I'm being honest. So that's what just be realistic. So, and I was like, man, that's some white people stuff. I don't care about. So, but as I tried, I figured out that it's very important because you get a chance to speak. There's something in our culture we don't have. We don't talk about therapy. We say we're gonna pray on it, or we're gonna do this and that. But a therapy counseling has helped me, and I feel like Ibuka and all of us can find partners, and they're good people. There's the panelist, yeah. I know you. I've seen you. I've met you many times. Thank you for what you are doing. We appreciate that. Helps us. We're hoping that our generation will learn and will be able to get into therapy because it helps. It helped me. It helped to console it. I don't know about somebody else, but I did therapy, and it just helps me. It helped my life. So the last one, which is very important, we need to start advocating for the laws to criminalize the genocide deniers. For those who know me, I preach forgiveness and reconciliation, but I have zero tolerance to anybody who's going to deny genocide. If you ever say that genocide never happened, and I spent 3 months in the swamps, you're going to fight. Trust me. I'm telling you, it's just, we need to start, we can do it legally, advocating, encouraging. Somebody yesterday was talking about going to Capitol Hill. I think my brother Francis, we need to go to Capitol Hill. We need to go to reach out to all the senators, the congressmen, the politicians here, to start to ask that they can come up with the laws, regulations to criminalize these people who deny genocide against Tutsis. They use social medias, they use social media platforms to lie. But if you can come up with a way and you can get a support from the politician, the leaders of this country, to have laws and regulations that criminalize the genocide deniers, I think our goal in this world, or our mission in this world, will be completed, and we'll leave our kids with a better world and a better safe world, safe country. So another one I think I escaped. For us genocide survivors and anybody else, let's use social media. If they can use it, we can too. Trust me. It takes 3 minutes to record a message. Let's use this as a tool to fight these genocide deniers. They use the machetes, guns, and everything else to put us down. We're not gonna do that, but we have this opportunity and technology to do it, and I feel like we can use it to better our country and our world. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Thank you, Kalima. He touched on a lot of points, but I'm going to speak just to two. One, as Rwandans, we are continuously having to reinvent ourselves. And I love that we are learning. Our president always says, when you get a chance to travel and you go somewhere, I'm going to say it in Kinyarwanda, right? And then I'll try to translate it in English. But tuba tugiye guhaha ubwenge. n'ibindi byose twiga mu mahanga. So in our tradition, history was passed down through storytelling. Writing is something new to us. And we've been told over and over, tell your story, write it down so that other people don't tell it for us. And some of the things that he mentioned as recommendations for things that we can do touch on that point. So I absolutely love that we are open-minded and we are learning and reinventing ourselves as a people. The other thing that you mentioned was this question of how young is too young for our children to understand what happened to us. My 7-year-old niece, a couple of years ago, had a friend sleepover around the time that we were doing Fukuibuka. And it was during COVID, and we were doing everything by video. So every family was to take a video and send it so it can be put together. Her friend was like, oh, what is this? What is it about? So my niece, who had been attending Kwibuka since she was a toddler, knew that we do Kwibuka to remember our loved ones who died. But she was not prepared for the question that followed, because her American friend asked her, why did they die? And she's like, well, they were killed. Why? And she's like, to make room for other people. And so we do this thing where you're trying to protect your children from the horrors of what happened, but sometimes we do them a disservice because we're not telling them the full story. And, and so I can absolutely understand, how do you explain to someone who is below 7 or even older, really, why you have a machete scar? Do they even know what a machete is? So, it's a lot, like I said, it's peeling an onion, but little by little, we're getting there. And I also want to thank you guys because we're kind of at the finish line. We did it. So I know we were supposed to have Ambassador Matilda here, who has been traveling, and unfortunately she's not been able to make it to us, but she was able to send Manzi, a representative from the embassy, who is actually the first chancellor and in charge of political affairs. And Manzi has been with the embassy for, I don't know, since 2015, right? And I've known him a long time, and he's always out here with us. And Manzi, I'm gonna let you speak. I'm not gonna say too much. Hopefully you can cover that yourself. Thank you.
Mwiriwe. Iyo uvuga ugeze kuri finish line, you have to be smart. You're speaking at the finish line, energies have dried, so let me find ways to, later I will report to my boss that I put down her speech and said what I saw in the room. But before I forget, Kalima, with the recommendations, with the laws to punish denier, I think let's start with one simple thing. We are in the state of Utah that has acknowledged April 7th as a day of reflection on the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi. Mike and the leaders, of course, we appreciate that. But I think we can drive that to Washington, D.C. to make sure every state and your US Capitol adopt that. And the second one is to tell them that the world has changed. Everybody accepts and has acknowledged it is a genocide against the Tutsi. It's not the Rwandan genocide. It's not the genocide in Rwanda. Those are too simple. Start with Mike to accompany you, to mobilize the politicians here. When they go to their capital, go back to DC, the senators and the House members from Utah, they go as people from Utah. You have Massachusetts has done the same. People from that angle, they have also adopted it that way. So we have where to start. Let's, with our friends, drive. I've seen a very good group from California. Let California take the lead and come out. It's a 1994 against the Tutsi. It's April 7th, the day of international reflections. A United Nations adopted resolution has it, and the US is a member. That was just, I didn't want to forget that. I wanted to also thank, by the way, I came with 2 colleagues. Francis, who has presented to you, but there is Faith, who is also our consular officer. Tomorrow she will be at work serving you, but she's here to do the biometrics and give you consular services for your passports and other things you want from her. So I wanted to make sure you understand I wasn't sent alone. Ambassador's message is heavy for one person to carry. We thank everyone who is here, excellencies, honorables, all protocols observed. I won't do the what Jason did. I can't name everyone according to their accomplishments, but also nashaka gushimira abateguye iki gikorwa. Ibuka, ubuyobozi bwa Ibuka na team leaders bari imbere y'iki gikorwa n'abandi banyamuryango bagize umuryango rusange w'abacitse ku icumu baba muri US. Ndashaka gushimira community ya RCA ya Utah, JC and your team for hosting us, kutwakira neza, mugategura neza, mukakira n'abashyitsi. Ariko no gushimira abantu bagenza ingendo. Nabonye abantu bavuye mu states zitandukanye, harimo n'abavuye Canada, hari n'abatuzaniye umwuka w'iwacu. Mwakoze cyane kuba mwaje mutuzaniye iyo mpumeko y'iwacu, ndetse turacyabafite, turacyumva. Harimo abamama tuzi ku mateleviziyo na ntuzi, ariko twabanye bicaye bitonze. Harimo abaririmbyi bacu Bonome na Munyanshoza, twese twakuze ndetse twabanye twumva, aribo badufasha kumva amateka yacu byose, n'abayobozi of course, abayobozi barimo. Hari n'utigeze uvuga wa ARG nyirango n'abandi, no kubashimira ko mwagize urugendo nk'uru rwiza, ndetse mwazanye n'urubyiruko. Abonye umwana w'umukobwa mwazanye wundi, ni byiza. Turabashimiye ko mwaje kwitabira gufasha umuryango nyarwanda utuye muri Amerika. Rero kugira ngo nihute, nagira ngo dutekereze ibyo twumvishije kuva ejo kugeza ubu, kuko bose bagiye bavuga ibyo mu by'ukuri ibyo nari nateguye ngomba kuvuga. Twahera ku batangiye bavuga ngo why we remember, kuki twibuka. Ibyo Rutagengwa yabisobanuye neza, ndetse anatubwira n'ukuntu dukwiriye kwibuka abacu, tuzirikana n'uburere n'urukundo bakundaga. ibyo twarabyumvishije, twumvishije kuki tugomba kwita jenoside yakorewe abatutsi, genocide against the Tutsi. Why Tutsi? Nuko icyo numvishemo gikomeye nuko Tutsi ivuyemo biratakaza ireme, kuko nibo bari ubwoko bwahigwaga bwagombaga gupfa bazize icyo bari cyo. Ariko nk'uko wabyigisha yavugaga nyine yatinze kuri denial, nayo nari nyifite kuyiganiraho, ariko abantu benshi berekanye ko ndetse Karima wabirangije aduhaye na recommendation. I think I take that and you have our support on doing that. And then Jide yavuze kuri ibi by'imibare. Imibare ni uguhakana mu bundi buryo ariko bukoreshejwe rimwe na rimwe twihisha inyuma y'ubuhanga n'ibindi byose n'abandikana, ariko harimo uburyo twaganiraga n'abantu hano tureba abanditsi ababa quoted, ibyo byose ni ibintu tugiye gukora nk'ibi byose twiyemeza, abantu bacu bakandika ibyo banditse bikagera aho bigomba kugera, tukabanza tukagura ibyo bitabo tukabiha inshuti zacu. Imagine ugiye kugura buri gitabo inshuti yawe ugiye guha kado mu minsi iri imbere, you give them a book, you give them a gift of Rwanda, a gift of one of your stories. It's a gift that will inspire them. Ni ikintu cyoroshye twakora, ariko uko tubikora tukagenda duhindura n'abantu dukorana, n'izo statistics zikazahinduka. Muri iyi minsi izaba 100 ariko tumaze kurangiza, ambasade yagiye mu bikorwa byo kwibuka byinshi, ndetse benshi mwe twagiye tubitabaza yo gushyigikira communities zacu. Hano dufite president w'abanyarwanda, the US RCA president yeho, niba hari na madamu turi kumwe, ariko bateguye twarafatanyije dutegura, ngira ngo every community tugira communities zigera 26, ariko buri community nitarabikora ngira ngo dusigaranye nk'ebyiri cyangwa 3 zizabikora June 4th, ngira ngo n'ebyiri n'indi bose mbese bariteguye. Ariko ibyo twagiye tubona nuko hari ibyiza birimo n'ibindi Ibuka uko igenda ikomera inabashyigikira bizaza bikorwa ku buryo bwiza, ku buryo mu by'ukuri bisiga impact aho byabereye. Ariko nabonyemo hari naho nabonye nkaho aho nateninze Texas, mutangongera ngo one of the speakers ni ijambo mwakomeje ngira ngo sinzi ko ryanavuzwe cyane, ariko twibuka bacu bishwe batakiriho, ariko tukwiye no gushyigikira abakiriho. Ngira ngo ibintu twagumye abantu benshi, Omar we yatanze ngira ngo 38% y'abari depressed, abandi ngira ngo yaciye mutango yatubwiye mo numbers 50% y'abantu. So no kuvuga ngo ko twaje hano hakaba hari ubushobozi bw'ibyo byose, nibyo bya bindi ngira ngo Kizito recommendation dutangiye from friends like Froman n'abandi to build a network of people who are going to help our people to process ubuzima bwo baciyemo. Ngira ngo ni ikintu twafatanye twese tugakoresha our networks, nkuko tujya tugira medical trips. Ntekereza ko n'abandi mwabakira mukabaha bakagira chance nibaca muri Avega baca hashoboka, ariko hari icyo twabikoraho rwose. Ni ikintu tugomba ku communities zacu, niyo mpamvu mvuzeyeho kuguma guhamagarira umuryango nyarwanda aho turi, cyane cyane muri diaspora, ko mu Rwanda aho bari taken care of, kugira ngo kwibuka tugafate muri izo ntera ebyiri, muri izo nzira ebyiri, mu gihe twibuka aho dutuye, mu by'ukuri tuzajya dupaying attention n'aba survivors bahari, tunamenye n'ubuzima bwabo, tumenye n'uburyo bagomba gufashwa. I guess ibyo nibikorwa, kandi ngira ngo ibuka ubwije ibyo byinshi bizakemuka. Uyu munsi hari ibyo ngira ngo nanjye Father Rome rwose igikorwa cyo gucana urumuri n'abariya bana no kutwibutsa ko abacu batazimiye, ariko ari iyo turebye hejuru tureba the stars and the moon, ari the angels above there, was really impactful. Kandi abana bacu uburyo babyakira as a next generation, rwose no gushima ababyeyi ko mudasiga abana inyuma, ahubwo nabo bahagarara bagatanga izo messages. Jason na Gatsinzi baduha amateka ya ko jenoside ntabwo ari iyo tubona 94 yemewe n'isi, ariko abatutsi bapfuye kuva 59. Ibyo ngira ngo ni a long story, long journey of genocides and suffering. Ariko icyiza ni uko twese tuzi ko ari umunyarwanda wahagurutse akabirangiza, agatabara. Turabashimiye rwose ukuntu ndetse twese dukomeza gushimira ingabo zari za RPA, ari RDF n'abayobozi bazo. Turashimira abayobozi bacu, nyakubahwa Perezida wa Repubulika ndetse n'inzego zose uko aziyoboye. Ariko ngira ngo mutangoha ngira ngo na Rutagengwa ngira ngo banabivuzemo uruhare rw'aba survivors in that process. Kuko ntago hari wigeze kuvuga kuri directives, numva ngira ngo Rutagengwa bivuze yicayemo, bigaragaraga ko abo bantu ntago abacitse ku icumu bari part rimwe na rimwe, bari part of deciding, bari ku ntebe, they are seated on the table, and I think their insights n'uburyo bafasha abandi kubitekereza no kubyumva, ntekereza ko hari icyo bifasha muri policy making process. Nibyo ngira ngo Rutagengwa ejo yatubwiraga uburyo icyo iriya ya conference yabaye ya mbere 95 or something, yo gutekereza, ariko bumva buri muntu wese yarabyumvaga ko hakwiye kuba reparation. Icyo rwose mu mategeko birazwi, biranditswe, turabyemera, ariko ubushobozi nta buhari. Ariko abantu bicaye bagira ubwenge mu kuganira, bavuga bati ariko uwashyiraho fund. Twese turashimira ibikorwa Farije yakoze, yaba ari ukwigisha abo yigishije, abenshi bicaye hano, abavujwe, abubakiwe, basizwe heru, ndetse na diaspora yacu. Nzi ibikorwa twagiye dukora nka abapfakazi, abasigaye ari incike muri Nyamata, rimwe bifashe babagurira, kuko bari bashaje badashobora kujya kuvoma, amazi ari kure, babagurira water tanks. Small thing, simple thing, ngira ngo twaguma dufasha nka bya bindi Karima yavugaga byo gufasha abatishoboye. So na diaspora rero no kubashimira ko bafatanya n'abandi. Ariko ejo kari umuntu yampaye vision yangumye mu mutwe, kandi mu by'ukuri ni nayo. Ambwiye ati rimwe na rimwe iyo ukorana na survivor, ushobora kuba ari nk'umuntu wahiye umubiri hose, kandi urimo kumukurura, ugashaka kumufata, amufata muri bwa bushye bwe, arababara mu by'ukuri. And it's true. Ese ngira ngo abibuka ijambo Perezida wa Repubulika yavuze ashimira abacitse ku icumu, yaravuze ngo nimwe mwari mufite icyo gutanga kugira ngo u Rwanda rubeho. So ngira ngo nuko gukurura no kugerageza n'umuntu ubabara ukamucisha muri ubwo bubabare, akenshi ni ukubura ikindi wakora n'undi washingiraho. Ni bya bindi na Karima no mu rugo usanga ari cyo kibazo. Iyo a surviving parent umwe ufite umwana ugomba kwitaho, uko waba ubabara kose, uko waba wahamutse kose, ariko ufite n'izindi nshingano. Ariko nk'igihugu I guess Omar yigeze ngo kutubwira ku bintu bijyanye n'iyi nzira yo kwibuka n'inzibutso n'umuco nyarwanda. Very pertinent issues that to talk about and think about. Ariko mu by'ukuri utekereje jenoside hari umuco nyarwanda wayibariramo? Ese umuco nyarwanda ni hehe umuntu yigeze yibuka abandi bakubwira ngo turagaruka kubamara? Isi ishaka kuguhakana ikavuga ngo niwe wabyiteye ngo upfe at the UN where you have to fight intambara zitandukanye, ariko twese ngira ngo na adjustment kugira ngo tugende whatever was done. Ariko icyiza nyine no gushimira survivors, really kwihangana, kurenza amaso bimwe no kubyihangana kugira ngo tugire igihugu. Uyu munsi dufite icyo twishimira, dufite igihugu mu by'ukuri twanezerwa ko ari igihugu cyacu kandi tukishimira ko ari icyacu. Rero ariko icyo nabazezeranyije nka ambasade rwose, ibyo bitekerezo, if there are ideas nka diaspora twatekereza tukajya inama, I think our embassy and we can always organize to have forums ziganira neza, ariko zo gufasha na bagenzi bacu bari muri policy making kumenya ibitekerezo uko bimeze. Ni byinshi byavuzwe, ariko hari ako ngira ngo Mr. Wilkins talked about him having to shout over his voice for people to understand what he's talking about. Roadblocks or what? Ariko ageze hano mu bacitse ku icumu, hano turabyumva biri kuko abantu babibayemo. Ibyo rero mu by'ukuri niko diaspora ibayeho muri mu isi, tumva ububabare, itumva n'ibyo mwaciyemo n'uburyo mubivuga bidashobora gusobanuka. Ariko ngira ngo aho numvishijemo ijambo ni ukugira ubwenge no kwiga uburyo bw'izo communication, nk'uko ibi byabafasha kumva, gufatanya n'inshuti zacu zicaye hano, our friends, kugira ngo izi messages zacu zigere aho zigomba kugera. Ngira ngo byazadufasha ariko no, I think ni quotation baha nyakwigendera Albright kuba abwira abagore ko if necessary interrupt, kuko interruption is ukatema abantu kugira ngo hari ikinyabupfura twigishijwe nyine, hari igihe uceceka, abayobozi baravuga, ceceka, abakomeye baravuga, ariko turi mu gihugu we can interrupt, tuvuga amateka ntibaturushijwe, kandi ari twe ubwo buzima ari twe twabubayemo cyangwa se ari mwe mwabubayemo. Wakoze cyane ngira ngo Freddy kutwereka Mariana, ariko no kutwereka ishusho, kuva ntawashobora kumenya each one of your stories. Umuntu wavaho tumubona kuri iriya video tukamubona uko ameze ubu, cyangwa se iriya foto yindi tweretswe ari konsole itekura, uraseka tugatangara, wavuga bika, ariko the truth ntawashobora kumenya, ariko birashoboka, ari inzira mwagiyemo mwatanze z'uburyo bikorwa. Ikindi ngira ngo tugomba kwibaza nka Ibuka, of course, uretse Karimo uko yabivuze, ni value addition ya Ibuka rwose tubitekereza. Karimo, I'm really thankful that you're thinking of coalitions. because we actually the fact wenda batabizi badusuye no kuretse Ibuka igiye kuvuka ariko isanze imiryango ifite ibikorwa yashinzwe n'abacitse ku icumu. Ni gute iyo mikoranire yabaho ariko bigateza imbere na bwa bufatanye kuko kuducamo ibice no gushaka gukorana mu duce hari igihe tutazagera aho tugomba kugera. Inzego zose uko tubibona, yaba ari federation izakorwa, yaba ari whatever format, ariko dufatanyije at what level byazadufasha kugira a voice muri iki gihugu, bigafasha no guhindura byinshi dutekereza. Bibiri nshaka kurangirizaho ni ababyeyi twicaranye hano bafite abana, mukora akazi keza ko kurera, ariko reka nongere nsabe, ndabizi murabikora, kurerera u Rwanda, kurera mu nzira y'u Rwanda rwacu aho rurimo kugana. Iyo mbivuze iteka ntekereza abana barimo kurerwa n'abandi bababwira bakibuzuzamo amacakubiri n'urwangano, nkareba uruhare rwa ambasade n'uruhare rwawe nko muri diaspora gufasha abo bana, baba babafatira muri za siporo, yaba ari mu mashuri, ariko bakamenya the alternative story y'u Rwanda n'aho u Rwanda rurimo kugana, tugafasha kurera a future y'urubyiruko rwacu. Ariko ikindi ngira ngo ni cyangombwa gutekereza ni about the youth. Youth, our young people, both born before or during the genocide, are undoubtedly Rwanda's future, but you are also our present. In so many ways, you have a unique historical responsibility to pick up the baton of leadership in all aspects of nation building. Ubwo mo kuvuga amateka y'igihugu, kumenya igihugu, ibyo Ibuka yadukoreye hano atari gusa ariko no kutwigisha. Ngira ngo urubyiruko rufasha ibi byose, rukamenya ndi umunyarwanda, rukamenya ibyo byadufasha kuba abayobozi no kuyobora imitekerereze na ideology n'isaho irimo kugana. So I think dufite gufasha urubyiruko rwacu, ariko urubyiruko rwacu rufite inshingano. Ni urubyiruko rukuze, igihugu cyabo kiyobowe neza, igihugu cyabo kibakunda, kibashakaho uwo waba uri we wese, icyo washaka kugeraho cyose, igihugu cyawe kirahari kugira ngo mufatanye. Ndetse je ku bwanyu mu diplomate nicyo ntumwa, gufasha umunyarwanda kugera kuri potential zishoboka zose izo dushoboye, ni ibyo no gufatanya kubigeraho muri make. So ubwo rero reka no kurondogora, mbashimire. Twashimiye ba Rona Mira n'abandi bavuze kuri other genocides n'inzira baciyemo kugira ngo bakiri ibikomere byabo. Izo ni byiza gukora izo coalitions n'abandi bafite ayo mateka, ni ibingirakamaro. Sure yahabaye cyane n'inshuti n'ababazanye, ubwo byose ni ukubashimira rwose, kandi tukabizeza nka ambasaderi wanjye. Ubundi aba survivors bo muri USA murabizi, umutima ari ubana namwe, ni story nawe musangiye, kandi ndabizi aho harimo kujya, aho ari mu ndege, yakabaye yishimiye kandi yifuza kubana namwe mu buryo bwose. So reka mbashimire, kandi reka dukomeze twibuke, twiyubaka, dukomeze, we continue to remember, we unite, we renew. Ibyiza biri imbere. Murakoze, murakarama.
Manzi arakoze. Manzi arakoze cyane. Ni by'agaciro kugira support ambasade ikomeza guhereza komite nyarwanda muri state yose. Twize byinshi, ntabwo twasubiramo buri jambo ryose ryavugiwe hano, ahubwo mfata uno mwanya nshimire mwese kwicara hano amasaha tumaze angahe yari menshi, ariko ukuntu mwese mwihanganye mugakurikira ibyabereye hano byose, ajya mwikomera amashyi. Abandi bantu nshaka kugira ngo nshimire ni abantu barimo barakora akazi gakomeye kugira ngo ibikorwa bikurikiranwe online. Team irimo Alex na Marcel, najya nayo mwikomera amashyi. Hari n'abandi bantu barimo baradukurikirana batari hano ku masaha atandukanye, ubu ngubu bashobora kuba ari mu gicuku ariko bakicaye bagira ngo bakurikirane n'umuhango wo kubera hano, nabo tujya tubasuhuze tubabwire yuko bifite agaciro iyo mukora ibintu twarano bikurikiye. Rero nafashe umwanya munini ndagira ngo uyu mugoroba tuwucumbikishize aha ngaha, turacyafite ijoro rirerire, turaza kugaruka hano saa moya kugira ngo dukurire igitaramo cyo kwibuka abacu. Turaba dufite abahanzi baturirimbira, turafite abantu batanga ubuhamya, turagira igitaramo cyo kugira ngo twibuke, turagira ijoro ryo kwibuka. Ntabwo byoroshye, n'amasaha menshi, twakabaye tugira nk'icyumweru, ariko turakomeza dukora ibishoboka byose kugira ngo iyi weekend tuyibyaze umusaruro, kuko ni amateka, ntabwo ari ibintu byiza bibaho. Mukomeze mwihangane kandi muryoherwe. Murakoze.
In a nutshell, we have survived the day. Thank you so much for your patience. He just mentioned that not only the people that are here, especially the one that helped put this event together and have continuously been adjusting to accommodate the different changes that have taken place, but especially also for you who have sat through it and endured through it. Thank you so much. And the ones that are watching from across the world, some of whom it's practically almost morning in Rwanda, and they're following. We've been getting messages. Thank you so much. We're gonna end here, give everybody a break. I think a lot of the craziness is done, but we'll be back here at 7 o'clock. I will be more of a relaxed evening to really just share and get to know each other. There may be some additional testimonies, more music from our wonderful performers. So, but thank you so much from the bottom of our hearts. Thank you.
I am who I am because I value my past. The memories of yesterday can never be changed. They give me a reason to live again. There is a reason I am here today, but there is no reason you lost your lives. You were called abusive names, deprived of rights to be humans, slave because of who you were born. I am lighting a candle as the sign of resilience. I'm paying a tribute. You left a legacy, and I'm a fruit from the love you sow. Let's say never again to genocide. There should be no war. There should be no genocide. Anyway, let's say never again to genocide. Let's say never again to genocide. I was young, I still needed you, but you were taken away from me too soon. If I had one wish, it would be seeing you again. Today we're strong men and women, even though you are not here to see. We're carrying on to make you feel proud out there. as the sign of resilience. I'm paying a tribute. You left a legacy, and I'm a fruit from the love you sow. Let's say never again, never again to genocide. There should be no war. There should be